What is up, Fortnite fam? We are here for week number 2 of the FNCS. There is another 15 spots up for grabs, and last week we watched some high-profile trio teams make it through in the first 15 spots, while others looked on the outside bubble in 16th through 20th that did not make the cut. With a second shot, can they qualify this week? Well, we'll find out together. What's going on, everybody? My name is Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shy Wager and Reese, who will be handling all of our analyst stuff. Guys, it's another week. We got more Fortnite action on deck. You guys gotta be hyped, right?
I'm hyped. I'm hot. I'm ready to see week number 2 flow underway. It's going to be Europe that we're going to be watching first. And man, based off of last week, as you said, Zeke, there's no reason not to be super hyped.
I know I cannot match Shio's kind of anticipation, his body movement, his excitement that way, but I can up here, and I am very, very excited. We saw some great games last week. There's some huge pop-off moments, stuff that we really like to see. My personal favorite, Thomas HD, doing very, very well, doing an entire solo endgame by himself. I hope we see something similar to that this week, some of these huge kind of pop-off Twitter moments. But so, fingers crossed for this week, and I'm just excited to get into the games.
Whew, fingers crossed, baby. Now, of course, guys, we know what you want, games. Now, we do have our players and trios are boarding the battle bus as we speak. So when they're ready to go, we'll be hopping into games. So with this little window we have here, let's go ahead and talk about the show itself. We're here taking a deep look into all things EU. There'll be a 45-minute break later on, and then we'll dive into NA East. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more action there. Let's go ahead and talk about the tournament itself. And what we can expect heading on into this. Now, don't forget, new clean graphic. We got round number 3. That's where we're at, where the top 15 teams will advance on through to heats. You can see there, again, another 6 matches across 2 days, where only the top 8 teams will advance. Shy, why is the top 8 so important?
Top 8 is so important because that's what you want to do to make heats. That's what you want to do from the heats to go to grands. But past that, there's a wild card match if you don't make top 8 in the heats. This is for those teams from 9th to 16th place. This is one match where the winner will advance and take the last slot. As exciting, I would say, as those grand finals that'll play over 2 days. 6 matches each for those as well. But man, what a format.
What a format. Man, I'm already getting hyped. I gotta control myself, gotta control the happiness that is trying to release itself. Now, of course, we're going to keep the ball rolling. Let's not forget we do have the overall point format. Now, Reese, this is kind of something we have been seeing, and we've even seen in previous competitions. These point values weighted more to the victory out and placement overall. You can hit a single point landing 17th, but the placement points are pretty important, right?
Very. It's very tough for a team to come in at 17th, play that whole game out, and only get 1 placement point. We've seen already there's 25 placement points available, but those elimination points are still equally as important. On NA East, we saw Booga's team not really get that many eliminations, but have by far the highest average placement points out there. But they still didn't manage to clinch up that first place slot because they needed more eliminations. So, you know, despite the fact this is a very, very placement heavy format, you still need to be making sure you pick up enough eliminations there too.
Well, let's see if here in week number 2 teams can pull that off. Now, don't forget, we are not only playing for the top 15 spots, but there's also some prize money on the line. Here is a breakdown across all of the regions. Now, guys, I think one of the biggest talking points, we kind of did talk a lot about it last week, is this contested versus uncontested drop spot specifically. What we found was that a lot of these teams and trios that are uncontested end up in the top 15 more reliably in standings. Do we think this is going to be playing another factor this week? Because remember, this round 3 is going to be different than last week's round 3, right? We're going to be seeing different trios this time around.
I completely do. I think this is going to be something we're going to see every single week, all of the time, through all the weeks, through the heats, through the grand finals as well. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult this week for those teams who are contested because the people that they're being contested by may have already qualified last week. So those players who may have already qualified last week may be interested in saying, hey, guys, I want to alpha up this drop spot. We want to ensure this is ours. You do not want to land here either in day 2, week 3, heats, grand finals, whatever it is. We are owning this drop spot. So these fights in the early games are going to be really, really interesting. And, you know, we may see some storm pushes. Just quite honestly, interested to see how it goes, but uncontested, it's going to be the way forward.
Oh, man. Well, don't forget, guys, we did have some of the regions wrap up, so we're going to take a look at OCE, see how things went for them. Now, big point of note here, it is only the top 8 here in OCE and Asia and ME that will be moving on. New Batoon, Cypher, and Geese, Shy Wager Geese. I mean, we've seen so much out of right now, starting strong in the first 6 matches, 114 points, but only 2 points ahead of the second place trio.
I mean, what's more impressive for me is that these guys actually did not qual in week number 1, and now they're in first coming through in week number 2, day number 1. So that's really cool to see. Past that, too, we're looking at, as you mentioned, Zeke, the kind of point differential. It is very close for all these different trios. In this top five specifically, there's not that much of a spread. There's 4 winners here, too. So it's looking a little bit top-heavy, as usual, in OCE.
Indeed. 4 Victory Royales placed in the top 5. I'm not sure what that 5th Victory Royale is, but it's actually, there it is, coming up from Jinx, Alec, and Worthy. That's week 1's winner. They're very, very, very dominant performance week 1, but they didn't seem to be able to kind of replicate that this week. They had some really, really good games in there, but kind of were knocked out in the mid-game a few times this week, so it really depends.
Yeah, and that 8th place team as well, Sorif, Carrion, and Eshes. These guys, I think, actually qualified in week number 1 with Slaya, now playing with Carrion and are in 8th place. So I'm wondering what that trio switch is about, what's going on over here. Maybe there's a very cheeky name change, but we'll have to dive into that and see what's going on. Still, there's some type of drama, there's still some type of action, big heated competition in OCE. Past that, though, there are some other regions too, Zeke.
That's right. Let's flip on over to Asia, see who is holding down that number 1 spot. And once again, it is the top 8 teams here that will be moving on. We have Macy Fishy and Shinky Fishy. Very different point spread here in Asia.
Very, very different. And the thing that I think we're all looking at, Victory Royales. First place, 2 Victory Royales. Second place of Rex, Peter Pan, and Crash Pad, 1 pump, 2 Victory Royales. Third place, 2 Victory Royales, right? Are they going to be able to continue this all the way through day 2?
I mean, this is off of changes as well. We saw Macy Fishy and his trio not really play that well at all in week number 1. They were 19th overall cumulatively. Now in first in day number 1 again. So the same thing we saw in OCE. Rex as well, 9th place, didn't get to qualify, switched up his trio, and now with Peter Pan and Crash Pad Pump, he's in 2nd overall with these big wins. So Asia's making these changes. Still, Reese, it's a top 8 game.
It's a top 8 game, and in 6th place, we've got QJack, Wildhack, and Nator. Again, this is the team who placed first in week 1. So in OCE and Asia, the people who won week 1 are already in 6th place, kind of reflecting that exact same thing. No Victory Royales, so maybe they were contested this day, maybe there's more teams around them, maybe they're just struggling a little more in the early and mid game.
Nice little snapshot that will lead us into today's competition. Now, guys, round 2 is actually pretty wild. There was a lot of these trios that we're used to seeing, and even some new faces that are kind of pushed on through to this round, now round number 3, and we're going to be seeing them compete. So walk us through some of the trios that we should be keeping our eyes on as we watch today and tomorrow's competition.
For me, you'll hear a little bit more about them afterwards from myself as well. Mitro, Mongol, Tayson, who came first place overall in round number 2 for EU, are going to be playing today, coming all the way from Starks as well. They were looking so good. I think it was about 4 or 5 different plus 10 elimination games. Some of them also, or most of them, being wins. So for me, this is the squad kind of to look out for. This is the trio that I really want to see do well today.
I agree. They can definitely do it as well. I'm really looking at Flick and Ask Thomas HD in terms of these semis. They performed really, really well in the semifinals last week, and in the warm-ups they placed 2nd overall. So interesting to see how they play coming up.
That's right. Here we go. We do have some of the gameplay as well to kind of get you up to speed on what happened around number 2. So let's take a look together.
Yeah, we mentioned a few of these trios. They place towards that top 10, top 5 slot. Right now, Steelix, Yaita, and Snag Demon on your screen, playing low ground very efficiently. Now, we've seen this pattern so far in EU, even in NA East a little bit, of people that prefer low versus height. This is going to be another trio coming in trying to dominate that low ground race.
And they did it very, very well. They're second overall, and they actually managed to get an 18 elimination victory royale in their first game. And that's like something you're going to see more commonly out of teams who are landing in the, playing endgame in the low ground. They're going to be usually able to pick up way more eliminations if they are really efficient box fighters, which obviously a ton of these guys in the top really always are.
Absolutely, but there's just so many teams that like to play low, so it might be dangerous. The best thing in my mind is always maybe to try and control height if you can get it. It is very risky. The people who took that risk multiple times were Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. Even taking as many risks as landing Stark every single game, you know in those round twos it can be contested by a team you'll never expect. They played so well though, so well that they got first, even diving down to low at some point, starting off on low as well when they're in that half and half beforehand. Ultimately though, ending on height, getting big beams, and as I said before, multiple 10+ Elim victory royales.
And this is a team that it doesn't matter if they're low ground, it doesn't matter if they're mid ground, it doesn't matter if they're high ground. These guys are popping off, and these guys are taking huge names. Their average Elims was 12.13. The next highest was 9. So a huge difference between that and the next team.
Yeah, Anas Flick and Thomas HD, I would say the talk of the town from week number 1, now down to week number 2. Reese mentioned it in the warm-up, second overall. In gameplay, I would say first in the diversity they have of a sniper, a box fighter, and a hardcore IGL. You toss that all together on height, low ground, doesn't matter. They play so well. Past that, Astro, Hardfind, and Mexi. These guys were our low ground trio that we saw have some trouble in week number 1, but still placed very high.
You did. Sixth overall last week, which is a huge performance from them. And these guys are just really good when they're low ground. They're popping off hugely. And also a team we've just not seen last week at all, which was Scram, Refsguard, and Stompy. A team who I personally had as one of my favorites going in, but didn't end up qualifying for the finals. And these guys are landing down in Steamy Stacks and really have been performing very well in all of the tournaments that they've actually made it to the finals in. Mainly third-party tournaments. So this is their first time getting into the finals of the FNCS. Obviously last time wasn't last week, so I'm interested to see how they play out.
Yeah, they have that unique momentum in the fact that they don't have that experience in week number 1. They have that drive that no one else does in the fact that they're here new in week number 2. So when Zeke mentioned there's some new faces, this is one new big face that we have to watch coming into these games.
That's right, man. And I think something you touched on, Reese, is actually something really cool to think about. And that is kind of talking about the breakdown of POIs, right? We're thinking about all these rounds kind of happening. If you're trying to alpha up on a POI and you're saying, okay, let's say Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson, you guys want that POI? Well, we're going there too. And we're going to show you in round number 3 of week number 2 that that's where we're going. And so now there's this mind game of like, okay, well, if they make it to heats, are we going there? Are we changing it up? There's this constant back and forth, and that's what I love so much about Fortnite and these competitive settings. It's just, there's so much, it's like a chess game. You know, it's like, all right, what do I do now? Are they thinking 6 steps ahead? Am I 6 steps behind? What's going? It's for me. It's usually 6 steps behind for me.
You mentioned chess game. For me, like especially with all these rounds, grand finals, and heats, like you're breaking down, Zeke. It's like a chess game on top of 2 chess games, so 3D chess inside a 5D chess game. It's games on top of games inside games. Gameception, Game Stellar. I don't know what we're talking about, but we can watch it as it happens. It's always so glorious to break down.
It's absolutely incredible. Thank you for that, Shio. You are a treasure. Let's talk about our predictions kind of heading into week number 2. Let's break this down together, gents, and make our claim. So Sundown was first this week. He went with BL's Hen, Decyptos, and Patrick as his trio to win out week number 2. Now, guys, why do you think that he went with this trio?
I think he went with this trio because they're a bit of an underdog in terms of they didn't qualify last week for the round 3, but they are very dominant. This team is very good. And like, you know, a lot of these teams may be like, well, they didn't qualify for last week, so how can they be so dominant? Well, it's because this semi-stage, the round 2 is very difficult. It's very tough to qualify through. But once you've gotten to this round 3, I expect them to do very well.
All right. Now, Shio Wager, I believe we're going to move on over to you. Talk to us about your trio predictions.
Well, you know me, when I pick it big. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson coming in from Stark Industries. Now, remember, first in the warm-ups, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And then also first overall in round number 2. Kind of like a risk to say first in round number 3 as well. We don't usually see that pattern break down. But, you know, Lanouf is not here this week. These guys who were contesting Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson in week number 1 came 34th. So literally just off the cusp. That means that it could possibly be uncontested. We would have to see past game number 1. But that would be my pick right after that.
All right. Now moving on over to Sancho West. We've got Stompy, Reefsguard, and Scram. And this is kind of one of the trios we did touch on in this round number 2 kind of recap. I mean, these guys, they're making a pretty big name for themselves here in round number 3.
I think they're gonna. Stompy is someone who's seen very, very consistently throughout all of the FNCSs, but really hasn't picked up a first place slot. If you remember him all the way back at World Cup with Shinken, the qualifiers is probably one of the most insane runs anyone has ever seen on any region at all. So many victories, so many first places in the solos and in the duos, and picking up with a great duo of Refsguard and Scram now. This is a very, very good team to look out for.
Okay. And finally, Reese, talk to us about your trio. Now, the reason I'm laughing, in case you guys weren't here last week, Reese, on his first time on broadcast ever, picked a trio, and that trio went super far. Yeah, he's too strong. Reese is too strong. He knows too much. So Reese, talk us through this trio this week.
I took Raxo, Kami, and Artor. These guys are being consistent every single tournament they're playing, and this is going to be no different.
Oh, man. Well, guys, it's time to get ready to hop into game. Let's send it over to Sundown to take us into game number 1.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 1 second. There we go. Camera will pop on back. What's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. Welcome. Chapter 2, Season 4, FNCS. This is week number 2. We're going to jump into the European action here in just a second. My name's Sundown. Sancho West will be joining us in just a moment. He's reconnecting right now. But for just a moment, I'll be the one taking you through all of the action, and right away, hopping on board here, you can see Aqua going right at Mr. Savage. He's down already and is converted onto that elimination, trying to get the shakedown to get whatever information he can to help out his opponents. You can see Benji also converting onto one, making this a quick little 2v2 going on here, and with a little bit of a shake-up with Doom's Mystic Ball not going to be in play this week because of it being disabled due to a bug. We'll see how that will end up shaking up the play space over here, but so far it's about the same, with action going just immediately into it.
And sorry about that, y'all. You know, sometimes LA, Los Angeles traffic, going from the bedroom to the remote casting here, but we are live, we are vibing. And what is interesting right now is Benji Fishy not vibing. Aqua, Raison, and his trio with Noah Riley are putting the pressure on Benji. And Benji is going to be in a tough spot already, Cam, that we have to look at it, Sundown. They did not come up on top here in the first week. They are essentially about 5-3 in the first interaction here that we have in EU. So it was kind of crazy to see a strong team like Benji, Lecce, and Savage, and already Savage is out. So I gotta say, man, this is going to be those opportunities that you mentioned in week 1. Can they be able to find those adjustments? Because they have plenty of time to do that, but you kind of mentioned it, that they don't fight together. We've been seeing teams fighting hip to hip, and that has been working for our trios. But Benji, Lecce, and Savage not fighting hip to hip, and you're seeing what is happening to that, going down already one man.
Yeah, it's particularly right off of the start. They don't do a really good job of covering each other just immediately, and generally teams have taken advantage of that by being able to close it out. You can see Benji trying to get control over the vault area. They have annexed pretty much the southern side. They are going to be able to pick that up and try and push forward here. You do see the gloves, which generally players opt not to take after those little nerfs that came through a couple patches ago, but now with control over the vault area, we'll also pick up the LMG there to try and get whatever pressure if Aqua and Raison end up coming through. Reboot will go into Noah Riley, so that's kind of the benefit of controlling the north side compared to the south, is if one of your teammates does fall, you have the ability to just kind of access that reboot van, get them up, and now they can press into the players trapped in the vault in a 3v2.
And we're checking again, this is game 1 here of the 12. This is week 2. And our competitors are only 15 will advance. We've already seen the big names, like mentioned, Benji, Savage, Lecce, not advancing, just falling into that 16th place. So every moment matters. Every elim matters. Every placement point matters. So we're seeing the Andalix making their first appearance here alongside with his trio partner, Giannis. They're making their first time appearance here in week 2, able to put it all together and getting some points on the board. No doubt they had to feel confident about that. But now Aqua has to feel very confident confident knowing he has Benji and Lecce on the retreat, but luckily Alama is here to say hello.
Larry the Llama bailing out Lecce and Benji there, utilizing the shockwaves they got from the vault. That's one of the reasons why Dooms is so strong. We talk about the mystical bomb, but it's really, at the end of the day, that's not what separates it. It's those guaranteed shockwaves and getting those epic ARs. You're able to put down just so much more pressure, but not able to create enough distance to avoid kind of that car rotation that's come out and been so typical of this season. And they're going to close the gap on this fight.
And the gap is getting closer and closer. And Benji goes down, so now it's up to Lecce. We have seen Rezon on the other side be able to clutch right now, and Lecce is now in the opportunity where he has to clutch or he is kicked out, and he is kicked out. The clutch or kick factor is too strong as Aqua, Rezon, and Noah Riley starting off this round one in this opening game with a strong finish. And look how far they chased him. All the way outside, just outside Doom's domain. Oh my goodness, they are putting a stamp on this POI. They're letting them know, do not land here ever again. And now we're picking up to a Russian trio here of Kiriachi, Storming Right, Rotary. It seems as though they've changed their drop there, Cam.
They might have changed it a little bit, or they might have audibled based off of what they saw off of the drop spot. We noticed how between last week there were, I think it was 3 different teams who were landing kind of towards the southwest, but they were all overlapped depending on what the fights were. Generally, if you see people committing hard down to Slurpee and there's more than 2 teams going down there, you can audible to come a little bit more central. And as long as you're inside of the split drop from the ghost base, there's enough loot here to sustain 1 or 2 people pretty consistently. If you're lucky enough, you can get enough for a full trio. But the real benefit is just the amount of easily available brick and metal. They're going to be able to get to those max mats. But right now we have an ambush. Mama Flares picks up Slat right there. Real easy coming out there. Going to miss the point blank snipe trying to get that. Just going to opt then to turn around, hit the pump shot real quick instead. You can see Papa Flares will also get that one. And they're going to actually convert all the way over there. So a nicely timed ambush there.
And that was a great find right there. The ambushes are real, and every point is being racked up. And it's interesting to see all the stats that kind of break down how the early game is so strong here, and not only just conditioning your opponents to let them know, as we already see Noah Riley conditioning their opponents and Benji, but that's a strong play right there just to start us off here. Now going down to the center, as you mentioned, how it's so vital here. A little bit calmer, not a lot of people contesting here, but this train hard squad, Matzo, Amplify, ADN, put some great work in week 1. They were able to, of course, I believe, qualify, but they're just here to show that they're going to stamp their name here at the Authority.
Yeah, and you can see the duo from Train H plus ADN has been playing so incredibly well. They've been over at Authority. And you talk about them not really doing much early, but you can see Amplify already sitting on 2 eliminations. Matzo has one, so whoever was in this area, they must have been able to force them out already up near max mats. And I think one of the biggest and most underrated factors of competitive Fortnite in particular is landing center zone or having easily accessible center zone rotations. And these guys have prioritized it and conditioned it so much in Europe that it makes it really difficult to move past this area without them already having max resources and kind of scouting it out. But now we're going to head on over to the southeast where a fight is breaking out.
The fight is breaking out here all the way on the mountaintops, and these are the fights that are, like, I cannot stress that, they are really strong. YZ Pickles and Arkun coming back here in week 2, getting Mexi, Hardfine, and that trio, and they only have one more, but the fights are still breaking out here. I believe the third party, no, that is Hardfine. So Hardfine is still up in this fight. We still have a battle for height right now, but these are the kinds of things that we mentioned. The shockwaves are going up that you're going to have to wrap up quickly. You don't want to spend too much time here because already they're on the storm. This is a very scrappy fight here, Sundown.
Yeah, and you don't want to get stuck on the edge of these zone fights. The French trio trying to close it out. You can see they're already able to take down Mexi, but Hardfine doing a good enough job to fight him off. Astro also really good at kind of prolonging these fights and making him utilize it. And also Hardfine, aka OT Exponential, sitting on those peppers as well with 9 kind of in the inventory, which give you just that much more benefit when you're kind of working around these scrappy little fights and being able to get onto the side. You can see YZip trying to get some pressure onto Astro. Astro doing a good job to isolate that 1v1 right now. Realistically, they should be trying to get together and take a 2v1 if possible, and that goes for both teams. You don't want to kind of prolong these individual fights and allow them to kind of get together and get back and put the pressure on top of you. And right now, Hardfine doing a good job big 86 tag coming out there and going to force Arkin back up in a way. YZEP trying to work over to them. They're both just going to regroup.
And we saw as well Stormy Wright Rotary, as I mentioned, that we were kind of wondering, did they change up their landing? And the reason why Stormy Wright and Rotary kind of have an inconsistent day one were these scrappy fights, making their way from the edges, trying to find their way in, even though they survived this moment. You know, this is going to be this thing where once they get to the close of zone 2 and 3, they're going to find somebody else that's going to be a lot beefier. They're going to have a lot more resources. They got a lot more health and shields. And because of all that, then their ride is going to be over. So yes, they pick up these 3 elims as possible, but you're seeing this. It is being drawn out so much. It's going a slugfest, going back and forth, and this is going to happen throughout the entire day. You're going to see these kind of early engagements amongst the same kind of trios happen all the time because they're going to basically cross paths every time they go. They land in the same way. They may be landing exactly on the same chest, but the rotations are going to take them through those loop paths that they're always going to cross. And all the mental notes is happening right here, Sundown. They're saying, all right, I did this, I did that. What are we going to do to make those adjustments?
And you don't want to end up in a situation like this where, yes, you're getting picked. You're on the outside of the storm now. I mean, you're in a 1-for-2 situation. Storm Surge is going to turn off as we just now have 70 players. But kind of talk about that format where placement points don't kick in until the top 17. Realistically, we don't see that until like 6th, maybe 7th zone in most games. So while picking up 3 or 4 points here can be nice, and ooh, some nice little bandage cannon mechanics coming out there from Hardfind hitting Astro on the run. That's going to be able to give them a decent amount, but anytime you're kind of chasing back into the storm and forced to white line like this, if you don't want to end up being pressured out, I mean, just look at their number of builds. It's going to be so awkward. They're going to have to get this ambush execution here if they want to really stay in this game, and they're going to look for it.
Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. The butterfly effect that's happening. You're seeing a lot of other trios on the shamble route, and the white line is, that's where all the traffic is going to be. There it is. Nice pickup right there by Hardfind, finding that hard elim through the storm, able to get the beams through the rain, and is going to be able to capitalize that and get the siphon. But now their teammates are happening. This is messy. This is so messy, and this is so bad. This is what you want to avoid. If you look on your right side of your screen, it's the other arrows looking in, getting those insights, starting the gatekeep, setting up bases and whatnot. That is what you want to avoid. And look at all the materials already being expensed. And when you know, Sundown, someone's hitting that campfire, you know someone's in trouble. As you can look in the feed, Aqua and Nora Riley go down to 4ZR's trio.
Yeah, 4ZR, Nate taking him down. They're going to pick that one up. So despite being able to clean up Benji and Co. early at Dooms, not able to then convert it into anything in the late game, but right now just following along with the storm fight. As you see, Sick does end up going down. That was one of the players they had end up ambushing. So it's going to be out over the horizon there. You can see him trying to cut off Fury, Legendary, right now, not allowing him to get an angle. And this is realistically kind of their best shot at staying in the game, getting these cheeky little ambushes. They don't really have the materials to make anything else happen, and they need to get the siphons and as many points as possible to just make it happen. And boom, going to find him there and also get a med kit, which is massive if they're able to get that over onto Hardfind and can keep him in the game. Yep, he's going to drop it down, tag him out right away. This will flip over to a 2-tick zone in 35 seconds, so he's going to need to pop that. They're actually probably going to revive and then pop it. Is that going to be the play? Yeah. So they're going to have Astro pop this, and then they're going to revive Exponential and then try and chain out into the zone, but this is going to be so close.
This is one of the 6 out of the 10 teams returning this week in week 1. 4ZR, as we mentioned, the elim feed is back in it. Thomas HD, who finished, is there. This team right here, Mexi, finished 6th place. So they're, you know, a very strong squad. As we saw there back in Authority, we had Umpify coming in 9th place. Another great trio. Of course, Shio's pick, Mongrel, which is, I have to say, Sundown, such an easy pick to pick. Come on now. Granted, we didn't pick them last time, you know, and I think they probably maybe heard it. I'm not quite sure if pros are tuning into what we're talking about. But Shio's pick, Mongrel's going to have a really strong start because they kind of mentioned that at the moment they have, there it is, Stark Industries uncontested. And that power loot that they find, the vault, the medium ammo, all those things are going to work in that trio's favor there. But here we are, Thomas HD. What I have to say, Sundown, a rising star in the scene.
Yeah, and Thomas HT had such an incredible job last week. You can see 11 teams returning from last week into round 3, so a third of the field making it through. But Thomas HD ended up accounting for about 32 of his team's points just through his individual clutches, including two of the most ridiculous solo clutches, just going through one game over by Sentinels, one with a late shockwave, and then that almost meme-worthy clutch that went through. It's kind of how it started and how it ended. Thomas HD with 5 eliminations in the Victory Royale. Powered his team to second last week, but right now just posted up in the zone. And I want to give kind of a shout out as well to Anos, because him and Thomas were, I believe, the first and the 10th player when it came to kind of those points earned for their team in the category. And if it weren't for those individual efforts, it would have been really difficult for the team to perform as well as they did. But Flick kind of giving enough support for those two and enabling them to push towards the top.
And also, the community sees the respect. When you look at the EU leaderboards, wherever you kind of like to keep track of things, ladies and gentlemen, when you see the other Thomases, the Thomases pop up, that is the kind of respect. Just like the Benzies Fishies, you see the Fishies moniker, you see the RR moniker going out there. That is a sign of respect, and that is a sign that you are popping up on people's radars. And the waves that Thomas HT caused kind of washed ashore here at NA East as they're about to wash over another neighboring trio, but actually it is Train Hard that gets Thomas HD, but Flick is there to be able to back him up, and they return the favor and get the nice trade. This is an interesting battle here because look at the congestion on the minimap. So many people down south, and they see it, and the eyes go through it, and the beams come through as they're looking for those opportunities to take those one-pointers right there, and now the lobby is focused on now. It's going to be bad news for both of these trios.
Yeah, and that was ADN picking up kind of that side elimination there. Scram also getting a piece of that prize. Anas now, we talked about it. This team, while they did incredibly well and finished second, they was on the backs of those massive individual efforts. And you can't always expect that to happen in trios. When it happens, it's great and super exciting, but relying on your trio to always be clutching up in the situations and putting them in these 1vx and 1 versus the rest of the lobby, I mean, you can only do it so many times, right? There's only so many of these players who can clutch up against quite literally the best of the world in the most played region. So I don't think that's going to be a really consistent strategy. As you can see, everyone boxing up, trying to move in towards that 4th zone, where then the priority, Sancho, will be boxing up towards that outside.
The one thing I want to point out, though, is like this could be just getting their reps in. Yes, it's going to be bad for week 2, but they already qualified, so this will be a strong opportunity to see what Anas has. But now we have this awesome trio in front of us, and you're going to see all the perspectives at the same time and how they're kind of working as a unit. You have one person that's normally the IGL, the in-game leader. You have someone who's a fragger, and then you have a support, someone who's going to kind of flex between the two. And you're seeing this trio working very strong right now, kind of finding angles, picking fights, kind of beaming people. You're seeing they're doing their best, using the harpoon to recover those precious materials, and this is going to be a nice refresh for Gonset squad with Michael.
So I don't kind of like the moniker support player. I know a lot of people kind of make jokes about it. One of the best support montages I've ever seen was on Twitter the other day. The way I kind of look at it is the Tarpa will generally be in front. Whoever your fragger, or more so, I would say your fighter, is towards the back of wherever your available tarp is, because they want to be able to roam up and like take the picks. And then whoever's in between, I would say, is kind of the pivot or the fulcrum. Generally, that is your IGL, but we've seen players also be on either side of that, where their job is to make sure you have enough of a connection between those two, where if anything happens, like right there, boom, where if a crash pad goes down in your builds, you're able to kind of suction your team together, close the space in between, make sure you have all the piece control, replace whatever you need to replace, cover and support whoever you need to support, and make sure you guys are all together. So yes, there are aspects where you're supporting your team there, but I think the biggest factor of that kind of position of a trio is where you are in the order of your binds. As you see, kind of a failed bouncer pad there, really going to set this trio back, as now they're going to have to hoof it on foot across the middle of this zone.
And not only that, Sundown, they got to make their way up, really high up towards Stark Industries. As you can see it is on the minimap, and it's like a conga line of E-limbs popping off left and right here. I'm going to see so many trios fall because this is such a treacherous path that people have to overcome at the moment. It is Polar Peak 2.0, and you're seeing the turning and burning from those fraggers that you kind of mentioned, kind of going out there looking for those E-limbs, and while the in-game leaders or the people that are tarping are now trying to figure out, how can I make my way up? as someone as a new time trio of Analyx, Janice, and this is not Duck on Top. This is Exqueezy. Exqueezy is such a dangerous player. This player could heat up at any moment. I've seen him pop off in very third-party tournaments, getting triple, like 30 elims, and that is what you're seeing right here. Pick up another elim. This is one of our popular teams in the EU region, Sundown, who did not qualify in week 1. We're expecting to do really well here in week 2.
And he's played incredibly well, not only in the DreamHacks, as well as had good results in the FNCS Invitational in the solos. Now trying to convert it over here. Janice, another player who's had really good results as a solo. And of course, Andalex, I believe, was the duo champion, going back with Nate as well. Had some good results in the DreamHacks. But now let's look at that zone. So the 6th zone is actually pulling with only a part of it on top of start. So the people on the low ground have a safe rotation, which is absurdly lucky, because this is one of the worst zones to have to rotate in a game. Everyone is going to be forced to use their utility, but the key now, as we keep an eye on the elim feed in the top left, is where does zone number 7 go? Because if zone number 7 pulls up, then everything is just going to break loose. It is going to be chaos defined and utter pandemonium, as everyone's going to be forced to use their utility and do whatever they can to get up. And look at how high that ultimate high ground is. Snap Demon, Swag, Miro just looking down on the rest of the lobby, praying that that 7th zone pulls to the north.
Oh my goodness, it's a tale of two tales right now, up top and down low. We have the high tops doing really well, tarping on it, single tarps, but now we are in the end game, ladies and gentlemen. This is full rotations. There is literally no safe center anymore. All zones are going to be pulling off the safe, and they're going to keep moving now. And there it is. Oh no, Sundown, it's going up, baby. And look at everybody. You have to scramble. All those teams down below are in a rough fight. Look at the utility popping, but right now, who is popping, who is vining? It is Miro and Swag and Snakemon. This trio had a strong appearance in week 1, and they are primed to get week 2's first victory royale if they could just hold on.
And the key here is just look in the top left as everyone is dropping. The placement points are coming over.
So fast.
Every single trio is dropping. But not only were they up on the high ground, they were about an entire shockwave length and maybe even a little bit more above the top of start. What that means is even if these players burn all of their utility to get up the side, there's none left to then get up the high ground. You've used all their mats. Miro has 66 more builds, and about 300 of them are hard mats. They have a ton of crash pads. They're just going to sit up here and rain down fire. They have 5 eliminations already. He's just wasting these crash pads and throwing them down, but he has plenty to spare.
Oh my goodness, the beams are true, and we have talked about it a little briefly about the low ground being a new strat. We kind of mentioned it on the analyst desk. Cheyenne Reese were showing at it, but all that was basically nullified when Stark Industries became a play. That high elevation took it away from everybody. So, but now, Sundown, the pressure is on for high ground. They have to be sure that to hold on to this opportunity. You know what I mean? It's so close.
4ZR is still in. 4ZR is still in on the low ground in the storm right now. You can see him fighting on the backside of the storm. So despite his teammates picking up some early eliminations and trading out, we talk about those individual efforts and going in. With 14 players left and 8 trios remaining, there's plenty of solos and duos, which means every single player you outlast, every single elim you get is worth that much more. Now 12 players left, 6 trios remaining. Queasy on the low ground in your bottom right. Miro in the top right, still up on the high ground with this full trio. 6 elims for them so far, but Queasy and Co. trying to find the plays of the low ground as they get the first knock and the conversion. We're into our top 5 with just 9 players left.
The mat endurance, the height stamina of right now of Swag's trio is just all-time high. They didn't expense anything. They have so much, and another beam comes through, and already with 7 elims. But looking at the story, Queasy down low, they go make a play, but it is not enough. Chapix went up and got bopped. Now it's Queasy all by himself on the low. It is a 1v1 between 2 trios. Queasy, Milan have the go against a 2v3, and it's all going down here in game 1 here of round 1, week 2. Can the dominant height overcome the shambles on the low? And now it's about patience, Sundown. Can the victory royale come down from height, or is it going to come up from the low? But Milan actually kind of setting up something interesting here, and they have to be careful. You could get chopped here, Sundown.
He's trying to find it. Queasy
Oh,
goes
no!
to the first play. Miro drops down. Milan is down. So now it's Queasy 1v2. He'll have a slight... No, he won't have an HP advantage. I lied. Swag was up on the high ground. I think Swag has a flopper as well. However, Queasy will get the siphon going over onto Snap, making it close. But yeah. Swag has flopper. He has floppers. He has chug
He has it all.
splashes. And this is what we talk about. 10 eliminations plus the victory route. 35 points coming out from them. But the high ground control and just the utter abundance of utility at the end when everyone else had to throw the kitchen sink to even make it up the hill.
They definitely cast a spell, and it worked in their favor. Unbelievable first game here, but man, we got to break it all down, Sundown. Let's go ahead and kick it to the boys there, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. But wow, unbelievable, the craziness.
Guys, the first game VR is textbook. Reese, I love specifically that in the content piece we put out this week, you broke this down. Trios will literally funnel all of their heals into one person and say, okay, stay up on the high ground. Even the fact that, like, when the Storm Circle was moving north onto Stark, they were already high ground. Guys, they had this entire game on lock. That was ridiculous.
Definitely. Really, really dominant because, like, these guys took height pretty early on, maintained it, and like I said, you give all of your white heals to one player. That was floppers and chug splashes, and it's very, very difficult for anyone to be able to actually out-heal you in that position, and they worked very, very well for them.
My gosh, that absolute control over the game. 35 points here in their first game on the day. Now, that does mean they're in the first place spot here in game number 1. We still have 5 more games to play, but Queasy, Milan, Chapek's right behind them, 6 points difference, and we kind of see that cascade down through the top 5, right, Shai?
Yeah, the top 5 specifically. One trio I want to point out is Raxo, Kemi, and Artur, who came 6th in that game but had 8 eliminations. So there's a bunch of teams they're ahead of who placed better than them, but just in this one specific game, they popped off so well from their position that they got to clinch 4th ahead of those guys. You mentioned Queasy, Milan, and Chapek. Queasy at the end, netting his team 9 eliminations overall in that trio. That is so huge in terms of them staying very close to that first place of Snape, Miro, and Swag. On that second page, though, this is EU, remember, top 15, so some teams that are already ahead of the ranks so far. You can see the elim spreads 4, 9, 4, 5, 3, Sapphic, Snappy, Skylar, Amplify, Refsguard. Some predictions in this page, some top trios. At the same time, it looks like everyone is playing really, really neck and neck so far for points overall race.
And there's a lot of names that we haven't seen last week too much at all. Like Scalar, Bubak, and Toby coming in there at 8th place. We didn't see them last week at all. There haven't been a name that we've actually been keeping up with too much at all across the seasons. But clearly, a new team is doing very, very well. They placed really, really well in round 1 and in round 2. Over to 11th place, we've got Andalix, Janice, and X-Squeeze, which is Duck on top, who end up not actually qualifying last week, but they were a great pick to win. Andalix, ex-FNCS Duos champion, Janice, ex-FNCS Solo Invitational champion. So to see them coming today, I'm really interested to see how they're going to be playing out.
No, it's also like thematically makes sense too. 11 has 2 1s and we have 2 winners. So they're playing the themes, they're playing the story right. It's looking nice. Past that, this is the page where like we're looking at teams that might have won off the drop a little bit better. We see Noah O'Reilly, Aqua, and Rezon here. I believe they did win in Doom's Domain over Benji, Lechi, and Savage. So we'll see a little bit of a breakdown of that coming up in game number 2 as well. We'll see how that story continues. But remember, top 15, game number 1, very good pedestal, very good chance to get ahead of everyone else, where there's not really any planning or changes effective in play. It's all strategy in game number 1.
And man, I feel like the strategy for a lot of these teams that have kind of made that return is probably going to be a little bit different, right? We're seeing 11 trios that qualified in round 3 last week make it back. So 33 total players are returning players, 66 brand new players. So this kind of means early game, it's a little bit different for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, it's absolutely fresh for us to watch and very fresh for these guys to play. So let's break down exactly where trios are landing throughout in this going to be 2-day 12-game competition. Obviously, the winners of day number or week number 1, we have that Grizzly trio going to be landing over at Sweaty Stands, still uncontested, Reese.
And over in Stark Industries, we have a dominant trio. Everyone knows them, everyone loves them. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. They didn't manage to do too much in that last game, but they are actually uncontested in Sweaty Sands this week. Will that happen? Sorry, not Sweaty Sands, in Stark Industries. This actually happened in week 1 as well. In game 1, they were uncontested. However, later on, they got contested game 2 all the way through to 12. So is that still going to happen today? We're going to see.
We'll see at Steamy Stacks. We have Scram, we have Refsguard who are landing here. And in game number 1, they also had a Llama that I believe Refsguard got to pick up. These guys are uncontested. Going back and talking about a POI that's close, once again, is Starks. That's where Miro and Snape landed. They're landing on the north side of that POI. You were mentioning that Mongrel might be uncontested there. They might want to get a little bit heavy and push for that POI even more.
And in Dirty Docks, we see 2 teams landing here. Our second place from last week of Anas, Flick, and Thomas HD, now contested by the team we just referenced in the leaderboards, currently in 8th, Scalar, Toby, and Bubak. They contested, landed together, took a couple shots, looted pretty quickly, and then disengaged. So this is going to be a fight that we may not see happen.
Yeah,
Man,
absolutely.
a lot of these trios are going to have to alpha up on these trio power POIs. We'll have to see if they can continue their reign of dominance. But guys, it's sorry to cut you off, Shy, but it's time to get back into game. So let's send it back over to Sancho West, and Sundown to take us into our next game.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio, as we hop on in and right away. You can see we got X-Splash over at the Hero Hill as we pass on by. There's the Authority as we can see the spread on the map. Try and check it out. You can see a little bit of contention going on slightly outside and in between Holly Hedges and the Sweaty Sands area. There is contention going on at Authority as well. You can pass by as we see the uncontested Stark Industries that they just talked about, and we'll hop on board with our winners of last match. That's Swag, who's over here at one of the fishing ponds.
I have to say, the adjustment is on here from week 1 to week 2. Last time we saw this team, 1, they had different names. That blubbers me every time. 2, they're changing their spot. Last time, this team landed all the way down south in Slurpee Swamp. So they made the adjustments there. I remember this squad always running around Weeping Woods. They were always running into the Storming Right through rotaries. And I think this adjustment paid off. And my question is, though, Sundown, what happened to Mongrel? His trios, I mean, that would have been a prime game to hold down, considering that this favored exactly anyone that landed here in the upstate New York area, which is where Miro's trio is, or that Mongrel trio. So it's interesting to see what happened. Like, sometimes when I play Battle Royales, when that zone comes your way, it's a question of, do we want to go out there and get some elims? Because the top 10, essentially 60% of their points came from placements, 34% or so came from elims. So I'm wondering, did they leave? Did they decide? Were they in shambles? I mean, that's going to be something that we definitely have to check out in the replays and the VOD reviews.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a big fan of just trying to head as central as possible, just given how late points come in, and the fact that if you're in the game late, you have the opportunity to do more. As you can see, Safik trying to not blunder his opportunity here, has a chance for an easy headshot instead. Gonna opt for the hard one, but doesn't even need it since no armor onto Debiri over there. Siberia Jake immediately going to pick that one up. So nice little shot combination coming out here as we fight Abandoned in just north of Koro Castle. And they're trying to close this one out. Doing a good job of putting some pressure down here from Siberia Jake, Safik, and Razumi.
And here it is, the opening engagements. We're seeing that a good chunk of the percentage of elims come from these opening moments. They die down going into the second zone, and about the third and then the fifth zone, they kind of ramp up because the Storm Surge kind of kicks in. We'll talk about that throughout the day, how Storm Surge affects our competitors. And then eventually it goes into high gear, going into those rotations of 7, 8, and 9 zones. So right now, Siberia Jake and Safik putting some great pressure right here, and they're going to not only get the points for the eliminations, but they're also going to get some nice materials, maybe some upgrades and weapons, and more importantly, some valuable storm tags going forward, considering, as you see, Zone is pulling so far away from them at the moment. I think when we took a peek there, Sundown, it was about center. So the Authority teams of Heart of Fire are going to look really strong here going forward.
Yeah, assuming they can win that early fight again. So far, they've been pretty good about defending authority. Not sure exactly who the team fighting there is, trying to keep an eye on that elimination feed. But winning this fight, particularly over in the top left, it's the only area around there on the old shark that gives you like a ton of access to like quick metal. Coral Castle, however, has just metric tons of brick. Like you can honestly farm up to 500 brick in what feels like 4 swings. So that's the benefit of landing all the way out there. You can realistically get to kind of that metal and brick cap just so fast. But now hopping on board again, you can see a quick and cheeky little supply crate dropping in. So the winners from last match, who benefited a lot from the fact they didn't have to move in those 5th and 6th zones, pulled so hard over Stark Industries, getting a little bit of bonus RNG off of the start there with the supply crate coming down.
Quick question there. So now, do you feel that the zone favoring Stark Industries will be just a, like, will this team be a one-hit wonder? Will they be able to capitalize this momentum that they found getting that Victory Royale and taking throughout the entire 12? Because, you know, sometimes you have to take advantage when zone favors you, and you have to take advantage of those things. And Thomas HD, as we're watching right now, taking advantage of his skills and getting a nice sniper shot to open that engagement. But is that going to be their one-hit wonder, or can they do it? Because remember, last week, they kind of were inconsistent being on the middle of the pack there.
I think they benefited a ton from that zone and a ton from the fact that Tayson, Mitro, and Mongo had gotten taken out. Now you can see there, Anas being taken out by Toby, Shakedown coming through, taking the L a little bit, but might need to be careful as Flick takes a whole bunch of damage. It's going to be forced to burn through his utility. It is a 3v1, so they should be able to convert on this, no problem. But the key here is you want to be able to convert without taking a ton of utility or even potentially being forced to reboot somebody as Flick does get down, but Anas says, hello, is anybody there? Here's Johnny straight through the wall with the shovel. Woof.
The disrespect, the pickaxe, there's nothing like it. And you know what's worse? The cherry on top is that hee-haw donkey laugh, which kind of triggers me every now and then. And then taking the L, man, hey, that is a weighted condition, though, Sundown. You could do it on social media. You could send out your tweets. You could do all those kinds of things. You could send out your impressions, your farming, whatever you want to call it. But you could do it in-game. You could go ahead and let them know. And doing that emote on top of that, man, that is going to be something that's going to be burned into their mind going forward the rest of the way. Woo! That was nice.
A nice pickup there, and you can see Benji's Trio 51 elimination game during the round 1. And I mean, generally kind of the opens in Europe for these top like 0.01% of teams, the ones who we consistently see in every single finals, and it's a surprise when we drop out. You kind of expect to see those large games because they kind of put their pedal to the metal and they're like, hey, what's the biggest number we can get? What's the high score? All right, let's try and beat that. Like, that's what they look to do kind of during those open rounds. And one thing I also want to talk about, you were just mentioning about conditioning your drop and emoting on it. I'm going to say it one time, and I'm going to say it super loud. If somebody emotes on you and that kind of affects your mental and it impacts your ability to play the game, you're soft. In a competitive game, when it comes through, you should not be letting that go through. The second you're down, after that, the only thing you should be worrying about is relaying information over your team. And I'll go all the way back. Like, I started playing competitive games when I was 13, and like the first tournament I was going to were Gears of War tournaments, and I'm literally just getting screamed at by like 18 to 22-year-old men. And it's just like, that's all it was. And if you're not able to kind of put up with just somebody dancing on you and doing a little in-game dance type of thing, and that's going to impact the rest of your competitive go through, or you're then going to be like, oh no, we have to land on that team the entire time, like, you're just letting down your trio in that circumstance. I can see it a little bit in solos, because then it's like, oh yeah, maybe I can like hijack it and like go through a decent amount of gameplay. But if that gets to you in trios, oh, I don't know, man. I think you need to rethink your competitive mentality in that case.
I gotta say, though, you know, this is a different environment, though. You know, the land, I remember seeing so many clips of CDN the third, you know, standing up and you physically yelling at someone, or you know, the Nick Mercs of the world, the HDs of the world. Man, you're taking them back to the old school, but this is the new school that we're kind of seeing here. The Train Hards, Matse, and Amplify, and ADN. It looks like they kind of did not have those elim situations that they got earlier on. No elims happening, but there is a nice knock through the bush. all the way through the leaves, and they're going to go ahead and try to close it out. And wow, a 37 tag going in with the blue pump. We're talking about aggression. We're talking about the new blood injecting themselves into the scene, and this is how you do it here on the biggest stage of the Twitch TV, the Fortnite, on YouTube's, on Twitter. Hey, we've been seeing it all throughout the time. If you keep up your socials, if you match those branding, the stats show that you will get those impressions that you're looking for. And you're seeing on the top of your screen, folks, Benji, Lecce, and Savage are all together. Trio is still vibing, and they are going to look to make an impression in this game here in round 1, game 2. We got 6 games today, and then tomorrow we have another 6. And then we have a cumulative total and see the top 15 qualify.
And now on board here with Hen, Deceptos, and Patrick, who are actually my prediction going through. First elim going out from them. However, that was not their down, so no points going on to them. I didn't get a chance to talk about them in the first game. They placed 17th with just that single placement points and no elims coming out, falling to the Stark Zone. But my big reason for picking them is really wanting to talk about just how freaking good Hen has been individually in the solos competition.
Yes.
He won a solo cash cup on his birthday, and I don't know kind of what changed, whether there's the stars aligning or he had just like kind of a revelation when he hit kind of that birthday. I think he turned 15, maybe 16. But since then, he's just had absurd individual performances, pretty much like top 5, playing really well both across servers in NA East, and now forming kind of this new trio with Deceptos and Patrick. While they missed qualifying last week, I think they have a lot of potential if they put everything together and they can find their space. And I'm looking forward to watching how they perform over the course of 12 games, because falling in 17th and only getting 1 point, like, yeah, that's disappointing in the first game, but I think if they're able to follow it up with a decent performance and keep making it into those endgame situations, they're a team that has that potential to really kind of take it farther. As now we're going to hop into a little wall-to-wall box fight happening in the center zone, and this fight is happening because of Storm Surge.
And here it is, the dreaded Storm Surge making an appearance. You have to get those valuable tags. If you play center, if you find a passive style, you will get punished, and you have to fight. And there it is, a nice fight right there that's happening. Slick is able to get one. Antorek is getting one. There's only one left, the trio opposing them, and it is the Godsend trio that is on the back foot now, and already the other arrows are kind of trying to take a peek in, but thankfully, this is happening on the side of a mountain, so a lot of natural terrain is going to stop them from kind of third-partying, as we did see in Game 1, the beams coming through from the rest of the lobby. But it's just going to be a clean trio fight happening on the side. The Billy Goats are going at it, trying to jockey for position as Antoric picks up another elim. And as you can see, on the top right of your screen, 714 damage above the damage threshold. So they're going to have to not worry about that anymore. They have to worry about what's in front of them and look for the kind of tags and elims that they need, and upgrade their kit, which they already have such a strong kit. They got a purple shotgun, they got a gold AR, and they are vibing as Hen, your pick, picks up another elim. So that team is hitting up down south.
And one thing you'll notice in particular, at least for these first 2 games, is that there aren't as many initial contestant fights. We're only seeing about 2 or 3 areas in the map that are hard contested, where those fights are turning over. What that means is there's only really a maximum of 9 players who are generally going to go down at the start of the game, without a reboot going through, as Hen ends up picking up another. And that means that about 20 or so of these players, pretty much every game, are going to be under pressure from Storm Surge, as Storm Surge is still on right now. It is still ticking over. That's why you see players dropping and fighting left and right, being forced to try and take these negative interactions, as Scram is going to be forced out there. Antwerp picking up another one, so really good job going to work in the close quarter range. Going to be able to clean that one up as well, getting the conversion there. 5 eliminations so far this game, and all of them happening right on the edge of the zone, where they also happen to pull zone number 4, so they don't have to go anywhere. They can use all of these resources to build out, but the question is, can they find E11 Ref's guard, and what happens as Benji, Savage, and Lecce come riding around the corner here?
And that is my pick right there. Refscar's trio is my pick. They came into top 10, 8th place in round 2, coming into this round 3. They didn't make it in week 1. They're one of the big names that a lot of people are like, I thought they would be able to make it. I thought they'd be able to qualify. So the pressure is on for Refscar, who I don't think is going to be able to reboot his trio. He's going to go solo dolo in the rest of the way here. But now the strong trio is still up right now. A team that also got another moment when Benji made this furious attempt to make the comeback, just fell short a couple, about 6 points or so outside he had to win the victory royale in our final game 12, just unable to go ahead and contest height. It's a very awesome moment that you go ahead and check it out. But it just shows you, though, that these early contentions that you're talking about, those early fights, going against Noah Riley and all those kinds of, literally finishing in a deficit in that matchup, cost them qualifying. Yeah, they have to keep that in the back of their mind. We've already saw them make kind of adjustments Sundown, where they decided to go to Coral Castle for a bit, where they gone up to the Lighthouse for a bit. It just shows you right now that yes, Dooms, yes, Starks is important, but having those kind of prideful fights could cost your qualification here. And hey, there's not a lot of time left. You think like, oh, we got the whole month, but before you know it, it's Halloween, man, and that is going to sneak up on you.
And we're about halfway through after we get through kind of the week 2, at least in terms of the qualification. And if you want my hot take, I don't think Benji, Savage, and Lecce can win the FNCS going to Dooms. I don't think they are good enough to force out Reason, Noah Riley, and Aqua in terms of the early fights. I think Vatco has a little bit more on the edge when it comes to fighting without ideal loadouts. And while I think they can push them hard enough, I think they have a better shot going literally anywhere else on the map and either forcing out the team there or just adjusting their routes. I think they would have a better shot of winning the overall FNCS. I think they'll do fine if they go to Dooms, but if we're talking about actually winning the entire thing, I think they have to find a new drop spot.
And that is the time that they do have. Like I said, we're close to the halfway point here after week 2. Not to mention there is series points, and as well the Wild Card Wednesday, where it all comes down to all the people that don't make it from the heats compete in one match. And literally one victory royale punches your ticket into the dance. And we're seeing the dance that's about to unfold as a nice pan and overview shot, just to give you an idea how everybody's jockeying for positioning. So much is happening. So many comms is going off. And it's very important here to get the strong rotation. You're already seeing the mark that's happening right then and there. But as you see, some people making early rotations using the mega bounce, the shockwave play, throwing down the bounce pad on the floor, throwing the shockwave, making their way over. But here it is. It's going to be a Weeping Woods finish here. Completely different than we had in Stark Industries POI. This is going to be more about keeping away from your lines of sight, utilizing the trees. But as you see, our team that got the victory royale Sundown are now on the outside looking in, and they have to be careful. Their rotation is not as far, but still, they have already people looking at them, knowing that they're in shambles. And that sign of the Bandage Bazooka, sometimes I know they're good now, but sometimes that lets people know, hey, I'm a little bit weak.
Yeah, it feels like almost a bait here, though, since they have plenty of HP. They're just using it to top it off. And also, while they're pinned from the left-hand side, we saw the map kind of pan out. There's nobody on the right of them. So if they just walk right and kind of walk forward like 25 yards, they'll be good. But now we're going to pan back on over. We have some aggression coming out. They're going to try and set up a shockwave, and they're using the shockwave to go to zone. They're not looking to fight. They want to try and land close to height, but they're not going to be able to take absolute. And going for height here this early would be a little bit of a mistake. But they leave open and edit. I was going to say, what are you doing? But they turn it back around onto Mongrel with a nice turn fire. That was Cubex and his trio. You can see Snap being able to pick up Andalex in the feed. They're also getting Janus, so he's going to take that one down. Mongrel being ticked off here. He only has 45 more HP, trying to get the metal out so he can stick a revive. Is going to utilize the pick up and throw mechanic to try and create a little bit more space, get over to Tayson, get a little bit more help, and they're finally going to be able to execute on a revive. But honestly, a little bit of a misplay there from Mongrel, especially as this zone is going to pull just outside of that revive range. So they will have the chug splashes to be able to use together, but that's kind of just a bad pick there. And no, he actually... Wait, did he get the revive? One second, I didn't see it. Looks like he didn't get it because the zone moved and he got dropped down. Now they're getting dropped down and being pushed on. He's going to end up being picked up as well. It's all going to be on the back of just Tayson. Nope, Tayson got picked up as well. That's going to be it. The trio gets completely cleaned up outside of the top 17, and Mongrel, being a little greedy, going for the tags against the 3 on the Dorito edit, is just going to take him down.
And that was the reason why they wanted to pick Mongrel up, because Mongrel is the closer of this trio. On day 2 last week, he picked up 21% of the elims in zone 9. That's the final closing zone. So it's so important to have someone that's strong. That's about 7 elims that he got in day 2 of week 1. So it's just showing you how important, how strong of a piece of a player Mongrel is to have on your trio, and that's why they risked it for the biscuit. They went to go ahead and pick him up, but you're right, that Dorito edit causing him to go down. Now we're going on to Benji Fishy, the Mr. Clutch of the EU, someone who's been doing it for a long time, who has made the unbelievable clutch with 10 HP with no match, sitting on the ultimate low underneath builds in the water. I could go on and on, and he turned it around, but now he has an issue because he hits the lip. He kind of buckles right there. His shins hit the brick right there, and that crash dummy has to kind of find an opportunity, but yo, he's in shambles. And Sundown, he doesn't have a power weapon. He doesn't have a power shotgun to kind of get that one pump going, and down he goes, sent out of the lobby. Toast. Dunzo eliminated.
Toast, slap some beans on it, call it breakfast, because Benji is done eating and going back to the lobby. Just spit him out there. Not going to be able to do anything here, and only 3 points so far coming out from the trio after the first 2 matches. So having a tough time exiting away from that Dooms yet again, as we saw a little bit last week, and we're going to hop on board here. Kiriachi, Rotary, Stormy Right. We saw them when they were able to get out of that kind of slurpy area. They had relative success. They really need to clutch up in the semifinals to even make it here. They were on the outside looking in until their final game, but now they're in a really good spot with 3 shockwaves, already have 4 eliminations to their name, 9 points so far, so only 5 coming out from the first game, but Zone is pulling towards them, and they should be able to do a lot here, Sancho.
And hopefully to do a lot for them to take that momentum that they had in day 2 of week 1, where they were able to be a little bit more consistent. I think those changes, those adjustments, and already they're going to go for height. This is such a strong play, considering that we've seen these kinds of end games where it's just going to go a little bit down in elevation there. As you're seeing it on the right, bottom right of your screen, it's not. It looks like there's a jump a little bit, not a crazy mountain, but Stormy Right and Trios going for zone here. In zone 6, 7, and 8, Sundown, you know that is such a strong play. And in Trios, you can actually hold on to height, but as long as it goes elongated into that final closing zone, zone 9, that is when your resources get eaten up. But they're looking strong. They have a little bit of mobility. They do lose it. And as you see, they go ahead and get that split, and Rotary sit it at ultimate high.
Yeah, and we can see top 17 now, so ticking over into the placement points. Every single trio that drops here will give a point to everyone else left in the lobby, so 1 going over there as we hit 16, 15 now as 4ZR gets Slush and Stormy Right, utilizing the bouncers and utilizing their excess of utility. We talked about it when we zoomed in on them. They used the 2 shockwaves to get height and break down the 1 height, then use the second one to get over. Stormy Right still has another, and he's playing the front side of the zone. That's on the top of your screen. Rotary is playing the middle area. That's on the bottom left. Kiriachi is in the back. That's on your bottom right-hand side. You can see trying to do everything they can with Stormy Right, a little bit ahead and putting pressure, and Rotary is going to be the one, if it goes to a heal off, where you're going to focus. He's the one who has the flopper as Kiriachi picks up another elim there. Stormy Right adds another, and they're climbing up here. 7 now for the trio.
And it's just a matter of time here. We've seen the struggle between height and the low ground. We saw it in day 1, but right now, height is being so strong. And Stormy Right picks up Matzo, Train Hards, and Amplify and Hardfire are now in a situation where they have to go on without him. But this is a strong opportunity. They have the dominant position. For those of you watching first time, Fortnite competitive, the mid-ground, the mid-level is the only threat here essentially during these moments, because they could use a kind of mobility, a shockwave, a crash pad to vault their way up. We saw it in day 1 of week 1 where Mongrel was able to do that with 1 shockwave to take over. So that is what they're going to do. That's why Rotary, as you see, is at so high, because a shockwave and crash pad won't make it up to Rotary, and it's Rotary's job to beam it on down. But look at that mess. Look at that chaos down below as everybody is just taking out each other, and Stormy, Rotary, and all of them are just kind of picking up the scraps. They're closing it out. They're being vultures. They're getting those 1 tags that just gets to that eland. And these are the strong games, Sundown, that you just rack up so many elims, and you kind of vault yourself up in a place almost like ultimate height on the leaderboard, where nobody could catch you because you put up a big time double-digit game.
And one of the biggest things to note, too, when it comes to this format is just how important second and first place are. We talk about just the individual bumps as you go through. Well, there's a 4-point bump when you go from third to second, and then an additional 5 points from second to first. So you need to get all of those points, especially when you have control of this, because you aren't down there in the low ground. Yes, you're uncontested. You'll have all of this excess utility, but the chances you get for elims are safe. You're not going to get a bunch of these fights. However, good knock going down onto Nikoff. That should basically confirm at least the top two now. And realistically, this is their game to win. There's no way they should lose height to the low ground team. They have chug splashes. They have a flopper. They should get all of that onto one person, send two people down, and execute this 1v2. Here they go. They're going to drop down with the other player staying up on top. Kiriachi hits the huge pump. 13 eliminations, 25 for the victory royale, 38 total from that match, pushing them up to 43.
And wow, an inconsistent start to their journey here in the FNCS Trios. Now they're warming up, getting consistent, and getting the victory royale. What a great start here that we have here in Trios, ladies and gentlemen. And look at all the builds and all the chaos in the aftermath. Man, I am Sancho West alongside with Sundown, and we're going to go ahead and break all that action down soon in the analyst desk. But Sundown, I gotta say, man, what a great story for Storming Right Rotary and Kiriachi, able to turn that around and get that victory out right there.
And I think one of the biggest things for them, as we saw last week, is they struggled to kind of put together a cohesive game plan, but they got it towards the end, and it feels like they've rolled it over with clutching up in the semifinals and then a decent first game into a big second game win. I mean, it was just so huge. I want to hear what Zeke, Reese, and Shio have to say about match number 2.
My, oh my, you guys did a great job breaking that down for us. I mean, Sundown, you did touch on it. Last time we watched Kiriachi's trio kind of struggle to put the pieces together. But today was their day. They get the VR. And I think the biggest question on all of our minds, though, is what does this mean for the standings? You know, we are seeing a lot of these teams start to rise in prominence. And all these pop-off performances are leading a little heavier on the higher end of the standings. So let's go ahead, let's take a look together and see who is currently holding down that number 1 spot. It is Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. 48 points. I mean, I did not expect this, Shy.
I didn't either, but it's consistency, which we've seen over like 2 days and just in round 3s in general over time, triumph over anything else. These guys came second game number 1 and now 4th. We saw them get 9 eliminations before. They got 5 last game, and just staying alive in low ground, it's so difficult to do. You saw how hard, you know, we just saw Kiriachi make the whole lobby try to survive in that circumstance. But in just this aspect, they just played it so well.
Well, you can see actually, the 2 victory rounds we've had so far are in 4th and 5th. So it's all about consistency. They've won one game, they've not done so great the next game. They won one game, not done great the next game for both teams there. So it is all about that consistency.
Absolutely. On the next page as well, we have people who are on track in the same spots that we saw when we updated with them earlier on before. Sapphic, Siberia, Jake, and RL, and the trio in total resume with them as well. These guys had some issues in game number 1 overall. They didn't have enough eliminations to go with their placement. This time, though, it was just enough. 11, actually so much more than they had before. So 36 points for them over at 11th. Top 15 it is, that spot that you have to really look for in Europe. At 15th place, we have Snappy, we have Michael, and we have Wakey as well. So we'll see if these guys can continue to hold this spot, hopefully get higher as well. Skylar was a trio we were tuning in with in terms of their drop at Dirty Docks. Looks like it's going well, but not as well as the top 10 spot. So 14th, still good for now.
And everyone in from 11th down to 15th has had one good game. And then one game where they barely get any points. Almost 0 points for some of these guys. So, again, consistency. Only 2 games done so far, but we'll need to concede that up throughout the rest of the games as well.
And let's not forget, we still have 4 games to go, right? Another 6 tomorrow. They can still have this consistency factor that we do like to drive home, because that is what's going to help them make that top 15 cut. Now, guys, this game, it's felt a lot like, if you've ever watched like a boxing match, right? You have this undisputed champion in one quarter, and you've got the contender in the other that's kind of trying to square
Zeke.
up.
Listen, we gotta actually amp up the action. We have an entire boxing match ready to go week after week. 2 teams in 2 corners. I'm one of your announcers, Shio Wager, joined by Reese in the first corner, coming in at millions of followers, thousands of pounds. We have Savage, Benji, and Lecce in Doom's domain. In the other corner, Rezon, Aqua and Noah Riley on various organizations. We will see how this boxing match goes today.
And in game one, the bell has rung, and you can see straight away Noah Riley knocked out in the first round. But Aqua comes round with a counter punch, takes straight down one of the opponents there. Aqua is a brawler. He is a heavyweight, doing some fantastic body work, picking up the final elimination on Savage there. Again, one of the teams decided to run away, and Aqua still absolutely blow by blow, hitting a big 200 pump on Benji Fishy, and then also managing to clean up Lechi.
Oh, big man in round number 1, Aqua is hitting. Those punches hitting. Those shots is getting scrappy. But in round number 2, game number 2, Savage is not impressed. He goes for a big haymaker onto Noah Riley. Gets him out of the game, out of contention in round number 2. After that, Lechi with a huge jump down. Oh my god. Kula Aqua pooped on by Lechi, and he's hung on the ropes. Can anyone come to save him? Lechi gets distracted. Benji Fishy sees him. Noah, where are you? Where are you, my friend? No, Rezon, where are you? You're not here at all. Benji says it's over. No tag team available. Rezon shockwaves all the way to Lighthouse to gather up for round number 3. What will happen next? Who knows? But that's the boxing fight at Doom's Domain.
We've killed Zeke.
This is just the best job in the world. It really is. Wow. There's some right hooks thrown. There's some left hooks thrown. You guys are absolutely legendary when it comes to this kind of stuff. I love it so much. Oh, wow.
It's 1-1.
Oh.
It's 1-1 right now. 2 games.
It is 1-1.
1-1 with these guys.
It is absolutely 1-1. Guys, who will be the champion at the end of all this? Well, we're going to get ready to find out. Let's send it into game number 3 with Suncho, our boys in the air. Give us the eyes in the sky. Gentlemen, take it away.
Look down below. The fight is about to go down again. It is a battle of the Titans. The Muhammad Ali's going against, I don't know, the Mike Tysons, if you want to kind of bring it in from different historical. I mean, for one, I'm a big boxing fan. I would have to say, Sundown, I'm going to pull names here. This is going to be a Ward versus Gotti. These are the kind of fighters that just go toe-to-toe. They get themselves all cut up and whatnot and bruised up. But that is what's going to make them lead the qualifiers, Sundown. You kind of mentioned it, and this is only game 3, and I've already seen Benji not make it taking this kind of heavyweight fight. You got to stay on your feet, and you have to be as strong as possible because it's the other fighters out there in the world that could get you that easily KO.
See, that Ward vs. Gotti reference I can vibe with. I have no idea what's going on with Shayo being the announcer, but also having a towel like he's a coach, but he has on some gloves like he's going to hop in the middle of the ring. Like, I don't know what's going on there. Reese kind of fit the mark. Zeke was very stereotypical, just breaking down as soon as there was a remotely funny joke. As we hop on board here, now Kiriachi, Rotary, and Stormy Right with, again, we talk about a little bit of a pivot from their initial drop spot. They keep moving kind of to the scavenger route and a little farther west. And I'm actually a massive fan of these scavenger routes because I think a lot of people undervalue just how strong fishing is, particularly in this season. With the update that happened to fish and they come through, there's now more than just floppers and slurp fish. You have shield fish that go through as well, spicy fish which act as those peppers, and we've seen people hold for those rotations and coming through, and then you're able to kind of get enough of a reservoir. And on top of that, if you're fishing through, the pool of weapons you end up pulling are generally charged shotguns and ARs, which if you're able to then hit an upgrade bench, as there's a number kind of based around the perimeter of the map, you're able to get the effective loot you need. As now we hop on board here with our number 1 team, it's Milan, Chapix, and Queasy. Chapix, somebody used to duo with Crew, saw him and the duos portion of the World Cup. Somebody who kind of fell off for a little bit, or is someone who's kind of inconsistent in terms of results, but they've been very consistent in the first 2 games so far.
Yeah, and this is a trio that is on the road to redemption. After finishing 34th in round 2 last week, and they missed out based on tiebreakers. So they advanced today. They are currently leading the pack here going into game 3, sitting at the top of the mountain. And they have an opportunity here to increase that lead. And as you've seen, they're landing on the north side here of Stark Industries POI. We already know down south is Snap's trio of Miro and Snapdog. I remember, and already new members into the fight of Squeezy going down the Elam feed. And so this is what's going to be. All the times that is happening that we have here from week 1 to week 2, we're seeing the adjustments of Rotary already kind of making that as well. But this fight's going to break out right now. Milan, Chapix, and Queasy have someone that is out on the start pawn all by themselves, and it is Snap and Swag and Miro, and down goes Swag right there. That was a very interesting kind of pull to take. I don't know. Would you want to fight out there out in the middle of the pond? You know, you could get snatched up like Voorhees out of nowhere. You know, it's dangerous to fight out there.
I mean, it is the season, right? 2 weeks away from that haunting evening, so it's about the time he'd rise up from the lake. So be careful if you're a teenager out there partying by yourself, or it's a late summer evening and you hear that sound. You want to avoid early engagements, and honestly, I would avoid early engagements just like I would avoid a slow-walking serial killer towards me. You know, you don't want to take those early fights regardless of the game mode. And I mean, it might sound like, oh, you know, Sundown's not confident. He's not the God W keyer. It's just simple mathematics, particularly in this format. There are so many placement points to be gained that the risk behind trying to execute an early game fight, unless you are just that much infinitely better than your opponents, which, newsflash, in the 0.01%, there's very few people that are. I don't think you can consistently take these early fair fights. It has to come down to these ambush plays that you're starting to see players set up.
And now it's a strong ambush that's happening here for Mongo's trio. They're being so aggressive against that trio landing at authority. It's going to be a big pickup here. This is a very confident push from Mongrel as he's going out. We did see them in game 2 go down on their rotation through Weeping Woods as Mongrel made a mistake with his edit. But look at it. They're kind of separating right now, trying to find a way in. You have Mitro going up against Umpify. Tayson actually getting that on the other side of it. Now it's going to be more opportunities, but they have to wrap this up. I'm looking at the mini map. There's no one in sight, so this is going to be a clean opportunity, and there it is. The mobility is going out, and you know Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro are going to do their best to kind of make sure that the trio does not use up this, because they're going to want this opportunity. And there goes the crash pad, and before you know it, down goes Matzo, breaking in, getting out. E-Limbs, one more has to come out right here. Tayson going with the 50-50 and getting that elimination. That trio, man, that was such a good fight. That you're talking about top of the board and like top 10. That's a top 10 fight there, Sundown.
Yeah, being able to close the gaps, get the piece control, and just close out the fight, and doing it very quickly while also being central on the map. You can see, looking at their loadouts as well, each one of them rocking an AR and a pump shotgun, as well as some form of utility. Mongrel holding 5 shockwaves. I believe there's 2 shockwaves in Tayson's loadout, and then Mitro is the one with the crash pads. So what we've seen a lot in Chapter 2, Season 4 in particular is you'll do AR, pump shotgun, requirement, whatever shields and whatever white heals you can get, and then you kind of have this excess slot where either shockwaves, crash pads will end up coming through if you have the ability to hold them. But if you don't get those form of utility, Sancho, what do you prefer to hold in there? Because we've seen a number of these players opting to go for different things. Most often, it tends to be the sniper rifle just for the pick and the storm surge potential. But why do you think we're not seeing players kind of rock the SMGs as much?
I just think it comes down to that the SMGs end up using those vital slots of the shields and the heals, you know, and more importantly, the mobility. Considering that there isn't a launch pad, you're going to have to hold on to multiple crash pads, and they limit the amount that they dropped as well. And the shockwaves, the rarity in that, so you have to value that as much as possible. But right now, the value of having an uncontested drop is working out for the 4ZR trio. They had 6 games with 20 points. That's the most in the EU region. And one thing I like about this rotation that they have is they usually piggyback and they kind of take the scraps in Salty Springs as well. So that is why it's working well for 4ZR, and already they're in the top 5. So the pick from week 1 from Reese is still showing strong. And I'm just taking a look here. 4ZR is also deadly in Zone 8. In Day 2, he had 16% of his elims came in that Zone 8. So he's going to be such a very deadly trio. And we already see 4ZR have those opportunities like the Thomas HDs where he kind of just stays on his feet and kind of rats his way and picking up those placement points. And you're going to take a look. That's 5 elims in Day 2 for 4ZR.
Yeah, and somebody who does incredibly well in terms of kind of boosting that clutch factor. Another one of those players who is up towards the top with 25 plus additional points being kind of allotted to him. And I was going to make a comment about the skins they're wearing, but we'll focus on it next time we hop on over them because it's a little more pertinent when you're watching them as we switch on over. Still going on to this Doom's Domain fight. And this is something we kind of talked about when you don't resolve this fight necessarily that quickly. Look at the situation they're in. Like, yeah, they have okay loot, but they weren't the ones who got Vault side. They're on the northern side, so no shockwaves, no epic ARs coming out from them. And also very little access to materials. Little amount of brick on the north side of this. Almost no metal on the north side of Doom. So it's really, really, really difficult now for them to push in past not only Noah, Razon, and Aqua, but there's another team that's to the south and to the east of them. It's like, I'm going to say it again. I said it last game. I think Benji, Lecce, and Savage, if they want to win this FNCS, need to leave Dooms.
Yeah, and you're taking a look right there, the result of the slugfest that's happening coming into this matchup. In 28th place with only 3 points, and they're going to have to work with a lot less. Seeing this kit, you do see some gas canisters, though. You kind of mentioned what would you carry into those opening spots, Sundown. The gas canister has made an appearance recently. It's an interesting kind of like you can't expect it because you have to put so much value holding on to such an item that only has one utility, which is putting gas into this vehicle, as we're seeing here. And Cammy had a nice opportunity where he was holding on strong. He was the last remaining member of his trio coming into second place in that last match that we have here. And so Cammy's squad doing so well, 44 points compared to Benji's squads with the 3. And that kind of highlights your point, Sundown, is Doom's worth it for them? I'm leaning towards no.
They have to get out of there. Like, don't get me wrong, they're pretty good in the early game. They aren't better than Razon, Noah, and Aqua. Aqua is one of the strongest mechanical players in the game, period. And Noah showed, particularly during the solos FNCS, that he can go toe-to-toe with Benji at any point in the game. He was the one who would say, hey, I'll go ahead and challenge him. I'll try and play that aggro playstyle. I think the proof is in the pudding. But the benefit here is the fact that these guys are so freaking good at using the utility. The harpoon shot, the clay classic coming out from Benji. We talk about how good the utility can be. The harpoon generally used to grab loot, but there, Benji grabbing more than just loot. But can he convert over? Because again, we talked about them being pinned, going to use all the excess utility. The propane tank comes out as well. Lecce going down, but Benji gets caught with a huge burst in the side coming out from Noah. That's some high key awareness. And oh no, Benji has to be so aware here. That's his own fire. You can't step into that. Oh, he got the siphon. The siphon ticked over right as the burn damage would have come through. Lecce is going to get...
Oh! Woo! Sundown, you're left speechless, but what a high IQ play using the Clay Staling Classic and getting the card. The clutch, Mr. Clutch, Benji here now is all on his own, Sundown.
But he choked. He choked. He could have had the chug splash. I thought he was going to chug splash right away and then throw him back, knowing he had the siphon going through. He couldn't really afford to let Lecce go down there. Yes, he has the reboot card, but we talked about that other team who's going to pin him here. So despite the fact this is now a 1v1 against Noah, who, again, we've talked about it, has no problem going toe-to-toe there, there's another team who's just chilling and waiting. And honestly, that team might end up opting to go back into the storm here and try and cause a little bit of trouble. You can see him lurking right on the outside there. They're closing in on the gap now, and Noah is going to be forced to burn the shockwaves. They're going to go for the reboot, but Sancho, that reboot makes a loud noise, and in this situation, that might as well be a dinner bell for the team who just saw all of these guys go down. They know they're going to be leaving from Dooms. They're going to have tons of excess loot coming out, but they're not going to necessarily have the builds to defend themselves.
And we already saw Shio and Reese breaking down this heavyweight fight. The crowd getting the oohs and ahs. Benji with those haymakers, getting those clean hits. But it is the consistent pressure of Noah, Aqua, and Raisin. But here is the ambush play. And it's Mongrel hiding in the bush. And oh my, a big knockout blow. And boom, there goes one. Bang. And Aqua and Raisin are eating so much storm here. And they got to make a very weak rotation right now. They can't white line it. it because you have this dangerous trio, and now it is. Now they got all the opportunities to make this push because they have the recon available, and they're going to go ahead and push them, and now it's just a matter of moments. You went from Muhammad Ali to this dangerous, I would say Mongrel's team is actually the Mike Tyson in this world. They hit hard, and they go aggressively, and Aqua now is on the ropes, and KO! Down they go. That is why you don't fight so hard in Doom's domain, because teams like Mongrel will pull a Zexro and third-party you and send you right back to the lobby.
Yeah, just cleaning that fight up there, waiting for the opportunity, and now converting. All of a sudden, this is a big game opportunity coming through. Tayson Mitro, aka F1, F2, F3, F4. Liquid Mitro, one of the most dominant players in all of Fortnite history. Honestly, probably one of the most consistent wire-to-wires, going all the way back to the original Blitz Showdown, where when the top players were only single digits away from each other in the top 3,000, this kid was 200-plus points of even the next closest, then went on to win basically everything in a skirmish. But another player who's been around since then, we got Teak, pushing forward, has found a ton of success, not only in the DreamHack, the World Cup qualified player, as well, trying to find a little bit of room here with Seti and Cubex. So far, 2 Elims, both on the back of Teak, in a decent position here in the third zone, but there's a whole bunch of triangles around him.
So many champions are colliding here in the FNCS trios. So many champions teaming up together to try to go for a 2-peat here. This is what it's all about. The FNCS trios all combating here to qualify into the last dance that we have here at the end of the month for the FNCS Trios Chapter 2 Season 4. A marvelous ending. All that is happening right now. Heroes are being born. We're seeing heroic plays left and right. It all comes down to who is going to have that one build, that one hit to kind of get them into it. We already saw some of the big names all one placement away of Benji coming in 16th. So we're seeing some new lane, X-Splash, who is also an awesome competitor who used to say, I used to get nervous seeing big names in my Elim feed, but now is putting the big names out of the Elim feed with some great pressure. And this is a squad on the bottom half, and we saw Sundown. These squads still have an opportunity to get themselves in a victory royale, and you're back into the fight.
Yeah, and don't forget, again, last week we had somebody, it was their first time ever making an EU FNCS final appearance, able to qualify all the way through Muro in his trio. I mean, the fact that they're able to do that, you talk about kind of seeing the big names in the Elim feed. Well, I'll let you know, you're at the dance, buddy. You're a big name regardless. You're on the screen. Everyone has a chance. Everyone was that first-time player who is there. I love kind of my biggest fan of the trend of like how it started and how it's going is seeing all of those initial DMs between the Fortnite guys and the guys who performed really well at the World Cup, and seeing their initial following and kind of the first ones being like, hey, you want to try and maybe scrim? Oh, hey, you want to try and maybe practice? That's where this ends up going. And for some of these guys, it's been a long grind to get there, but they're finally up at the top, and we're seeing their names consistently over and over again. But right now, from the high ground, Razumi, Siberia Jake, and Sapphic trying to convert on a really good play here. Squint will get picked up over there. Good job to get the finish on them. Still 58 players left, so a little bit of Storm Surge could come into play as this zone closes, but enough aggression to where the priority is going to be packing the outside of this circle right now.
This is the 6th place team right now going into this match with 36 points, so they're able to get 1 point there. They're going to get very close to the Elims. We're seeing how Elims are still a factor. The top 10 do a lot of damage out there, and this is a set lobby here, folks, and in a set lobby there's only so many points that can go around. You get guaranteed points and placements once you pass the top 17, but the Elims are like bonus points essentially, and there's only so much and so few. As Sapphic there catches Toby as he was about to walk out the door, he says, hey man, you left the backside open, and two trios go down right there, and Sapphic and Cyber are looking so strong as poor Toby gets sent right back out. Might have to report himself. I mean, might have been a Michael situation here, because no one likes Toby in human resources.
Yeah, it wasn't Michael taking him down, though. It was Siberia, Jake, Razumi, and Safik there, but I could understand the prank. Might have been a little bit too much. Just had to go on a quick little reprieve. Not to Costa Rica, but back to the lobby there now. You can see they're trying to pin a little bit. You have Stormy right up on the high ground above it. Patrick is going to get taken down in the box. We'll get the conversion over there. Mexi's been taken down, though, so it will just be Astro SMZ and OT Exponential, also formerly known as Hardfind there. You can see trying to find a gap with a decently long rotation for a lot of these players. Expect to see some utility go out. There's the bouncer to the left side of your screen as Stormy right, Rotary, and Kiriachi trying to take some shots up on the high ground, but the fact that they're still holding here, to me, indicates they're under pressure and don't have the utility to go to the far side, and that's what it is. It's Wakey and Snappy putting the pressure onto him right away, and there's Michael. He comes charging in right away, saying, Toby's gone, I'll do what I want, clean it up. 4 elims for the crew, some crash pads as well. The Shockwave to make the rotation. Anas is going to pick up Stompy. He's going to combo it with the crash pad, and we have our 5th zone straight into the moving.
And the question is it pretzel day for Michael's trio? And now we're going further and further, and we're getting closer and closer to the great end game. And we're seeing here who's left, who's alive. We have Mongrel's trio down below as Deceptos gets taken out, so that trio may be done. Yes, there it is. Hen is out. Milan Chapix is a new face into this week 2 here, or the qualifiers, taking out another new face as Papa Flares is popping off in the Elam feed. And we're going to see it's going to be a very clean end game here, Sundown. No mountains really to worry about. If it does pull up north, though, they have to worry about all that water.
Yeah, the water not as bad this chapter as you're able to kind of go through and build on top of it. But the one thing you'll note here is, what's up, Queasy? You're not a part of the Blue Man group? You too good for that? Rocket the Gold Trooper over there. You can see the other ones got those custom superheroes going out. That's when we're going to talk about the pro players. End up enjoying either making them all a monetary color. You see some of those all black skins a little bit there. Ref's Guard right now pinned against the side of the zone, utilizing all of this Chug Splash. Is going to be able to get a knock there as well, but can he convert onto it? No, that's actually Scram who got knocked. So he's trying to stick that revive. Has a team tarping underneath him, but a little bit of clutch potential coming out here. But let's hop on board Sneelix, Snag, and Heatsy, somebody who wasn't able to qualify in that week 1. A trio who's been relatively hyped up. They were comfortable qualifying this week, though. They led most of the way through the semifinals, and right now they have a really good priority position on this tarp. They're not necessarily high or low ground, but they're front of zone on the mid tarp and all hip to hip, which gives them priority advantage on anybody who might slip up here.
The only thing they have to worry about is Storm Surge. It's there. They're only 37 above, and they could easily be below that. 9 players have to go down. The Storm Surge does so much damage, 25 HP.
And one thing you heard that little hissing sound. Steelix is running the charged shotgun, which indicates that it was actually a choice here considering everyone else has had the side grade, which is something we've seen because in these not exactly wall-to-wall situations, but when you have a little bit more room there, the charged shotgun is more damage efficient. You can put out more damage at longer range, and Steelix got a huge hit there that was able to back him off. However, he's going to be forced to kind of medkit off or pop a flopper on the backside of the zone, but will the flop be enough to pop him forward into the rest of the zone as we hop on board here? Here's Heatsy going to hit the bouncer, trying to get a little bit up on the high ground. We still have our number 1 team, Traffics, picking up elims in the feed on the left-hand side. 12 trios remaining, 30 players left. Don't forget, each trio that drops is an additional point, but it's all about the top 1 and 2 as Heatsy eats a big pump shot, and he's going to be forced to take that last mini.
Mongo's trio is heating up the feed right now as Heatsy does lose 1 member of the trio, so it's up to Steelix and Yeezy. There's so many duos and solos out there in the fight. Tayson picks up another elim. Anas's trio is doing really strong. I see Thomas and Anas popping off, but it's the story down below as Tayson gets taken away. Yahtzee was just sitting there waiting for him to come through, and the same thing happens. 1 fish eats another fish, but the big fish is Kiko sitting at height. The trio is looking strong as we're taking a look at Mongrel now with only Mitro here as down goes Flick. Big names are taking up big names. The mud is happening, is slinging back and forth. So many big time names are going down right in the low ground, but it's Height who has the strong position as Queasy, Milan, and Chapix are second from Height, so they're in danger, Sundown, from getting beamed down, but they're not worried about that because they're looking for some elims down below.
Yeah, and you can see it's actually pulling back over a little bit of these old builds, so they're in a relatively safe spot, but they need to be cognizant of how many mats they have. You can see Wakey able to pick up a pair of elims, but the Mitro trades it back, and right now Mongo and Mitro on the backside of the zone is very scary. Chapix going to use all but the last edit down comes through. Cubex eats a huge shot out from Chapix, finding the pump there. The second one, brilliant 180 coming through, gets the confirmation as well. Still has an HP advantage, but that's the fifth elim coming out from Chapix right now, trying to do everything for his team as Milan picks up Mitro, which means Mongo is alone on the low ground there against Milan. You can see up on the high ground, Nate, 4ZR, and Kezix completely uncontested as we work back over the old builds. This match is theirs to win, but right now the story is what's happening on the low ground.
And that is a great story indeed. You're seeing some big-time plays happening as they're already getting so many elims with 8 elims, 69 points as Kiko takes down Teak. Kiko's squad was up on the height and they lost it to a strong squad of 4ZR and Kezix. But Milan, Queasy, Chapix, down goes Queasy. Now Kiko and Mongrel is still in this fight. Mongrel, can he pull off the solo performance? It is possible. No, down goes Mongrel to a strong trio team. Slender goes down. So it is 2 trios going up against it, but the shockwaves send everybody out. Oh my goodness, Milan, Chapix with some nice plays here.
Chapix has a medkit. Chapix has a medkit. He needs to find the space where the zone is going. He needs 3 additional seconds in the zone to be able to pop it off, but theoretically, he should have the HP advantage, especially as Mon. He's going to throw him out in the zone. He used the shockwave to throw out in the zone. That's such a great play from Chapix. Oh my lord. The first shockwave to go off, the second shockwave to send the player out, and Milan gets the clutch execution to turn it over. What a way to head into the halfway point for EU match number 3.
The 200 IQ play is popping off. A shocking finish here. New names here doing some damage in week 2. Zeke, Shio, Reese, what you got for us?
Boys, that is the level of hype we are talking about. What a crazy play there with the shockwaves. And this is kind of something I joked about last week, was when you're getting to the point where you're using your shockwaves offensively, you're feeling pretty confident that you've got that W.
It's over for everyone else in that point. And right there, that was also just back-to-back, wall-to-wall, teammate-on-teammate action, right? These guys just lived all throughout low ground and then busted down those shockwaves for that endgame. And man, it was glorious. You mentioned it, Zeke, so offensive. Like, in terms of the use of those shockwaves, it was just so good to watch.
That's right. We have to take a look at the standings, see how things are shaking out here in game number 3. Now, Reese, you pointed out something specifically about why these guys are still holding down spot number 1.
Consistency, consistency, consistency. These guys have placed 2nd with 9 eliminations, 4th with 5 eliminations, and 1st with 11 eliminations, and they've been contested off of spawn in Craggy Cliffs, which only has 20 chests total. So these guys are making it out of a situation that's really, really tough. They're getting their Storm Surge to their early game fight, which isn't something we've been really seeing out of the teams who've been placing first this consistently, but they've been doing it really, really well.
Literally, Queasy, Milan, and Chapix are doing the impossible, and I hope they keep doing it for the rest of the day and hopefully day 2 as well. Mongrel, Mito, Tayson finally, I think, find one game where they get towards that top 3 spot. We saw Mongrel get taken out all the way towards the end there. That bumps him up to 7th. Snape, Miro, and Swag, who ended up winning the game, are now kind of dwindling down all the way over to the 8th place slot. That's still good. Remember, in Europe, it's the top 15. Past that, though, some more low-ground teams in the mix. We have Hardfine and Astro. These guys are in 10th. And here's this page from 11th all the way to 15th.
In 12th, Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha, who we just mentioned, are contesting at Craggy Cliffs. Now, their game history is interesting. 31st, which means they were eliminated immediately, then a 3rd with 6 elims, and then 33rd again. So they've been eliminated off spawn twice, but one game's been very, very consistent. And that alone has put them into the 12th, right? So despite the fact consistency is really, really important, these big pop-off games are obviously going to add up as well.
My goodness, moving on over 16th through 20th, though. The disparity there is only a single point as of right now, trying to break into that top 15. But then as you kind of go down to 20th, you see that difference, right? We're talking about 7 points. And this is actually something we've seen in the past week. It's usually like a 6-point differential trying to overtake the team in front of you. Guys, there's so much action unfolding here in just the first 3 games of the day. And I think a big factor is this high ground factor, right? Because Doom's Mystical Bomb is disabled this weekend, I feel like so many teams are able to flex their high ground takes that much easier.
It also leaves like a slot open for the teams at Dooms to carry other weapons. Benji with the harpoon. Let's run that back one more time in slow motion. It was a pump to a harpoon shot to get over here and then build over and hit another pump from Benji. Mid-air, if you guys missed that. Minute calculation from Benji to pull that out. What a sick spot. Here's the end game though, where those shockwaves with the lack of Doom's Domain's Mystical Bomb actually ends up having a big effect.
These guys have been playing low ground really, really efficiently, right? They're low ground, they're mid ground, and usually with Doom's Mystical Bomb on height, it's pretty difficult for these teams to take the kind of height off of them because of the blowback effect. When it explodes, there's a blowback, and all these players get pushed back into zone. But now you can see Chapix picking up a big elimination on the low ground, getting those shockwaves, and managing to blow out 2 knock players and Nate, who's contesting for that first place slot, and winning.
Yeah, and in that moment as well, there's no Mystical Bomb to be able to, throw up over to height. It gets to stay like really well constructed and held together the entire time. Those are all wood builds that Chapix was on at the end of that game. So, in terms of this bomb being disabled and not being here for this weekend, it just means that height has to get a little bit more creative, but they have more space and time to do so. So it's a really good back and forth throughout the whole end game.
The back and forth, it continues. We have 3 games left here in EU, and then another 6 games to tomorrow. I mean, you'll love to see it. Now, Fortnite fam, we are going to go to a break, though. When we return, we have the last 3 games here in day number 1 of the Fortnite Champion Series. We'll see you guys in just 5 minutes. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Guys, we've seen it all. We've seen harpoon plays, consistency, high ground, and we have 3 games left. The hype is real, Shy.
It is. I am hyped. I'm ready to see what the back half of games have in store. Reese, what about you?
Overly hyped. Couldn't be more hyped. I want to see these teams that are doing consistent continue to be consistent, right? And the teams who are maybe not being so consistent, I want those guys to pop off and get in that top leaderboard.
Oh man, well they've only got 3 games left to do it, so guys, let's turn it back over to our casters to get into game number 4 on the day.
But can you be consistently hype? I believe so. We have the boys overly hype. I am going to be triply hype, if that is such a thing. But what a great start here, Sundown. This is game 4 out of the first frame of 6. Tomorrow we're going to have 6 more games, all totaling up to 12. But what an unbelievable game here from Queasy Milan and Chapix. I mean, they have the best 3-game stretch in EU with about an average placement of 2nd place, 84 points. And after the 3 games last week, the first place team only had 69 in day 1. So this team is setting a strong pace here in day 1 of week 2.
And the big difference being the fact they got that second and then the second place in the first game and then first place in the most recent game as well. We talked about just how much those placement points add up. So while they're in second in terms of average eliminations, just from the fact that they've made every single one of the end games, I mean, their worst placement is 4th so far. They're playing incredibly well, but Chapix leading out in terms of the slaying power. And they're just doing a good job of creating space right away, utilizing what is in Craggy, getting as many fish and kind of those excess heals. And what it's enabled them to do is save utility for the key moments late game, so they go and challenge height and make plays.
At the same time as well as you have a really great rotational items with the rifts. They could go. It could kind of tip to, we saw iDrop do the same thing in week 1, where he was hitting multiple rifts, that trio, and getting himself to dead center. It'd be interesting to see if Milan and Chapix and Queasy decide to third party, because we know that people at Craggy Cliffs have that option, and they also have the option as well to third party into Stark Industries, right? So that is the great flexibilities that you have there. And as always, when you're having a easy landing, a smooth landing into your drop spot, you're gonna have some great results. But as you're seeing, some more fights are breaking out here. We have another new trio into this week 2. That's Analyx, and a lot of people, a lot of casting, were hoping that they have a better start here in day 1.
And right now, it seems like he's actually just getting run off by Kiko, Grande, and Slender. Don't forget, this is match number 4 here in EU. I'm Sundown, joined by Sancho West. This is the best of the best. We're about a third of the way through. And what you can see right now, because this is match 4 and we're just at break, we did skip a little bit of the way in, so already 6 trios have gone down, but you can see the utility being burned, some shockwaves to try and disengage, and generally that signals danger. You can see trying to build up and get clear of the second shockwave. Slender, however, going to send himself over the top and get the floor replaced right away. So this solo looks like he's eventually going to be cleaned up, and there it goes, Andalex, and that's going to be the full trio wipe, not getting knocked down there. So we talked about them kind of being newcomers, getting just short last week, but unfortunately not really able to find their footing so far today. Only one really even decent performance out of them.
And this squad right here, Kiko, Slender, and Grande, are sitting at 15th place going into this. What they're playing for is a chance to go into the heats. It's the top 15 that move on to the next wave of games there. So that is going to be a number that we're going to keep an eye on. Throughout the entire broadcast, we'll do our best to let you know who is in danger, but this is just the opening moments. Tomorrow is a whole other slate of 6 games, and that is when we see, the changes in the leaderboard. We saw a lot of people from the back of the pack kind of make their movement to the middle of the pack. We saw big names who started off really hot and really well slide on down, not qualifying, like Benji coming in at 16th place. And Benji's day is not looking good today. And we're taking a look at the leaderboards. They're at the bottom half of 26. It's so interesting, though, Sundown. 25th place, Noah Riley, Aqua and Reason. 26th place, Benji, Mr. Savage, and Lecce. So we're seeing Doomstone Main could be kind of, we like the highlight, we like the fights and all that. We like the harpoon, we like the highlights. But all that fighting will get you in trouble from qualifying.
I'm going to throw this out there. I don't enjoy that early game fighting. Only because, like, yes, we see the early game fight and it's cool, but we've seen that how many times out of them, and because of that early game fight, effectively we don't get either of those 6 players in the end game on a consistent basis. And I think those 6 players are some of the most exciting players to watch, especially if you're not named Tayson, Mitro, or Mongrel. Basically, if you're not on that trio, the individual efforts, and maybe add Thomas HD into that conversation based off of how he played last week, but if you're not in that trio, kind of the other best 6 individually mechanic players are all coming out of Dooms, but if they're all wrapped up there and not getting outside of the fight, they're not making it into endgame, and we don't get to see kind of that super awesome stuff. So while the initial boxing fight is fun, I would much rather see them get a concerted game plan, get together, and get your teams into the exciting part of the game, in my eyes.
And this is an exciting trio in 3rd place right now, having some great games so far, with 5 elim average coming in a top 6 average. And that consistency, as Reese was talking about, is going to be so huge going forward. And now we're having some nice eyes down going into that, and we of course going to do our best to keep it track. We'll give you some replays and see what's happening. And let's take a look what happened over there at Doom's Domain to see how Benji did. You kind of mentioned it, those early fights, not something you may like, but I got a taste. Let's get a taste of that, what's going down over there.
Yeah, we're going to see it here just in a bit. As we pop on over is Noah, Aqua, and you can see Raison back on the side. You can see already probably a little bit more of a concerted effort here from them. You can see a little bit closer and a shockwave right away, and this is what we talked about them having to do, is to close in on these fights right away in a 2v1. But then what ends up happening, now it's a 3v2, and Lecce, I don't think, is holding any of those shockwaves over on the side. So if Aqua and Co are able to close out this fight off of the start before Lecce can effectively add support, it is a 3v2. However, you can see that Savage and Benji are doing a better job of kind of isolating out these individual 1v2s and really not giving them a chance to kind of lock down. But the moral of the story, again, is look how many hard mats they're burning. And all of these players are good enough to force you kind of out from this fight and to force you to burn through all of this to the point where then turn around and farm it back up. Not only is there not that much available metal there where they can waste all of this and then refarm it, it just takes forever and everyone looks to rotate through. You see Noah Riley try and go up onto the high ground with his shockwave. He gets taken out. He was a little too far away from Raison, and now he's the one in a 2v1.
And I have to point this out. Noah Riley, Aqua, and Raison are already qualified. They're already in. This is just practice for them at this point, and they're practicing when a big factor that Benji didn't qualify. So all this stuff, these are great reps for Aqua, Raison, and Noah Riley to see what they could do, maybe they could experiment a little, they could go in the lab, they could figure out how Lecce and Benji are going to react to this, because everyone's expecting this matchup to be at the end of the month, Sundown.
Is there, I'm sure there's probably a 3v3 realistic Dooms map out there in creative somewhere. But these guys, these guys need to drill this. I'm watching this fight, and the amount of opportunities to isolate 1v2s here and to be able to close these fights, I don't feel like these guys are taking the early game fights well. Benji and Lecce will eventually close it out, but there's no real kind of decisive sense of like, hey, this guy's alone, you get on that side, I can go. It's like, hey, we can bring 3 people to this side. They use the utility off of the start, but it's just not clean enough. We need better, particularly like we boast about these guys being the best trios in the world and doing it better. They're not closing out these early game fights like I would expect them to do and like we've seen in seasons past. And I don't know if it's a kind of getting the chemistry together thing, because Benji and Savage has played together a tons of times. Lecce's been in and out of it. I'm not sure what's going on.
And you saw right there in that stat, it is 7-3 favor of Reason's trio. And that is just a span of basically 2.5 or 2.25 of games that we have here in the FNCS trios here in Chapter 2, Season 4. And making this first time appearance, it looks like we're going to have a Coral Castle maybe ending, and you're seeing a lot of these slow rotations that's happening through where the passive rotations are happening, the use of swimming. You have to be careful, though. You could get seen and you could get isolated there, but 4CR picks up another elim. So Kiko, Slender, and Grande sitting just on the cusp, a bubble team at the moment. I know we're kind of calling it a little bit early, saying the top 15, but when you're in this, like, pack, you do not want to slip on down. You don't want to lose that momentum, Sundown. Not at all.
Yeah, and it's always good to keep in mind of what the pace is and what you care about as a viewer. Don't forget, during these qualifier rounds, there still is some money on the line. Most of the pot, however, going to kind of the finals over there. But what you can see, the teams trying to kind of get whatever space they can. And I honestly think that the fishing, we talked about a little earlier, the fishing spots have been underutilized since kind of the boat and the missile fishing ended up getting fixed over there. But if you're able to get some harpoons early on and kind of get to the outside, it's very much still a viable route. As you can see, Snap actually picking up a down onto Mongrel. That's the team who's landing up at that lake north of them. So kind of probably been hawking them on the rotation, going to be able to figure that one out. Snag also picking up a knock onto Artur there. Heatsy returning the favor, and Rotary and Stormy Right. Kiriachi doing a good job. Quick little exercise in gatekeeping as they're going to turn around. Boyer getting the conversion onto Cammy, making his first final appearance here of the season so far.
And then you're seeing the zone is getting closer and closer, sniffing near that river. Zones 1 through 4 go centralized. They go center as much as possible around that circle. Zones 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they're all chaos ensues, and we're seeing that the elims kind of ramp up steadily as it goes into the end game, and we're seeing a lot of players becoming strong closers like the Mongrels pick up a huge percentage of that. But the story is here that we're watching is this trio had a very inconsistent week one, and they made adjustments going into that overnight into day 2, able to get a little bit of their footing. They took that momentum into week 2 and already picking up the first victory out in round 3. So right now, Reese kind of pointed out, though, the inconsistency that's happening. Our winners in these Victory Royale, Sundown, they win a game and then they lose the next one, but it's the trio of Chapix that has been steadily placing really high when able to capitalize and getting a Victory Royale in Game 3.
But we still have time. Don't forget, it is a 12 matches over the course of the 2 days, so there is plenty of room for heroics, people to steal away those games. This is match number 4 here. Hopping on board, Hen, Patrick, and Decepto. It's been a little quiet today. They've pretty much been getting eliminated right as those placement points come ticking in, so they just need to tighten up pretty much right around where they are now. I would honestly rather see them head center zone than try and camp around these outside and getting caught up in these fights, because if you can get center on the 4th zone, yes, you're forced to rotate kind of for the half in, half out, but there's generally nobody in there. However, going to take advantage of Stormy Right. We saw that, I believe he was the one who had been rebooted a little bit and had that gray pistol in his inventory, so getting dropped down and taken out, and actually now finding a little bit of room. Kesher gets taken down on the side. Razumi going to be the one who converts on that, but Hen now gets a decent angle here to be able to range some shots with that legendary sniper rifle. However, just going to box up instead. You see Heatsy, Steelix just above him to the side. Boyer and co. trying to tunnel in on the outside and just pack in on this 4th zone as we flip on over to Deceptos.
It kind of looks like it's a dance circle right now. No one wants to get inside the center and show and dance out. Everyone is just hugging the walls, being a bunch of wallflowers. You got to get in there. The center is going to be a strong opposition, but I think it's the water. It's the different elevation that happens. It looks like Zone avoids Coral Castle completely almost and going to go hang out near Frey Island. And we're taking a look at Future Ken as down Deceptos on your right squad. This is a one trio, and now we're seeing that they are getting lobby focus, and Putrick goes down as well. So it's all up to Hen, the young god, to be able to clutch as well. We've already seen the old names of Benji clutch. We already see Thomas HC, a rising star. But Hen, we already mentioned the accolades as a solo star. Can he clutch for his trios? Because he's going to have to, as there is a moment from the beams. And look at the kit. He's going to have an opportunity to take height with 4 shockwaves. Looking at everybody else, it looks like it's Hen. It's going to be that one that's going to be so aggressive because everyone else seems to be holding on to heals or shields. And Deceptos has a lot of shields, and Putrick has about 3 med kits. I like the breakdown in inventory here, Sundown.
Yeah, and that elimination from Hen is absolutely massive because the lobby focus coming out, then him getting the shotgun, and then the fight resolving inside of the box means everyone else is going to just stop focusing it. They assume it's done and they're good, but him then being able to throw back his teammates and get the revive, however, missing the shockwave, so they're going to need to see if they can get back together. We're going to hop on board here. Exponential, Astro, and Mexi. They have a decent amount of space and already 5 eliminations trying to spray towards the side. We'll be able to pick up Monster there. However, it was Sapphic down, so no points coming through there. Sapphic will get a second, so 2 points going over for his team. 47 players left, 19 trios. First placement point comes in at top 17, and then it rides out every single trio, dropping. Then second and first get a nice little bump there. As you can see, this team has a nice little tunnel on the side, but the question is, where does that 6th zone pull?
Oh my.
We're going back to the northwest, straight over the water here.
I'm expecting to see a lot of utility combat. This is the full rotation that's going to happen. The safe zone is going through the storm, so let's see who could be able to hold on as Kiriachi goes down into Astro right then and there, and we did see another big name go down, but it's exponential. Mexi Astro putting some big-time performance right now in a top 10 going into this matchup, but look at the huge build up there at height. All that is nullified because they're going to have to go ahead and go over the water. So this is where you're going to see those mega bounces or those mega shockwaves, and the people like Hen holding on to 4 shockwaves are going to utilize that. And we're seeing already on the front side, it's going to be, I'm trying to take a look here, the front side's just out of frame here, but look at all the chaos, and all the chaos is caused by this water zone that is traversing over here, Sundown.
Yeah, you're basically forced to kind of have to full tarp or at least find an uncontested layer. It makes it just that much more difficult, but it also gives you a little bit of an option to play Dolphin on the low ground if you're able to find that space, which it looks like Snappy is doing. We're going to wait for the replay to catch up in just a second here. All the builds going out, and no, instead just in a tarp on the low ground. Going to look for a quick little triangle edit, see if they can't drop a player down here. Harpoon comes out onto the full metal. They get the cone, but nothing else going through. Top 15 now as Chapix gets a knock onto Thomas HC. That means our top team is still up and still getting placement points. Like, again, we talked about their worst placement so far has been 4th. Chapix getting the confirmation onto Thomas. Anas also going down there. So their 2nd place team from last week going to fall. Snappy is going to be all by his lonesome as both of his other teammates will end up falling to the zone. They're top 12 now. Top 30 players remaining, which means Storm Surge is going to turn off as we head into the late game.
It's so impressive to see a team that never was in week 1 making waves and causing chaos in week 2. That's what's going to be awesome throughout the FNCS trios this month. You're going to see so many names that your favorites that are not fighting today that could make it in week 3 and week 4 and cause so much destruction. And now you're taking a look here. No one really has a stronghold at its height as everything is going over the sweaty sands. There goes a play for height. Queasy has it. It is Chapik, Queasy, Milan at height, and an opportunity here, Sundown, to go back to back. But there on the low ground, it's 4ZR and Nate. They have an opportunity who've been so consistent throughout the entire FNCS trios to put a stamp on this game. As another new name, Hen, Putrick, and you're seeing Decryptos still alive, still fighting.
All on the back of Hen. He's clutched up twice, but right now, Queasy in the top right, Snag in the bottom right. The top right is the trio up on the high ground, all relatively working together. The low ground trio is in the bottom right, all hip to hip, and the question is, who closes out the game as we're going into the top 5 trios, and only one player is going to be missing out of this group. Otherwise, it's full trios left as we're going into this 8th zone. Big pickup from Snag there, as Queasy and co are still going to continue to rain down shots, but right now, it's 6 elims for the high ground trio to 5 on the low ground trio. However, Heatsy going down there can Snag make the play as Steelix takes a ton of HP damage. It's all going to be on the back of Snag, and whether or not Steelix can make a play. He finds an Elim. He's going to get the Siphon, pop a pair of minis, and get himself back in the game. 9 players left, 4 of them being trios. Heatsy is going to tick over there, and now we're down to the final 8.
The reception story is still on for Queasy Milan. They have an opportunity, did not even come through, coming in 34th place in round 2, now with a strong opportunity to go back-to-back. And Hen is still popping off and actually takes down Kezix, who was set down below. So Hen, with the performance right now, all by himself alongside with another solo player in 4CR, but down goes Hen. So now it is Chapix, Queasy, the 2 duos. It's a duo v duo, low to high. It's been the story throughout this entire time, the thematic battle between the ultimate height and the ultimate low, going back to back, and already the pop-ups having his Queasy now is low, but yes, the trade happens and Snag gets snagged on out, then Chapix closes it out. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the back-to-back victory royale for Queasy, Milan, and Chapix.
And we talked about the average placement and just how well they'd been playing. And after that, it's just going to bump up even better, averaging a 2nd place. 1st, 2nd, 4th, and then 1st again, an additional 34 points coming out. And Chapix, the Swedish Lord, right now feels like he is putting the rest of EU to shame, and his teammates backing him up perfectly.
Yeah, you said 34. That was the number again. 34th place in week 1 and round 2. Not making it in. And what a statement made from this trio. Let's go ahead and take it out to the analyst desk to break it all down. Woo!
Thank you guys so much. You guys hit the nail on the head. 34th last week in week number 1. They did not compete because they were just on the outside bubble. This week, they have brought it back. And Sancho said something at the very beginning of the game that resonated with me. We're watching these players become strong closers. This trio is doing that right here, right now. They understand what they have to do to close out games. And Shy, they're doing that.
And this happens on EU, I feel like, every single time we see an FNCS. There's one trio, one squad, duo or solo player that starts to say, I am king of the region. I like winning more than everyone else. Today, right now, for the first time in this FNCS, Squeezy, Milan, and Chapix.
They are so far ahead of second. But again, remember, this is a 2-day format. So there's still loads of games tomorrow, and there's still loads of games today as well. So on any of the other teams that you see on the leaderboard could really pick up. But look at the difference between second and third place right now. 38 points between second and third. You've got to think that, you know, there's so many games left, bar. These guys can be able to take a strong lead across all of the games, first and second. We'll see.
The times we've seen it before, there was one game once, you know, the first place team has room where they actually trip up and everyone else catches up, right? That happened with 4-0, it happened with Nate all the way over at Sweaty Sands, and we saw that happen last week. We'll see if it happens here. Here are some of the teams that have a chance of catching up. You can see right now 51 points down to 42. It's kind of a 9-point game. Raxo, Cami, and Artor reached your pick here up in 6th.
Them doing very good. I'm very pleased with the way they have started off 6th. You know, 6th with 8 eliminations. 4 eliminations second, and then a little bit sliding towards those end 2 games, so a little bit less consistent there. But if they bring it back, I'm 100% certain they can keep going up and down the leaderboards. But if we actually notice, between 4th and 11th, there's only 10 points difference. So that top kind of slots are really, really close, and those are very, very interchangeable at the minute.
Absolutely. Even here at 15th, Flick, Anas, and Thomas HG. I feel like this will be the game for these guys to really wake up now and then actually possibly get a win. Maybe a top 3, really boost themselves to keep themselves in the top 15. Because if you dwindle down, you're not going to be there for those qual spots. 16th to 20th place right now is Refscar just trying to hold on. Boyer, Kaiser, their trio are going to be there as well at 20th. Still looks like it's the same teams we're looking at staying in the top 15. I know we have about, what, 22 new teams playing here that weren't here last week. I'm wondering if that's shaking things up enough, or do we have, like, the people we should be focusing on now, Zeke, for these 2 days?
Man, you know, I feel like this new number, being able to kind of reset everything and force everyone to kind of shape up their new dynamic, it's helping, right? And we see this in this number 1 team, 2 back-to-back victory royales. This doesn't normally happen. So what did these guys do that helped them win this game? What did they do right?
What they did right is just stick to their guns, stick to their gameplay style, and really dominate when they have openings and where they can. So if you have height, if you have angles where you can actually take shots and punish people making mistakes, you should do it fast without hesitation. That's what Chapix does every single time.
And they took height actually at the end of the second zone. Right? No one was on high ground paying too much attention. They still had shockwaves left because they picked up a ton of eliminations earlier than that. So they just split into their own boxes, used a shockwave to ensure that no one around them was getting blown out, knocked the guys off from above them because they wasn't playing that ultimate high ground, claimed the high ground, and just dominated from there on.
Yeah, it's always about staying low-key first for these guys and then really utilizing all the utility they have saved up to really pop off endgame. It's worked twice in a row. Will other teams copy it, or are these guys the best at it? Are Queasy, Chapix, and Milan going to be the guys to continue to hold that top spot?
Man, they're setting that bar pretty high. And guys, we only have 2 games left here on the first day. So being able to end day 1 in such a commanding position is going to really help that confidence heading into day number 2. Remember, 6 more matches tomorrow. I mean, guys, I want to see them win. It's such a great comeback story. Hey, we didn't make that 33. We were just a couple points from qualifying. And now we come back and we're like, everybody step aside. You know, you need to be watching out for us. And here is why.
Yeah, I think the main thing these guys are doing comparatively to everyone else in Europe, everyone else is full cylinders, gassed up, and shooting forward, trying to get height, trying to go for wins, staying back to back. These guys are very reserved, and they're waiting for everyone to push over first, analyzing where the openings are, and then pushing for it, right? If more teams start to play reserved, maybe they get into box fight scenarios where they can't win, because right now it's pretty free for them. I mean, what do you think, Reese?
I mean, they're playing that low and mid ground so efficiently, and it's very, very clear how good these guys are box fighting because they're constantly able to pick up eliminations from this position without taking too much damage themselves. Be that because enemy players don't have great loot and they're scuffed beside them, or they're just purely catching up on the other players' mistakes.
Speaking of other players, I mean, guys, with 2 games left, what do we need to do, right? We've only have the 15 qualifying spots. So for those that need to turn things around, what do they need to be doing differently in these next 2 games?
Well,
Reese, thoughts?
a lot. No. You know, in the first 2 games right now, in the first and second slot, these guys are really far ahead. So in terms of getting that first place or second place, it's going to be tough. They're going to have to really, really be consistent, ensure that they're winning all their fights, try and not get into those early mid-game fights as much as possible, and really just do what the guys at the top are doing, is dominate in the end game.
That's right. Well, we'll see how things go with 15 spots. Who's going to make it? Let's hop back into the game with our casters to take us in and be our eyes in the sky.
So much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio. This is Game 5 of 6 here in Day 1 of the FNCS Season 4. Oh my goodness, I am Sancho West alongside with Sundown, and we've been seeing a lot of thoughts on the analyst desk, but what we like to see is the thoughts turn into action, and boy oh boy, we got all the action here as Mongrel is actually on the zip line, has been flying right over him, and here we go. What a strong performance from Queasy, Milan, and Chapix, and where they land is all the way up north at Craigie Cliffs, and that is such a strong spot, and we've been seeing different regions, Sundown, such as the NA East of Zexro and them utilize that stronghold.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest benefits around Craggy in particular, again, I don't want to harp on it too much or harpoon on it too much, but those fishing spots in plenty around the outside. There's an upgrade bench that's right there as well, super easily accessible. And again, we talk about kind of the changes in particular to this season around the map, and the lack of metal that comes from cars has actually hurt a lot of different drop spots. However, Craggy has so much innate metal built around it that it makes it not only efficient to farm up, but allows you to really pour resources into that upgrade bench and get the loadouts you want. That's why you kind of see these guys, they never are really left wanting in terms of utility, and will always have the power weapons on the players who kind of want them. And so far, it's largely been Chapix right at the end making the plays.
And also, you know, the ability to hold on to their shields, because they could utilize these slurp barrels here, the slurp kegs, and get all that additional shield. At the same time, we mentioned it in the previous game, there's a rift right there on the north side. It's just out in the frame. They have the ability to third-party a lot of the stronghold, and I did see in the feed that they were able to pick up a knock on Mitro's trio up there on Starks. But here it is. We go from up north all the way down south, and this Train Hard trio is still having a decent day. 23 points, looking strong. Again, the top 15 qualify, and they get a nice knock there on Sean. And we've seen in other regions that the Misty Meadows trios are still a very strong trio, just like up there at Craigie Cliffs.
Yeah, and again, the lake right nearby it, allowing for tons of the fishing spots. There's plenty of chests to be able to support a trio if you can force out the other one. And again, a decent amount of mats that are available. The one negative is I don't think you get as easy of a rotation having to go kind of up that waterfall. It cuts out a few available rotation paths.
And also, as well as Clement's trio, who did qualify last week, is not fighting today. So whoever qualifies out of there who's landing that POI, knowing that to deal with that. But everybody's going to have to deal with this one right here. Krezix, 4ZR, and Nate. Such a strong trio, doing really well in week 1. Now bringing it over here in week 2. I mean, there's so much you can say about this. This is the week 1 winners. They took home the first on the back of all-around incredible performance. And they have so much work that they did. They had 67 elims, and they were tied with Mex's trios for the most 10-point games with 9. So very dangerous. And I think the reason why Reese picked them, Sundown, is look at it. Easy living, easy breezy. No one taking shots at them. They're just taking the time, looting up and farming up.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen just time and time again how while the Mythic POIs are incredibly strong in getting them uncontested can result in a lot, consistently having an uncontested drop spot or an uncontested major POI really often leads into at least a guaranteed transition from mid to late game. It's super hard to get caught out in those circumstances just because you have so much priority on the map in terms of mats, in terms of resources. And right now you can see Savage picking up a knock onto Kefi, which to me indicates, as we see here, not taking the early fight, instead going on for one of those scavenger routes, finding another side, which I'm hoping that they're able to execute on this. But right as we talk about this, you can see a number of players flying in, those purple triangles on the right-hand side. Savage is about to get ambushed.
Oh, no, and that could be Chapix. You know, Chapix had that ability to hit that. Kind of, let's take a look at who it is. We still don't know who is kind of slow. It's actually Aqua. They said, you can't run away from us. We're not going to let you get away. We're not going to let you get that momentum. We're going to let you be on the bottom of the board because we already qualify. You only have 9 points. You got a lot of work to do, Benji, and that is going to be a big irritant right now. Irritant into the run. Here he comes. Oh, just misses with the highlight. Aqua's out here feeling it. He's flexing, Sundown. He is straight flexing and maxing these amazing runs right now.
Yeah, and I don't know, that was Eddie Gordo from the top shelf. He could have just dropped down. Instead, it was the frog leap right on top of Savage. Missed it with the pump, but going to be able to follow that one up. And it says it doesn't matter where you run, doesn't matter if you try and hide, we'll hunt you down. Don't care if there's other teams nearby, because as you said, they qualified in that week 1, so they're just trying to make their lives as hard as possible.
Is it love? Is it love, though? Is it a strange way of showing affection? You could run, you could hide, but you cannot escape Aqua's love. Is it so, Sundown?
I mean, there's not a small difference between love and hate when you talk about the actual emotions when you go through it. But in this circumstance, there is 0% love. This is 100% just spite and trying to condition that drop spot and saying, we know where you are. We know where your pivot drop spot is. And even if you try and avoid us, you're still close enough where we have the utility from Dooms to come out and make it worth our while. And they're going to dance on him a little bit. And honestly, if I'm Benji, Savage, and Letchi, I don't think you pivot to a spot where you're so close to somebody who's able to capitalize on you. Go Slurpee. Go anywhere else on the map, not somewhere where the one team who you've been contesting and fighting over and over again can dive bomb on top of your head with shockwaves.
Yeah, and I got to point this out. They did make this pivot in day 1 and week 1. So that is not something that all of a sudden nowhere they just decided to do. They've done this before, and it just shows you the homework that these pros are doing. Aqua and Noah Riley and Rezon were able to understand that, hey, if Benji's trio's not here, that means they're up north out there hanging out by the lighthouse. So this is it. Chapix Trio joins Falconer from the NA West, King from Brazil, and Modest from Middle East as the only teams with back-to-back wins. And we haven't talked about this, Sundown, but King Squad, King's Trio, 11 out of the 12, that's a lot of back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-backs.
Yeah, and I think it was 7 in a row there before they finally ended up dropping a game. And when they did, they were just so shocked when Siyun had actually ended up being taken out there that they didn't really know what to do. But I don't particularly want to get started on King because I will quite literally talk about the entire broadcast and nothing else about how good this kid is. But just for those of you who aren't aware, King is a 14-year-old Argentinian who has recently moved to the Zero Ping in Brazil. His trio won 11 out of 12 of the final matches last week. Woo. He got 5th at the World Cup finals, and he is utterly disgusting. If you ever want to go watch a region that isn't your home region, as we hop on board here to Mexi, Astro, and Exponential, getting the shakedown and trying to close out the fight here. If you're ever going to watch a region that isn't your own region and you're looking for an exciting gameplay, just go find King. whether it's a Cash Cup or the FNCS or even just some of his arena games. This kid is disgusting. He is so freaking good at the game, and I think the biggest part now in the difference between his growth from the World Cup is he's grown to know kind of when he needs to take the half second to wait. In the World Cup, he didn't know it. In the World Cup, he knew, go, 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 fight, 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 go, fight, shoot, more elims, yay, awesome points. Now he knows when he needs to take that half second to wait in a cone because he can win that 1v1 harder and make the end game placements. And I think that level of maturity out of him as a player is really going to raise himself up. But now we're going to talk over to a very mature and veteran player on board here with E11's Boyer playing with Kezher and co. Already sitting on 20 points, so decent kind of performance on the day. Not amazing, but still in contention to be relevant. Does have the shockwaves as well as a legendary TAC SMG, so a little hurting on loadout here.
Yeah, they're around the 20s, and in the top 15 qualify. And just above them is names like Refsguard, Stompy, and Ska. Flick and Nos and Thomas HD are just on the bubble. They already qualified, but they're around that 15. And when it's set lobby, we haven't really talked about this out there, old folks, is that the elims, the placement points, or they could be swallowed up by the people that are already in the top 15. So that's going to make it harder and harder for the people in the middle of the pack, the people that haven't found their footing, people on the bottom, as you see the even like it's crazy to say the sense that the Benjis right there who are sitting with single digits here. But it's just the start. It's just the beginning. There's a lot to work out. And Mexi right now and Harp by Astro, already a squad that's qualified. I think they're experimenting. They're kind of taking these fights. They know they could afford it, but I think that's going to be the strong suit of the people that kind of get in early. They could afford this experimentation. They could afford to see what they can do. Experiment with different pivot POIs. Experiment with different drops, because we've seen that, you know, a team as strong as Clement at Misty Meadows is not here today, but you're going to know that they're going to be there into the heats, which is the next wave, which is going to come up very, very soon.
Yeah, and it's about trying to find the space that you can get and knowing how to work around it, because it's not only the initial drop, it's where you go after that, who's going to be pathing there, the best way to refresh your resources, what campfires are on the way. Like, all of these kind of play a factor, and the farther you are from the center of the zone, the more of that information that you have to know from your drop spot. So I'm a huge advocate, if you have a very far outside drop spot as your initial one, your secondary drop spot should be somewhere interior on the map. Just eliminate a large portion of the information that you have to know, because then the only additional burden for you is figuring out the internal rotations, which most of these players, when you're playing at this level, will know at least pretty well. And then particularly when you're heading back to your drop spot, it becomes easier. But now on board here, Michael, Snappy, Wakey, just rotating around the outside, trying to find a little space, hitting that campfire. So now we're on board here with the top of Stark, and it's our current leaders, Chapix, Queasy, and Milan. Over on the side here, you have Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson just above them. Talked about it a little bit before here. Some room coming through, some snipe coming out, but not necessarily anything being converted on right now. Chapix being the Swedish player. Queasy is from Serbia. And then Milan, I think, is either Latvian or also from Serbia. Let me double check. Nope, he's from the Netherlands. I lied. He's Dutch. As you can see here now, trying to find a little bit of space, but they've been so consistent making every one of these late game situations. However, we haven't seen them in a ton of early game fights. However, Blended Kids is going to get tossed in the blender by Milan, doing a good job to find the shot there. Chapix gets taken down, but they're going to find the second one there before they're able to convert on it. Going to opt to shockwave everyone out in a way. However, oh, the chunk splash! That was sick! Well done. I was going to say Chapix is going to get converted on, which could be a really, really big error in this fight, particularly in a 3v1 situation. However, the chug splash, saving it over just in time. The revive coming through as well from Crazy. However, can they clean up this fight when they're at a disadvantage? They have Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson at their front, another team at their back, and the Storm behind them. What can they do here?
Oh, man, what a bad situation. They already were dealing with Storm Surge. That's why they took the fight. But the neighboring trio right here of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson were right then and there, and that got their attention. And once they saw that someone went down, they went and pushed. But wow, what a great recovery. And this is going to be a monstrous to this recovery as they go ahead and shock on out. The beams are going out. Any beams going down? Let's see. They all survive. Chapix is barely alive with a sliver of HP, and they kind of get away from the deadly trio of Mongrel. What a great play and recovery. We've seen the fundamentals of gatekeeping, but that was a masterclass performance of avoiding those gatekeepers, Sundown.
That was so freaking good, and their ability to quickly get together and execute on the push. However, I was going to say, really smart play from Milan for a second, boxing up and then turning with that legendary AR to kind of put some pressure on them. However, he left and then went down further on the low ground with no additional material, and Mongrel hits a monstrous shot onto himself while they made a really good job to disengage after the fact. Because they've been separated so much and already used their shockwave, they couldn't get back together to use them again, and it's going to put them in a scramble situation. I would have rather seen Milan hold fast on that corner and at least pressure them out, because he's going to get stuck in the fight regardless. Trying to stick a revive here on top of Queasy, but not going to end up happening. Instead, Shakedown coming through there. Conversion will be done, and for the first time so far today, our number one team, they won back-to-back matches. They haven't placed worse than fourth. Right now, we see a player down early, and Chapix is down bad as well. Milan, I mean, they barely have 100 HP combined between the two of them. So if they get caught out, they get lobby focused, that's going to be it.
And oh my goodness, the aggressive play from Mongrel's trio, and that is what they do. I mean, in zones 1, they have about 31% elims, so no doubt they keep their heads and their eyes looking around them. That is a known spot that they like to rotate to. Once they loot and farm up the main building of Stark, they sit right then and there to look for people rotating through, and they were able to catch a big fish. That was our current number 1 spot, already losing 1 and in shambles. But now we're taking a look at Rezon in shambles. Down he goes, and this is that strong height opportunity. It's just beaming on down as you see the Stark energy rifle. But Matzo, Amplify, ADN has been one of those trios that we highlighted, the style of playing low ground. I know this isn't in-game, but you kind of get a little taste of it where it's not as so chaotic. You can see how effective it can be sitting with the ground on your feet. You can kind of avoid these situations of people beaming on down. You could look around, you could work together, and we talked about the theme of the day, Sundown, is fighting hip to hip. And Train Hard's trio has been fighting hip to hip, and that is why they've already qualified, but they're here to put another staple game here in week 2, game 1.
And if you're looking to get better as a trio, if you're watching this and whether or not you're somebody just getting interested in comp or somebody who is just on the outside looking in, one of the biggest thing, and what do we mean by hip to hip? And we mean not being more than a box away from each other. Even in this situation, I would say Chapix and Milan are staying a little too far away, because if something like that happens, Chapix is unable to cover Milan. Thank you for perfectly describing my point, particularly when you are that low HP. Granted, Chapix could have maybe edited that wall and allowed him to get out and re-edit it. It would have been such a small window of execution, but you don't even give yourself a chance if you're not able to react to your teammate. And there's so few opportunities for players to effectively nuke an entire box. The propane tank is really one of the few ways. It's either that or a crash pad or a 3-man shockwave. And because most people shave crash pads and shockwaves to rotate, then if you're able to just sit in a box and continue to find space together, you win so many more of these fights than when you don't do that.
The back-to-back victory royales goes down. The three-peat is on the brink of being over, as you're seeing Chapix, the last remaining member of that trio, surrounded by so much, but we have not even highlighted this yet. Looming in the distance, we've already seen it in game 1 of week 2 here, of round 3 being a big factor, and that is the elevation of Stark Industries. It's rearing its ugly head, and let's see where it's about to pull here as Zone 5 goes up and over. So Blaster, Alpha, Nikov, all have to solve this issue. This is going to be a problem, and already I don't see any utility in Blaster. I got to know if Alpha and Nikov have that utility, because a lot of mats are about to be burned as they pull max pull. Ooh, they find Chapix finally. Chapix was going to hang out by the trash can as much as possible and try to salvage this run as much. Oh my, but he gets recycled. And out he goes, and they close out that story. No three-peat, Dunzo, over.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure we are hanging out on Blaster's point of view, because when you take those secret passageways and when you come out of the trash can, it makes a noise. I'm 95% sure he had heard that noise and knew a player was hanging out down there and just waiting to see what happened and if they're anywhere else. But you talked about it rearing its ugly head. There's the Stark Industries and everyone being forced to use their builds to get up it early. And now I think the real key is, where does Zone 6 go? Because if Zone 6 pulls east and off of the side, it's going to get real interesting real fast on who has priority position. Right now, the question is, who is on height and looking down the rest of the lobby? We can see Sick, Slove, and Antarak have a decent opportunity on height. However, somebody's right above them.
Alex goes down to feed. Janice is still up, taking out Blaster. Deceptos takes another Elim and knock. Mongrel gets one and squeeze. So that trio right there, Giannis, unable to find their footing here in this matchup. They finally qualified, getting into round 3. They're having issues here in week 2. That's one of a consideration for the picks here in the analyst desk. And there it is. Makes another appearance, and boom, big explosions. No Elims this time around, but I like the strats out there. If you got it, you might as well just use it. But let's see where Zone pulls again in Zone 6. Thankfully, I was gonna say thankfully it doesn't go off the island, but it goes up a mountain. So the problems keep amplifying here Sundown, as zones get revealed.
I'm honestly, I'm more okay with this if I'm a player.
Yes.
If it goes off of the side and has the potential to pull back over, you're just kind of effectively out of the game if you're forced to over-rotate off. The one thing I want to keep an eye on, at least in terms of me, is the fact that they're running charged shotguns. So these box-to-box fights are going to be really difficult. But if they get a window like that where they're both able to kind of sneak the shot off, they have so much damage that they can insta-burst people outside of the range of the pump. So that's what they're going to be looking to do. You notice how anytime they're on their rotate, they're taking out these legendary charges and just holding them out. However, because they're on the backside of the zone, they're running into just an absolute wall of AR fire, and it's all going to come down to Sick with this legendary charge. Antarak has a little bit of help right next to him, but he's at sub 20 HP. Sick eats a huge pump shot there. Gonna pop a jellyfish, taking that bite, gonna get a little bit of shield going through as we're closing in on our top 10. 28 players remaining, 11 trios left, the top third of the lobby as we close our 6th circle. And Nas taking out Mitro there. You can see Snap gonna pick up Antarak, so Sick is all by his lonesome.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Where is Mongrel? Mongrel, we all know the trio lands here, and they had a strong height advantage. They went down to height to pick up some elims, but as you're seeing, they may be a battle for height right now, but we're going to take a look at the mid-ground as Slick's trio is going out, but there it is. They look at height, and it is actually Miro, Snap up there, and Swag as Mexi in the mid-ground. Look at the chaos. This is what we're talking about. The mid-ground is so chaotic, and as we're seeing, the Zone 7 pulls off the mountain and down the elevation, so the mid to low ground is going to be so stuck and so catacomb. So many boxes are going out. So many grid points are going out. As you see the Elim feed picking up, and that is height right now cooking. Nate goes down, and all the people that I have to do is we're taking a nice look right now. It's just build right over that and maintain this height endurance, and the stamina is strong. And you're seeing this zone here, Sundown. Stark Industries people that are landing, the Mongrels, the Snap Miros are benefiting from zone pulling their way.
And if it pulls back over, then that's just effectively GG, go next. There's absolutely no way they'll end up losing. And luckily for the rest of the lobby, it's pulling actually just down and away a little bit more. They're still going to have priority on the rest of the zone. However, you can see Mexi and Astro trying to go to work on the low ground. They already have 7 elims across the rest of the team. Mexi trying to find an angle, getting some AR fire, find some Dolphins in the low ground who are out of builds based off of how they're moving, and some brilliant gatekeeping going on here. That's Patrick going down for the full elimination. They'll take 5th place as we're closing in on key placement points coming through here. Mexi gonna dip out into the storm for a second. That's 1, 2, 3 storm ticks he takes, as well as a pump shot to put him at 53 HP, but able to get back to Astro. He's gonna pop those minis to put him right above the 100 HP threshold, and we have our top 4.
Here we go. We're getting closer. It is Zone 9 closing time. And down goes Mexi. And look at it. The dominant hold of height. They have to make their way down to avoid that fall damage. But a team of Snap, Michael, and W Key, who are having a phenomenal performance as well, who are landing as far as down in the southwest area. And they get a big time Elim on Teak. And now they're becoming the Dolphins down low. And already the split is on as Swag is sitting up at height. And Miro gets sent down there. But down goes Snap. Oh, there goes to play for height. Can he connect? Yes, he did. Miro is now has to defend himself. Actually, that was Swag going up there to join his teammate. Big time Elim. And we have a 2-time victory royale. Game 1, Game 5, going to Snap, Swag, and Miro.
And a good job executing at the end there. Had a little bit of a panic having to use the shockwave to go back, but you can see they were masters of Old Man Mountain there. It took its toll, whether it was on builds, utilities, or players going down. Match 5 in the books. One more to go for day number 1, but we're going to send it back on over to Zeke, Shayo, and Reese. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yo, guys, what another game. What's going on here? We're seeing 2 separate teams pick up an early victory royale. So last game, we got 2 back-to-back. This game, swagging on people. First game of the day VR, and now 5th game VR. What is happening?
It's just patterns, and these 2 top teams right now in terms of wins are reading them very well when it's up to them to take that spot, take the shot, land and score. These guys have done it twice so far, Reese. What are your thoughts? Is it because of Starks that these guys have that split that they're so successful, or just the way they play height?
I mean, that split is really, really nice, right? In terms of there's a ton of loot around that area that you can really just actually split on drops. But they have been a little bit more inconsistent. But they're clearly pulling off the games that they're actually managing to get to endgame. They're winning.
Well, guys, together, let's take a look at our standings. Queasy, Milan, Chapik still holding down. Remember, they did see 2 VRs back-to-back. Now, do keep in mind, they had an early shutdown. They were eliminated 20th with only a single point. So walking away in total with 1 point from that last match. Kezix, 4ZR, Nate, they are trying to close in on that number 1 spot. Now, again, it is the top 15 teams that will move on, but being able to find yourself in the top 15 total on day 1 is going to be so crucial going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, it's all about giving you enough padding, enough room to make sure day 2 is stress-free. These are the top 5 who will have the least stress in my mind. And I also mentioned if you're in first by a long way, Squeezy, Milan, and Chapix, maybe that stress becomes a little bit too much because people tend to catch up. You tend to drop a game. As you mentioned, Zeke, that's what happened there. They just had 1 total point. Past that, though, too, from 6th to 10th, we're seeing a few more teams. We know that Swag is not here. From his win, him and his trio gets to be in that first page. They're going to be 3rd overall with those 2 wins. Past that as well, Mongrel, Mitro, Taste, and the other people at Starks are in 8th. So there's 2 trios kind of sharing one of the best spots on the map, basically. Not really fighting each other completely, landing way far away, but they're still looking really good, both in terms and in line to qualify overall in these 2 days. Kirachi, Rotary, and Stormy Right, they're there as well, all the way in the 10th spot, but I'm wondering who rounds off our top 15.
And we've got in 11th place, my pick, Ratso, Kami, and Artor. I don't think they managed to actually gain any points. They're also still in 51 there. But you can see there's a bit of a distribution now between 11th and 15th. 51 points down to 38. So there's starting to get that gap a little bit. We've got 1 more game today and then 6 games tomorrow. So these points are still going to rise over the 2 days total.
Yeah, and there's 1 team here, 2 and 13th, Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. They were on the brink. They were repeatedly looking like they were going to fall out of the top 15, starting off the day at around 5th. Now, though, they're bouncing back from 15th place to 13th, so they're looking good. On the outside in, Refsguard, Stompy, and Scram, they fall down all the way to 20th. They're looking to bring it back, too. The Train H boys are here to also ride a little bit more afterwards as well. Kiku's there also towards 16th. We'll see if these guys can bring it over and get back to that top 15. That's where everyone wants to be in Europe.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we do have the other additional 6 games tomorrow. So right now we're kind of tracking with the 1st and 2nd teams, trying to see who's vying for that number 1 spot. But it will come down to tomorrow. The top 15 will be going on through to heats. So that's when we'll really be keeping a close eye on what those top 15 teams do look like. Now, dudes, these first 2 teams, I mean, it's going back and forth. And Reese, this is Nate. This is your prediction from week number 1, the one you were right on.
It is, it is. And in first right now, we actually do not have them. They're currently in 2nd, but we have Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. As someone who's Shayo has been looking a lot of.
Yeah, these guys are landing over at Craggy. They got some big shots going down. In this game specifically, looking at how they got taken out, Chapix goes down. So we see, I think, Milan do a huge shockwave to get these guys back in the zone. Chapix had shot down a bit, but then Milan throws Chuck Splashes to keep his knockdown timer alive. They revive him. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter too much because these guys didn't even hit that much placement at all. Just one elimination point. That's a little bit of a gap still in first place, but it's really, really tight now at the top.
It is. And over to Milan, still getting knocked down in the late game there. Unfortunately, they managed to make it so far, but it's not far enough.
Yeah.
So now moving over to Nate, Andalex, and 4ZR. They landed in Sweaty. They obviously won last week, and from this exact same drop spot as well. And unfortunately, Kezix gets knocked, but almost the exact same thing happens, where Kezix gets shockwaved out, but there are no Chug Splashes there to save him at all. BLHen comes and finishes him off there. The other two as a duo managed to make it into the end game, but from that fight, they've used so many materials, so many of their heals, that they're just really scuffed into that second moving zone. And now Nate and 4ZR, you can see this is them getting popped off at the end. Really nice elimination, and almost manages to make them clutch straight back in, but he actually gets taken down. Plays as a solo going into the end game. Shockwaves, and it just was not the play, but he had no materials, and there's almost nothing else he could have done in that exact situation.
Sometimes you're put in these situations, you know, where it's like everything, the cards just don't line up in that moment, right? But still, placing 9th with 5 eliminations as a trio is still going to move you up and kind of cushion you. And that's why they are finding themselves in that second place spot. We've got one game left, all right? We're looking at the top 15. We're trying to say, all right, if I'm outside the top 15, I need to do everything I can to at least beat 15. So when I start the day tomorrow, I have a higher likely chance that I will continue to be in that top 15. With one game left, what do you guys expect? Are we gonna see another very big shutdown? I mean, 20th with one elim, that hurts.
It does, but it's what Reese has been saying this entire time. It's about consistency, right? So I feel like all these teams will still be playing how they are just to round off the day, and we'll see those big changes over in day number 2.
Man, the game is ready. Guys, let's get ready to go into our final game on the day here in EU. Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio for breaking it down. 5 matches have completed on the day. We have the 6th and final one for EU. We'll go to a little bit of a break, and then we'll have the NA East portion of their first 6 matches. My name is Sundown, joined here by Sancho West, and there's the map. And Sancho, what are you thinking about for the 6th game? What are you really keeping an eye on?
I am going to keep on one thing, the Storm. Where up? Okay, there we go. It answers my question. I was going to say, if it goes towards Stark Industries, you're going to see the Miros and the Mongrels who are landing there have a strong opportunity. But now we're going down south. Some say too far down south if it goes down to Fortilla. But what I'm going to see now is this opportunity for the teams that have zone to pop off. And that's going to be Stormy. I mean, Stormy, right? Kind of is around that area. Miro, Snap, and Swag, though, is the team that we're about to talk about. 2 victory royales. And you know what? I have to say this. This is only week 2. Week 1, Arox, Vatos, and Leo landed here. So if this team does qualify going into the heats, then they're going to have to figure out how to solve that issue. How are they going to have to push and condition Airwalk, Leo, and Vatos? And you know Airwalk is watching this because this is the squad that they have to deal with when they get here on Stark Pond.
Yeah, and the one thing in particular that Airwalk and his team does, they game plan really well off of the start. They have those drops kind of down to a science, know how to 50-50 on the chest in particular. And I'm not sure we've necessarily seen Miro, Swag, and Snap land here. I think they might only be here because Airwalks and Co. didn't qualify through the finals and aren't playing in this one. Like, they might have pivoted over being like, hey, upstate New York is vacant, and I'm not talking about real life. I'm talking about in the game. And opting to go over there, as now we're going to swing over to a fight going on here. Toby, Scalar, and Bubak trying to get a little bit of pressure. 22 points so far on the day, so could very much so use picking this one up, particularly in the early game. You can see already one elimination coming out through backpack. A good job, Carrot, going down there. Coolest Carrot, who we've seen plenty of times before, going to be picked up. Skylar going to get passive as well, and that should be the complete squad wipe coming through from this 3.
Retail Row, another popular spot for a lot of trios to land, and there's no goodbye Toby here. Toby's trio is going to look very strong going in, hopefully looking for that momentum already around before this matchup here in this final frame. I'm just taking a look at the board. 24th place, so not yet qualified, but you want to have that feeling that you're doing well going to day 2. And just to point this out, this is another interesting strat. Already out of the top 15, 6 spots are taken up by people that already qualified. And those 6 spots are going to be so vital because maybe this is a one chance for a trio to be worked together. You know, maybe they're trying out a new trio spot. I know EU is not as volatile when it comes to switching out people. And the question is, will Benji, Lechi, and Mr. Savage consider splitting up? I know it's a wild thing to throw out there, but already having single digits in week 2, there's something that has to be fixed. You mentioned that it's a drop spot change. I'm not quite sure. I'm sure they'll figure it out because they have to, because there's not that much time left to qualify.
Well, and don't forget, though, as well, even if they don't necessarily get a guaranteed spot in the heats, they're good enough where I don't think they're going to get tripped up in the semifinals too much. Granted, it's really hard to go from top 1,000 to top 33 on a consistent basis, especially in Europe, but they're that much better than the semifinal pool of players that I think they're able to kind of force it out and make it work. I don't think that changing that trio up will benefit them because I'm not sure you'll end up with an upgrade outside of a honeymoon period, which if your goal is to win the FNCS, I don't think that is the best way to go about doing it. I think you start as of tomorrow dropping somewhere else and either forcing that team out or conditioning a new drop spot.
Hey, we talked about love and hate in the beginning. You know, it's like a marriage. You know what I mean? You got your honeymoon phase. You got to work through all that. And we're going to take a peek at what's happening in this relationship. If the Lechi, Savage, and Benji, as the battle continues, the slugfest happening, 2 heavyweights going toe-to-toe, trading blows, haymakers, punches, jabs, you name it, kidney punches. But this is what I like to say in a boxing fight where there's a lot of holding. It's just holding and a lot of rabbit punches because they're not kind of, you know, they're not benefiting this for so much. No one so far in this day 1 of week 2 is benefiting from winning this fight, Sundown.
I can only be so disappointed in it. You can see them picking up 2 eliminations coming out here. The question is, at some point, we need to see one of these 2 teams actually convert off of winning it, because we've seen they have the capability of winning the fight. However, they don't close it out necessarily fast enough to really either prevent the other team from rebooting or preventing another team from coming through and them having the resources to then be able to deal with it. But if they get to that point and they get one solid game, we've talked about just how big the victory royales and kind of getting towards the contention threshold, they could really put all doubts out of my mind in terms of their ability to go through and qualify, because they get it right there. But again, time and time again, we haven't seen it.
And the difference between esports and the boxing sport, the sweet science of boxing, is, let's put this in perspective. It's as if you just finished a heavyweight fight, and then literally with one breath, you have to fight another boxer right then and there, sometimes in a different ring. But that is why you're not seeing the consistency. And the question I have is, with Doom's mystical bomb being out, that is why it's showing, like, a lot of people out there in the Fortnite universe has been asking, what's better, Stark or Dooms? And so far it's showing that a Stark is actually kind of benefiting out, as Rotary Storm and Kirachi are looking to regain the momentum, getting that victory royale, and picking up a big-time E-Limbs on Mexi. And now Astro goes down, and it is only Hardfine put in a hard spot to survive.
And he needs to stay away
there he
here
goes.
if he's going to be able to. And as I say, he gets ticked over because I knew it was coming. The pressure coming out just a little bit too strong. And again, you can see that charge pump coming through from the boxes away. Really well execution from Kiriachi, basically using that thing off a cooldown, getting the max damage onto Ovation's Bajarse. So a good job cleaning up the fight and providing the pressure with the charge. I mean, I'm going to be one of the few players out there. I think it has a place as somebody running it in a trio. Personal preference wise, I actually like the charge more for the pump, but that's probably just because I am so bad at box to box fighting that it's really not worth me engaging it anyway, as the hunt is now on. And you can see why that charge is so valued in the trio format. Kiriachi able to hang out on the high ground, get the full charge, and still be able to put pressure down. However, they extended a little bit and are going to be forced to burn utility trying to chase down the solo player.
I think they were feeling it, you know. They were feeling it. They were on a hot streak. They picked up some quick 3 elims already. They're averaging 3.6 in this matchups right now, and they have an average placements of 12. They already got 1 victory royale out of the 5 games that we played. This is the final game 6. After this, we're going to take a break in terms of a whole day's break, and our competitors will come back again and play another 6 games. And just to give you an idea of how grueling this kind of format is in terms of you have to play consistently throughout the time, and at the same time, if you go all the way to the end, it's literally 24 minutes of intense mental fortitude and intense, like you said it so yourself, the actions per minute. It is so difficult to get to this point. And every elim that you're seeing is another big name in the region. We're talking about the 0.01%, all competing here right now. The top of the top, the cream of the crop. That's what I like to see, and that's what makes FNCS so awesome.
And particularly here in Europe, just the skill disparity at the top when you talk about it. For trios, only 33 teams make it to the lobby. When you look at the number of top trios who could legitimately win an FNCS and once they get into a final game, there's probably about 40 or so who you make the argument who are like, hey, if they have probably the best 12 games they could put together a run and win in Europe, which is saying that you have more than a final lobby's worth of teams who realistically are good enough to win the region. That's moderately absurd. Like, that's actually the level of skill that's present just from top to bottom in Europe in particular is just so astounding, especially for the number of people who play and compete in each one of these tournaments.
And later on, we have the NA East coming up, and I have to bring this up. I believe Zexro was already tweeting out, if I move to Europe, who will come with me? And that's when things get kind of interesting. We already seen Seppi, the world traveler, the international man of mystery, making his moves all across the world and still being a dominant player. But the interesting factor, Sundown, I have to ask you, what NA East player what trio can make waves in EU? Just a quick question.
None of them. They'd all get waxed.
Whoa.
Clip it, put it on Twitter. I'll say this right now. Outside of a LAN environment, if you took an NA trio and put them in the online competition with EU in that environment, I don't think any NA East trio has enough consistency to be able to really push through and fight with the way EU fights. It's so absurdly hard to actually get that done and go through. And right now, we're actually going to toss the game back over the analysts real quick. We have a little bit of a freeze issue on the replay, so we're going to get that resolved as they take it away.
Hey guys, sorry about that, Fortnite fam. Apparently there was a little bit of a hiccup there on the server side. It looks like someone may have spilled some slurp juice over on the server. Really sorry about that. What we're actually going to do is while we figure out what's going on, we are going to throw to the content piece that Reese helped us put together this week. So for your viewing pleasure, please do take a look at this. It's awesome, and we hope that you guys learn something from it. When we come back, we'll have more news on what is going on. So please do, again, sorry this happened. We're going to go take a look, and when we return, we'll have more news on how we will be moving forward here on the broadcast. Reese, I hope that you are ready for the viewers to learn, because this piece is actually one of my favorite content pieces out there. So here we go. Hats off to you, Reese. Run it.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Resub here to break down the differences between Round 1 and Round 3, which players sometimes refer to as Opens and Finals during the Qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things that you'll see in Round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in Round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own Round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in Round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up Round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day's going very, very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams Kezix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In Round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In Round 1, they were contested by an average of one team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what Round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in Round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Senbuga and C9 Avery from Round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of Round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in Round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In Round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure that they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkram, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In Round 1, there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in Round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there's no Storm Surge. But in the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in Round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament, or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. The last thing that you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in Round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the second moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the third moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the second moving. Now compare this to Round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal-off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In Round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off, all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching Round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average Opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the Battle Bus.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to continued coverage of the Fortnite Champion Series. Sorry about that. There was a little bit of a hiccup on the server side of things in EU, but don't worry, the game did close out, and we are ready to hop back into the tail end of the game. We're taking it back just a little bit so you won't miss any of the action, but with that being said, let's send it back over to our casters to bring us home.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And here we are hopping into the final 6 minutes. Yes, there was a little bit of a hitch going on in the server, lag going through. We're always trying to improve on those things, but particularly when you have so many players, so many actions, so many buildings, and with the nature of the amount of online competitions, it does happen there occasionally. However, the match did end up playing out. We have the entire replay, so not going to leave you with any suspense. We're going to hop right on into it as we get the moving circles on board here with the Week 1 winners on the side. And Sancho, what are your thoughts, man?
Man, I gotta say, before we got into that situation, you had the hottest of hottest takes, and I think the heat from that take sundown kind of set a blaze. But 4ZR's team with Kha'Zix and Nate are setting a blaze so far in the FNCS trios. The consistent play, and they are in second place going into this match with over 113 points, leaving Game 5 already with 116 here. We're talking about an average of 8 E-limbs, an average placements of the top 5. So a strong team, and this is Reese's original pick of predictions for doing well. And we had a great breakdown package for those of you that missed it during the break of Reese breaking down why 4ZR, Kha'Zix, and Nate look so strong. And the bottom line is they don't have to worry about too much in the early game, and with that strength they're able to carry it all the way to end, and they get a nice beam on Nikov right there and there.
Nikov getting picked up over on the side as well as pushing through, trying to see if they can't end up finding a little bit more room there as we continue moving ahead. You can see Shockwave's going out from the high ground, trying to get ahead of the zone. You have Nate over there as well as a player right next to him. We're going to hop on board. 4ZR sitting on all 3 of the eliminations for his squad right now. Top 38 players, 15 left. Don't forget, this is the final match for EU. We'll have a short break and then on over to NA East after this, match number 6. And right now, players just trying to gain a little bit of momentum, a little bit of positioning for the next 6 matches tomorrow.
Yeah, we're already seeing our top 15 get to qualify into the heats after the day 2. And so far, right now in day 1, 6 trios are taking up those 15 spots. So there's a lot of new faces trying to get in. And this is the fight that we're going to talk about throughout the entire month. 4ZR with a stronghold with 3 E-limbs with a nice rotation here, using the outside, not white lining it, being able to find some breathing room as we're seeing that who's at height. It is Hen, a new name into this in week 2, but now the story is down below. We're just seeing the shambles, a lot of HP needed right now in this trio. Jatega, it's on now. So now it's up to Snag. Snag had a great ending, but he has a flopper here, and wow, what a nice shot! And that's a big time siphon play right there, Sundown.
And the Shockwave to get him over on the side of the zone actually ended up being perfect. The flopper giving him the breathing room he needed. Zone pulled over towards the side, but my prediction up on the high ground right now, and the first time all 3 of them have been together towards the late game. Can they execute and close this match out into the top 10? 22 players remaining. It's mostly down to duos with only a couple of full trios left. Right now, Snag trying to get ahead of the zone and maintain. He still has 82 builds, 2 Shockwaves, and Bouncers, so he has the ability to make a play, and we've seen time and time again, there have been plenty of Lone Rangers over in EU, but he'll get taken down. No clutch coming out there as Hen and Deceptos leading the way. Patrick on the backside of the zone, looking for whatever shots he can. They're going to move down a layer, recognizing they don't need to be up that high. But right now, first place Chapix on the layer below them.
Yeah, and Chapix and that trio have been there before on second to height, and they've made the play to take it away. That is why they got the back-to-back, but there it is. Deceptos closes the door on Chapix opportunity. So now it's all Hen, Putrick, and Deceptos having a strong hold in the rest of the lobby, and is going back up north. And if it goes back over old builds, that means the height is going to be able to hold as longer as possible, considering they don't have to use any kind of mats. They just have to walk on over old builds and beam on down. But look at this aggressive play. The split is on, Sundown. One member is going to be left behind, possibly looking for the heal up, or he's going to look for those beams. And this is the person on height, Deceptos, really high up at the ultimate high, safe away from any kind of shockwave or bouncer plays.
And I'm actually really upset that Deceptos opted to drop down, because I was about to say he's staying far enough up where with his 2 shockwaves and bouncers, anybody who can contest, he can force him down. But instead, they're staying with the 1-2 split, him opting to drop down and get with the rest of his team, and they close out the lobby. They wipe it out. So they say, Sundown, thank you for calling us out as one to watch. 35 points in the final game, 10 eliminations, and the victory royale. Well done from Deceptos, Hen, and Patrick. But that is going to be it out of EU. That is the first 6 matches, and honestly, it felt like a little bit of a step up in terms of the mid and late game execution from these teams. It felt like the teams on height were a little bit better than they were last week, and the ones who were on the low ground were able to stay hip to hip and then use their key utility to make it a contest of it.
Yeah, and the story is the new names coming from week 2 making an impact. Let's see how it all goes on down. Analyst, what you got for us?
Thank you guys so much for that. Great cast on the day overall. And I think Sundown nailed it, right? Like, a lot of these teams are just looking incrementally better, right? It's just those little steps, because when you're looking at it, these are the very tippity top that we're looking at, right? These teams are so good. And when you can make these incremental changes, that is actually what's going to put you ahead of someone else. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final standings here on the day. Now, please don't forget, tomorrow we're back for another 6 matches. And after that, the top 15 teams will move on. Queasy, Milan, Chapix, right now holding down that number 1 spot, 2 victory royales, 36 eliminations, and 129 points.
And the only thing incremental about these guys are the distance between them, Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate in second. In general, the way this trio played, it was leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else's gameplay. So consistent whether they were coming first and winning twice today, or just placing in that top 5 game after game after game.
The difference between second and third, huge. Just like Shao says, huge differences. And are they going to be able to catch that up tomorrow? They're going to need quite a few victory royales to catch up, even though just that one kind of 30-point lead.
Absolutely. From 6th to 10th too, we have a bunch of people who finally solidified their spots and pushed over their gameplay into maximum overdrive. Raxo, Cami, and Artur were sitting at 11th to 15th as we see right now, but this time they're in 8th. Over here, these are the top 15 we're looking at in name number 1. If these 2 days continue the same way, these will be the people that qualify. But remember, we have 6 more games to watch tomorrow. This is what it looks like so far.
And this is roughly around the same points as it was last week, so there's not like a general increase in terms of the points to qualify. So for those teams who didn't make it last week, or for just didn't qualify at all for round 3, those guys are going to have a great idea of where that placement threshold is and what they're going to need to do in day 2 to catch up.
And man, when you're taking a look like even top 15 to top 1, right? Just being able to make it on through, that's what you want to see. Now, we actually do have a conclusion here to week number 2 for Middle East. Kuki, Mev, and Now, congratulations to them. They did walk away in that number 1 spot. 272 total points, 2 VRs, and 83 eliminations. We will take a look at the total overall standings to see which teams did go on through. But man, almost 100 points ahead of everyone else. That's ridiculous.
And they had an average placement of 4.6, which is ridiculously consistent. Listen to these: 3rd, 2nd, 16th, 11th, 2nd, 1st, 5th, 3rd, 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 5th. Like, they're maybe just kind of missing out on the first and the victory royale slots, but crazy to get that many games in the top 10, in the top 5, sorry. 10 games in the top 5.
What's crazier is that these guys won in week number 1, got first overall. In week number 2, did it again. So Middle East definitely has some royal people at the very, very top. We'll see if they can do it again in week number 3. But so far, man, around the whole world, we have people doubling up on victory royales. We've got people just holding height in just so many creative ways. You know, with all the changes that have been going on with the meta and whatnot, like, it's just looking really good for Trio so far in the FNCS.
And that's what you love to see. And that's all you can ask for, right? Is everyone continuing to level up their gameplay. But guys, that wraps up all things EU for today. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we'll be jumping into NA East for the first 6 matches of week number 2. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. We are here in NA West. I've done it again. NA East. That's right. You guys remember this joke? Those of you that are OGs remember. NA East. We're here for 6 matches today in week number 2. I'm your host, Zeke, joining us here on the analyst desk. We got Shy Wager. We got Reese. And gentlemen, in just a few moments, we'll have some games. Are you guys ready for that NA East action?
I thought you were going to say we have Weiss with us as well, but you nailed that one, Zeke. I respect that 100%. Good bounce back. Okay. I'm ready for East action. Past all the fun as well. Like, we've got some of the top trios qualled again in NA East. We're going to have a nice balance of fun, a good balance of shots in Endgame, and a nice little all package overall for NA East.
Mm-hmm. And we had some really exciting games last week. We've just come off of EU, which had its hype as well. We've seen some new trios kind of do really, really well yesterday who didn't really perform that well week 1. So I'm hoping, are we going to see something similar today from NA East? We'll have to find out.
We will indeed. Now, guys, the battle bus is being prepped. We'll launch in just a few moments, but first, let's take some time to talk about the broadcast itself. We are here same time, same place today and tomorrow. We're diving into some FNCS action. So if you're wanting more of this, tomorrow we'll be back same time right here for the last 6 games on the day. Next up, let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about the overall tournament format as we get ready to hop into some of these games. Now, do keep in mind, this is round number 3. There's been 2 rounds before this, one kind of an open, one then squishing the competition way down, and now we find ourselves in round number 3, where only at the end of it, the top 15 teams will move on to heats. Once in heats, from there, the top 8 trios will then move on to grand finals, but there is a very special wildcard match that might mean another trio will have a second shot at redemption. Right, Shai?
Absolutely. One of my favorite matches of this season. I think that will be coming up after Heats is wrapped up. One match where the top 9 to 16 teams from Heats take place in trying to win, because that winner qualifies for those grand finals. Those finals obviously over 2 days, 6 games a pop, 6 games a day. We'll see how that goes, but man, that wild card, I'm looking forward to that.
And that's what you want to see, right? To be able to say, look, all right, this is it. That final opportunity to make it through, it's going to be a good time. Moving on to that point format, though, we have victory royales worth 25 points, and you will earn placement as far out as 17th place. Every elimination is, of course, the point. And, you know, Reese, we've kind of seen this big back and forth, right? Sometimes we see teams go heavy on elims. Sometimes we see them go heavy on placement. But what we're finding is you really need a solid balance of both.
You do, and in week 1, the highest eliminations any team got was 17. So definitely these people who are winning the games and these teams who are really doing very well each game are getting way more placement points than they are eliminations. But at the same time, eliminations are still very, very important. We've seen last week Booga, Booga, Avery, and Jamper. I'm combining them all together. They work so well as a trio. Struggled a little bit with their eliminations. Obviously, they came second overall in the whole day, but they missed out on that first place slot just because they were kind of struggling a little bit more to get those elims.
Yeah, man, and just to double back, I'm just smash words together in my mind constantly. That's where NA West came from. Moving on, though, we got that qualifier prize breakdown. Don't forget, we're here in NA East. That's correct. I said it that time. And everyone will have some prize money on the line in each of the regions. Now, we've already wrapped up EU. That was about an hour ago. EMI as well. We've seen Asia and OCE done. NA West will be down after this, but of course we will not be broadcasting that. So we do have a little bit of time here to get ready and kind of talk through some of the stuff we have been seeing. Obviously, you know, we're going to be talking about predictions, and we're going to be kind of recapping some of the stuff we did see in round number 2. How are you guys feeling? Like, let's get a general vibe and temp check right now. Are we prepared for week number 2 here in NA East?
A vibe check might be sign a kind of scared vibes from me, honestly, for NA East.
Okay.
There's a lot of new things that are happening. We saw with EU, there's new teams coming in that weren't here last week, and we have spots that are uncontested in week number 1. So I'm looking at maybe there's going to be a few fights we don't expect happening across the map. What do you think, Reese?
Well, you know me. Vibes are always high. Vibes are always high, right? I'm excited. Again, we've seen good games from EU. We've seen good games last week for EU and NA East. And it's going to be the same thing today. I just want to see who's picking up the victory royales.
Oh, man. Well, speaking of pick, let's talk about your picks as predictions. Let's take a look together. So, again, random order came out, and Aussie Antics and MDF came up first. Aussie picked Jamper, Booga, and Avery. You know, last week we saw Booga perform exceptionally well, whereas on the other side, Night Shark and AV, they kind of had a rough start, but it's okay. You know, we got a fresh new games this weekend, so I'm confident they can really step up to the plate. Shio, talk to me about your predictions.
Clicks, Illis, Bizzle. I feel like these guys being hot today, you know, getting first overall in that round number 2, can use that momentum, come through to round number 3, contested or not, depending on what happens on their drop. I feel like they have the power to take a very high placement here by the end of these 2 days.
All right, Reese, what about yourself?
Well, I am 4 out of 4 times predictions where I'm picking last, but I'm picking the teams who are going first, right? Commandment,
Okay.
Edgy, and Scented. These guys did not qual for round 2 last week. However, one of them was playing on higher ping because they ended up being on Any West. Ping sorted this week, and in this round 2, they managed to really perform again, right? They ended up coming third. These guys landing in Misty Meadows, if I remember correctly. Don't fight off spawn. Don't find the mid game. I'm putting my money on them.
Okay, well, for those of you that have been following the FNCS, you know Reese has, he's been pretty spot on with his picks so far, but I'm confident that others like Aussie, MDF, or Shile could potentially dethrone him. We can't have Reese walking away being this unbelievable, unstoppable mind. That's just too much, right, Shy? We can't have this. This is just, we can't do that.
I think that Monster might have the best chance today because I was talking with Exet a little bit before. We were saying, you know, they were slightly inconsistent. Day 2 is actually where they fixed everything and finally learned how to play their playstyle, which is why they got to third. If they have that, you know, day 1 go well instead of, you know, trying to figure things out like they did last week, I feel like they could possibly get really high up there on their placement. So if everything's fixed like they've told me, I feel like Monster might have the biggest punch here compared to Reese.
How do you feel about that, Reese?
Well, it's a good pick, right? The Exit Trios performs really well.
Okay.
My pick's obviously good as well, but I'll talk about Monster's pick. Just gonna put it out there. My pick's good too. But honestly, like, especially right now with the Dr. Doom's Mystical Bomb not being in the game, these guys typically play a low ground playstyle and they play it really well.
That's right. Let's take a look at this recap here. Shio, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, listen, we both got to grab at that straw because, look, it's exciting. There's all these trios we need to talk about, right? And no second can be missed. Booga is in this competition. Again, we mentioned second place last time, falling just short to Creo, Bucky, and Kanata. Will they be uncontested again? Will they rock through? I mean, they're here to dominate. I feel like they might.
And I think they may be uncontested again. We'll see once we get into game 1. But the teams last week, no one wanted to contest them. Maybe they're going to change up their playstyles. And we're checking in with Bizzle, Illist, and Clicks, who actually ended up coming first in round 2 that was just happened. So this team is really hot today. They're doing really well. And you can see in this game, they have 22 eliminations, right? If they can consistently get to endgame and do this kind of performance in round 3, bro, they're going to be very tough to stop.
Absolutely, but it's so much more organized. You can actually kind of break things down and fix your mistakes. You can't really, you know, focus on who's coming into your game in round number 2. You know that in round number 3. With the top 5 teams we have right now as well, I think Day, Miro, and Reverse are a big name to look at as well. They're consistently at the top. I mean, everyone in top 10 really has a good shot in shooting up and being top 10 again.
They do. And we're switching over to my pick, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. Guys who have really proven history of being really dominant. And these guys are, again, one of our top picks. And someone that I'm just going to say right now, they're going to pop off, win game 1.
Okay, game 1 win prediction. That's bold, Reese. That's pretty bold, but you mentioned it yourself. The low ground warriors, Night Shark and AV, fixed all their issues. VOD reviewed up. I think it was like a 10-hour VOD review session in total in terms of all the games they watched back. I might even just be making that up to, you know, a big put props on these guys. But they reviewed 100%. A lot of hours of what went wrong, what went right last week. I feel like they have a big shot, and they did come third. So we'll see overall what happens on day number 1.
Okay.
There's a lot that we're going to be talking about, right? Because I think we have to remember that, like, it's not really about the first place team right now. Now, a lot of teams are chasing that number 1 spot because they want to be able to go into tomorrow's 6 games and just have a very solid lead, right? We're going to be focusing tomorrow more on the top 15 teams and the teams trying to make it in to that top 15 spot. Today, I think it's funny, Reese, that you're kind of like, hey, you know what? Those guys are going to win. Not my predictions. I appreciate the humbleness, but I feel like there might be some like dastardliness behind that. You're like, no, yeah, it's fine. They got it, right? Like, I feel like you're too strong, Reese. I don't like this.
You know, I'm throwing out curveballs. Left,
Okay.
right, center. I'm just guessing, right? I'm just throwing in the wind. Doesn't matter here. They can win, they may not. But in all honesty, you know, there's some really, really great teams in this top 33. Anyone could pick up this Victor Royale in game one. And obviously, it's about consistency. 12 games overall. Doesn't matter who wins game one. Doesn't matter if I'm right. Doesn't matter if I'm wrong. Even though it's funny if I'm right. Just throwing a pick out there.
It is.
I like what you say there about like all those games, though. I feel like for NA East, there's so much more momentum based. So whoever does win that first game, they hold on for 2 days. So this game number one, without, you know, being able to review what happens in these set lobbies, it'll be slightly a little bit more like instinctual, slightly a little bit more adaptive. And because of that, whoever ends up winning might have a chance to hold on to the top spot the whole day.
That first place would be, like you say, kind of carrying that momentum through. Now, something we do need to remember is the teams we saw last round 3 are not the same we're going to see today. There's 14 returning teams. So we're going to be seeing a number of new faces. And what we saw in EU was a lot of those new faces either showed up and dominated or completely changed drop spots for a lot of these teams that are trying to alpha up on these power POIs.
Yeah, and then also like the new faces replacing the old. I believe Zayt is possibly uncontested at Doom's Domain because Hearts Trio is not in this week, right? So that's that whole new factor of certain power POIs actually active this week.
And he doesn't have the mystical bomb, however. So,
True.
Is that POI as good? I think, personally, it's still like one of the best spots, even without that, right? You've got the vault with all the loot in there, and the gauntlets that they drop are still absolutely, like, very, very powerful, in particular for keeping that ultimate high ground position. So I think the mystical bomb is good for pressuring low ground, pressuring the teams below, but I don't think it's like a win or lose situation not having it.
That's very interesting. That's probably a conversation we want to talk more about throughout the next 6 games. Because, you know, Sancho actually pointed it out earlier in AU. It's like Stark is also a power POI. But if you can't either transition off of it and take that into late game, what use are you really getting out of that? Especially if you're a team looking to contest some of these higher profile POIs. If you're getting eliminated off spawn, you just have to change it up, right? Like, especially when we're looking at people like Bugha, who is a world champion, who might be landing your POI, you have to have a backup plan.
Absolutely, but like I always say that if you have a backup plan, is your main plan a good plan, right? Some of these guys have to be able to all in and really hold their spots. I feel like that's the energy that's needed if you want first place. I feel like that's the wavelength that Zayt will be on this whole day and possibly this whole month of FNCS.
Man. All right, well, guys, let's get ready to send it over to our casters who will take us into game momentarily. We got Monster Dayface and Aussie Antics standing by.
All right, and there you guys have it. The quick breakdown, the pre-show there for us, Aussie. They really laid out what I would call the playing field, right? Let's talk about what's coming up next. It's NA East. It's week 2. Like Shayo mentioned, teams have already hit the recap.
Yeah, we've got a lot of teams coming into it to look out for. We talked about so many different teams. We're talking about Zayt's team uncontested there at the very end, which was a big question mark. They did a good rap on your team, the XM boys, and why they think they're going to be able to win today. Did you want to add anything to that they didn't kind of touch on? Because it's your pick. It was my pick last week. So the better they do today, I kind of have the double dip. It makes me look good for both.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you picked them for good reason, right? The XZ team, I think, is definitely one of the scariest on the scene right now. And it's interesting. They play a style that is unorthodox to the meta that is Fortnite, right? They take consistent placements through low ground. They're not the ones to chase height coming into half in, half out. And if anything, they actually have a different kind of meta developing. I think they're ahead of the curve here, where they're so aggressive that they push players out of their layers, like literally. Yeah. It's Av knocking on walls, knocking on doors, backing players up, and more likely than not, everyone knows, I feel like in Fortnite, it's like, oh, snap, when I'm rotating, if someone's on my layer, I got to go up. But it's because they're so aggressive down there, they're forcing everyone out.
Yeah, they fight for it for sure. And I think one of the issues that went wrong in that first week, Shio touched on it. They went back in VOD review. They checked out their games. Day 1, they struggled. But day 2, they came back in a big way, coming 3rd overall. But they touched on it a little bit, and I wanted to talk about it as well. Obviously, Doom's Mythic not being in the game today, it's going to have a big effect on it. But I don't think we have to wait any longer, Monster. I don't think you have to give your response. I think we're ready for games.
Hey, man, it's going to be just like that. NA East is about to kick up, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys watch those opens, you know they were going to be intense. We got to briefly touch up on that as we're covering the EU session. Here it is, though, guys. Game number 1 is underway. Let's not forget either, it's a 2-day competition here, Aussie Antics. So it's not about today's performance. It's about tomorrow's as well.
It is about tomorrow's as well, and this map is giving us such a good insight to so many of those storylines we were building. Who's going to be uncontested, and it looks like we're going to have it. We're going to have both Mythic POIs uncontested game 1. I think we have Zayd's team at Doom's Domain, and we have Booger's team at Stark, and I mean, obviously being my pick, that's exactly where my eyes went straight to see if they're going to be able to back it up. But we're seeing some spots with crazy amount of teams, Monster. I'm looking at that top left section, Coral Castle, 4 teams, or 3 teams, and then another team at Homely Hills. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and they're just like surrounding that area. So whoever's in the center of the Coral Castle is definitely going to be in a very interesting situation. Here's the XSET crew, like we mentioned. We know that they land Fortilla, but it's much more than that. They stretch way far out to the swamps here, hitting the coastal bend there. And you can see the 3 perspective shot here will give you a good insight as to how much territory they control and as just to why they find so much success. Now, the big story for them is, can they find the tags? Can they find that action just early enough in order to keep themselves clear of the storm surge that we know is inevitable coming into that top, 5th zone or so on the rotate? Because, that's the biggest struggle for a lot of our professional players here in the Fortnite scene, especially the ones that land on the outer edges that are uncontested.
Yeah, and I think that's always the most interesting part. Whenever I talk to pros who qualify for finals for the first time, and I'm like, what was the biggest issue? Like, what did you not think was going to be a problem that became a massive problem? They always say Storm Surge. It's just a part of the game that you don't get to practice too much unless you're qualifying for these finals consistently. But teams like this, the XSET boys, they've done it so many times. I feel like they will manage it well. But it's the downside to how big their split is. And we talk about these teams uncontested, like we're tuning over onto Stark now. They need to manage their surge. If there's no one here, there's no one to get damage on.
Yeah, but there's something else not quite working with Booga, Avery, and Jamper's strategy, because there's something wrong with the fact that they aren't necessarily running away with a competition game after game when they have such a tremendous lead. You're talking about a team that sets themselves up for Shockwave. You're talking about a team that should realistically be on high ground just about every single game, and they're not doing it. I do wonder if they have done their homework, hit that drawing board, and really figured out the method to their, hopefully, new version of success. Because while second was absolutely impressive, they should still be doing this more consistently overall. Remember, we're talking about a team that did that just in week 1, but when you look at the other performances from other community tournaments that were hosted, they haven't been too hot. So I am curious to see if that was a thing of the past, and coming into week 2, maybe they have patched up the missing holes.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned there as well, there was a lot of tournaments they played in where they had uncontested Stark and everyone had them picked to win and they underperformed. But at least in their defense, they are on kind of an upward trajectory. They are improving each week, and second place last week was a really good performance. They did so well in semis earlier today as well. So I'm thinking they're patching things up a little bit, but a team that doesn't need to patch anything up, that's only been playing together now for a few weeks, Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle, I said it right this week, they're looking like they're going to get early eliminations on the board potentially here.
Yeah, already we're looking at some early game action. The team is on the run. Someone's going to go in and try to Shockwave out, but this is going to cause a bit of a split. And there it is, the second and third player now trying to exit out. This guy's going to go with the bouncer play, and that was a white tag. You have to assume it's probably over for him. And yes, it's Gabe on the other side of the wall. Great low ground peek from Illust.
Close though as well. Got a heavy shot onto. I was about to say, that's probably the last person I'd want to be in a 1v1 situation with right now in NA East is Illust. As Clicks comes around the corner, probably the second last person I'd want to run into. So this team has incredible fighting power, and we're seeing it here. That's 2 eliminations on the board. I believe they had uncontested Sweaty, or maybe this was a team that dropped on them and they chased them out, or they were just kind of trying to get this loot. But that's really big eliminations on the board for them to kind of kick off game 1. This is massive for this team.
100% here. The rotate is going to go on out. 3 huge points swing in their favor, and that's going to be essentially a 15-point catalyst upwards in the right direction. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle, one of the hottest on the scene right now, and it's just a band of solid players getting together and playing at top tier caliber. Here now, though, we have Isiv, Bully, and Slick now. This is a contested drop spot. The same, I would say, battle or hurdle that was happening last week with Paper and Crew, but this time around, Paper's going to find the frag that he needs in the early game. Quick knock here, and it's looking great for Paper and company.
It's looking really good. That 152 tag was enough to kind of swing it. That slowed Paper down a little bit here, but we do have Bully and Slick kind of on the back foot here. There's obviously Bully's solo drop as well. He has this place on lockdown. He plays it really well, so if anyone's going to be able to win this one, it's going to be Bully. That was 2 huge white tags. This player's incredibly weak. He's trying to shockwave around another blue tag. This is a different opponent now, so he has done tremendous amount of damage here in this fight so far. Bully is carrying this fight. He is so confident. He's up against the wall, shotgun in hand, just closing it out, and they managed to swing it after Paper's big initial blow onto Isiv.
And you could just tell, man, Bully's been on a whole different page lately, really stepping up his game, and it's showing game after game as he's dropping players here. And now, they're the kings of the steamy stack. It's going to be a bit of a, I would say, a drawing board situation for the team that was taken out there. They're going to have to really think long and hard, because if it's 2 days of competition, and with how fast they were wiped out of the comp that time around, I mean, you have to reconsider the drop spot.
Yeah, either reconsider the drop spot or how you played it for sure. That definitely wasn't the strategy there. But at the same time, I don't think they necessarily played it too bad from a strategy standpoint. I think Bully just played that better. He was just so confident and so good at fighting there. He did too much damage for them to handle. He wasn't really doing anything too fancy, as we find out now that 8 of the top 10 teams from last week returned to round 3 today. So we talked a little bit earlier about how there's a lot of new faces on the block, but it looks like the consistency from that top 10 from last week is really showing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, XSET came 7th today, and in last week's qualifier, week 1, or the qualifier number 1, they were 7th overall, just showing that on the 2-day formats, it's favoring their type of playstyle. Day 1 may have not have been the hottest competition for them, the hottest day for them, but they found the patches. They fixed the strategy up for day 2, and they came out soaring up the leaderboards then. So with that, coming into this next set now, I mean, they're really set up for success here. This is a very interesting strategy. This is what we expected the qualifier 1 week to look like for Zay and Crew. They use those rifts early, and this time around, since they're not battling in that early game, they have so much more time now to scout and really decide what battle they want to take.
Now, this is a team that I really want to talk about, because I was talking about this recently. Furious, a player that after all the teams split was looking so good. Riversun, Illist, and Furious were looking like the best team in NA East, and then all of a sudden, that team split and Furious was left without a team. He's bounced around a few times now, and he's found himself with Cease and Blake, which again are 3 huge names in the NA East pro scene that everyone should know of, but I feel like they're the 3 players that have been bounced around teams like crazy, never really being able to find people who wanted to play with them or find any success. So as much as I didn't pick this team as my team to win, they're ones that I'm cheering for. I really want to see a solid performance from this team, because I feel like they've just kind of been slept on a little bit. They're just not getting the respect I feel like they deserve as players, but it's going to be about whether they can gel together as a team, because I think they've only had about a week of experience coming into these games.
I mean, listen, how many tournaments do you have to win if you're in Furious's shoes, right?
Yep.
Before you get the respect you deserve. He just took a DreamHack. Just took FNCS Invitational, placed highly in other formats as well, had a great team before having to swap things up. Like, he's been on, honestly, like one of the most interesting roads as far as the Fortnite scene goes. I don't think we've seen another player as decorated as him in such a tight window of frame, you know, just hit so much friction, right, as far as acceptance goes within the comp community.
And that's what it is. We had 2 solo FNCS metas back-to-back. So a lot of those solo players like Coop, like Furious, had massive performances and gained a lot of notoriety. But if they hadn't performed in previous team game modes, it was really hard for people to assume they'll work well as a team. And that could be on their side as well. As much as I want to say how good Furious is, maybe as a team player, he needs to work on those skills. And that's what's so interesting about the Fortnite meta changing constantly with what game mode we're playing. Some people are suited for solos versus team modes, and some people are a little bit better. So I want to see improve it here today, though, because like you said, he is so decorated right now, and people still have that claim of, oh, well, he hasn't done well in a team game mode. So I really just want to see them have a great day today, a great performance, and really bring things together. But based on their positioning and where they are right now, they're looking pretty good.
I'm already noticing a big difference between last week's qualifier and this week's qualifier, because the amount of players alive right now is staggering. There's a huge amount of players alive. There's 85 up right now. The pacing just seems to have slowed down so much. It's almost like we're back to the NA East roots of that slow, methodical, intense gameplay. And it always seems to kind of go that way as the competition ramps up and up. As we get closer to the grand final settings, it's like NA East puts the brakes on and everyone becomes much more and more passive. And I feel like we're seeing that so far. The intensity is in the atmosphere. You can literally feel it as players are trying to base up right now and find their tags. With how many players are up, these battles are so important. As we talk about it, Zexro here is 9 damage below, and now they need some major ones.
And Calc gets taken down, though. As this fight starts, Calc on the other side of the bridge trying to get tagged gets taken down by Stretch. So this is a really big blow for Zexo and Macwood's team, as now they have to try and get their Storm Surge tags and survive with one player down, and they have a trio on either end of the bridge. So I really like the bridge positioning usually, but I think this team pushing in maybe also needs some Storm Surge tags, or they know that Calc has fallen, because they are very aggressively pushing into this area, and I can't see a reason why they do that unless they know they have the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, especially considering the fact Zexro laid the first few tags down. So it is very interesting overall when you do think about it. I do agree with you too. They may have a small idea. Maybe they're just trying to hedge their bets here to see if whether or not this team is fully situated. But the pushback, the little bit of resistance here from Macwood and Zexro is enough to back them up. And now they buy themselves a little bit of room. But how long will that last as the clock continues to tick on? And Zexro and Macwood at 18 below. That sniper damage is going to just miss. The sniper shot is barely going to miss Zexro. It was through the window there. So you're sharing the box with Macwood. That was close.
18 above, and they've got those Stark rifles, and that's why this team has this strategy. They drop at craggy cliffs, but they almost always rotate through Stark if they can, and they get those Stark rifles. Anyone knows, if you've been watching competitive Fortnite, you know that Zexro is so lethal with a strong weapon in his hand at range. He's got such good aim and accuracy, and it looks like he's going for a bit of a flank maneuver. This is a bit risky because he's gone outside the bridge safe hold, and he's trying to sneak up behind them. He might be able to find the angle and the damage. I don't know. I don't think he gets any tags, and now he's split, and he's out in the open where this could get really messy really fast if another team has eyes on this, because there it is, as I call it, Zexro. I've been talking about how well he's known in the competitive Fortnite community for his aim, but he can't be making mistakes like that. You can't leave yourself exposed like that. He just had Calc go down from that exact same angle monster, and then he just doesn't cover it.
Yeah, and Macwood should have known better as well. Macwood should have definitely given the information bits there, but like we said, Zexro was on the other side. For what it's worth, maybe he didn't quite understand, but yeah, still big mistake, huge mistake, and that's one they're gonna have to live with here in game one, as now Macwood is by himself, forced to handle this situation. Marzo W, Nexian Crumbler, someone I am expecting to do very well today in this week's qualifier, because of the fact that they are no longer contested at their drop spot, at least from what we understand. Remember, qualifier after qualifier, different teams are going to be able to step up to the plate and make their way through. So drop spots are going to change. And with a little bit of time to really figure it out and flex it out, that small window, I mean, we're going to see a lot of different teams all of a sudden either have a great week or a lot tougher of a week, depending on who's in the game.
And that's where you really pick those teams that you know are going to be consistent, like the XZ guys who had a rough day one, but then came back in day two. And that's where you really need to play for this. And Mac was showing serious confidence here right now. He is going toe-to-toe with 3 different players and actually out-damaging them. So I know they're pushing aggressively into him, which gives him a little bit of the advantage. But the reason why Macwood is picking this as his place to stand, this is where he digs in and says, you guys can't go any further, is this is where the material is. This is where the extra loot from his down teammates went down. This is where Calc fell, and Macwood is trying to fight it out, but no, Macwood goes down. He plays a little bit too aggressive, was maybe not worth holding on to, as Larson's team controls the bridge and takes them out.
Yeah, not only that, he had the Storm on his benefit as well, because he was a little deeper into it as well. Either way, he's going to go down. That's going to be the quick wrap up for them. One of the 12 games that we'll see unfold for our competitors this weekend. Here's Bizzle, though, now making the rotate, leading the push outwards here. Remember, they did have a couple of eliminations coming into this already. You can see 2 on the board there. This is... Bizzle's home, right? I was going to say, this is where he's most comfortable. Sniper in hand, couple shots in that, energy rifle, couple big pots. Like, this is the ideal Bizzle situation to be in. And not only that, just max material coming into this mid-game right now. Ooh. It's ideal for him. And oh my gosh, sniper in hand, talking about being comfortable. He's going to connect all the way.
It's so great when you say things like that as a caster and they just back you up. Bizzle's like, yeah, Monster, I got you, man. I am good with this sniper rifle. Hits the body shot with the instant follow-up with the assault rifle and just gets so much damage. And now the pressure comes out from Clix and Illust as well. I was going to say the one thing they were lacking from me in his inventory is a bit of mobility, but I'm going to guess maybe Clix and Illust are holding on to that because they know, as you just said, if you're going to give the snipe to anyone in mid-game, it's going to be Bizzle.
Yeah, and he's notable with it, right? He's been doing this for quite some time, and he's going to follow up again onto Jared's now, and Jared's is just going to fall. This is enough of a green light for them to push on in. That's a team coming out of the storm line, down one, and then the other crew has a player down as well. For what it's worth, this could be a solo, so, you know, why not push? And yes, there it is. He's going to fall there, and it was just one team.
So perfect. You just love those moments when you back someone as a player and then they just hit back-to-back snipes like that as well. Bizzle still has the snipe in hand, and that's why it is so underrated in trios. Mobility is great, but having one person with a sniper rifle to open up fights or to even apply pressure. So right now, Clix on the back foot here as he's getting sprayed at as teams realize that they're pushing in for the loot. Bizzle just taking snipe shots that even don't hit will just make those players a little bit warier about taking their peeks. If someone's got a sniper nearby and has an angle on you, you're less likely to set up, wait for that first shot accuracy, and then just keep lasering. You've got to be a lot more careful with your shots, which does. It just applies so much protection to your teammates as they try to tunnel in.
Ooh, for a second they were caught a brief glimpse of Furious and Cease. We were hyping them up, but it looks like they're only a two-man team now and had no shield, making what was possibly a tough rotate, and I think they're right above FOP, XNB, and Divine here. They're going to all cut out with a bouncer play there, coupled with the shockwave. Let's see how it's going to work. Oh my gosh, the big shots are going to come in now. Fop's going to get hit down to some really low HP. I mean, he has the minis to bounce back, but they're halfway through the material. Enemy's going to be behind the wall, and the turn and burn onto Qualix Walk is going to get dropped there. What a come up for Fop here, who needs the siphon right now more than anything.
That was big. He gets the elimination. I don't know about his teammates, but he doesn't have any white heals. There's the floppers as well. So he's got the minis, got the floppers. But unfortunately, as we see, when you take those fights, when you're trying to push into zone, it's looking like a pretty small zone. But there are so many players waiting just on the edge of that next storm to hold you out. And I see Chap, so I've got to imagine this is Who Fishy and Coop as well that's laying down the fire. And look at the base that they've built. Look how much room they've taken out as we see Furious there as well, Monster. Oh no! I was going to say incredibly low health, but now on no health, he has been downed. And looks like Chap's team is not letting this team push forward.
I think it's actually Bucky, Creo, and Kanata who are just up over on top of Chap's team, putting all the fire in. But either way, it's going to be the end for Divine here, who gets hard pressured. And yes, here they come running on in, trying to get that loot. It's Bucky leading the push there. And Creo as well, tailing behind Cease here, who, like we said, had no HP. He made the rotate, and now he is down a member. No Furious in sight there, so Cease possibly by himself, surrounded by the sharks. That is Creo, Bucky, and Kanata there too. It's not looking too good for him. He's on the scramble right now in a box with Drew, and it looks like he found Drew. And there it is. The feed's going to light up as well. So Cease just clutching up right now. And now we're going to hop into half and half out with the XSET team.
The XSET team looking good, and you can see the difference, right? Look at the team. They built that giant tunnel with the wood, only used maybe about 20 builds, but they didn't get lobby focus. They didn't get sprayed out like Fop's team does, and that's where you see the experience of these teams that are the reason why I picked them last week, Monster picked them this week, because in those situations that really make or break a team, that experience that's needed to get into the next zone safely, and they pull it off every single time, as now they're confident to fight these players off their layer like you were talking about, Monster. They're not scared. They don't build up and around or underneath teams when they run into them. No, they open the edits and they open fire.
Yeah, and they continue to push inwards, and that's what they're gonna have to do. But this time, they're gonna need impact along the way. They're halfway through their entire material source, their material count, and that's not where you want to be. Not right now in the mid game. Not when you've been granted half in, half out zone. They're continuing. Look at AV. Look at him continue to step forward, just opening up their tarp, opening up their territory. Not that they need to. They have so much already. They're literally in the safe zone.
They just control, like you said, they have such good layer control, and they definitely like playing off this low ground. And now they drop a player in. You said they need a refresh. Again, Monster, I don't know. I feel like you're clairvoyant today. Every single time you mention what a team needs to do, or you say what they're gonna do, within 30 seconds it happens. AV drops the player in, they get the quick refresh, and now all this extra space they had is so important. And the reason why AV pushes forward and then builds it already, you'll notice a lot of this is in brick or metal. It's what we call hard mats. It's those materials that take longer to build, but once they're fully built, they're so much stronger. So if you can preemptively build that in the direction you want to go, it gives you so much more protection coming into these end games where players are likely to spray at walls if they see wood or anything weaker.
100%. And now, though, it's going to work out because they have all that space to work with to make this next rotate. And it might just favor onto them as this is going southwest here, southwest, all the way down to that bottom left there. The big congestion, though, is up at the northern portion, so it is going to be still a big rotate for the most of the lobby. Luca here, who has 3 eliminations by himself. Cerebolo, who's out of the running right now, has to try and do something big. What can Luca do with half of his material count already gone and 3 eliminations already? I mean, he's got the crash pads. It's going to look like some solo play for yourself kind of style here. Let's see how it's going to work. Okay, that's a steep pad. Yes, it's going to toss him right in, and now it's all about the tunnel game.
I'm a bit scared here, Monster. If I haven't got this right, Unknown falls. Noah, big tag, just left himself open on the low ground. Unknown caught sleeping here, but I'm looking at this zone, Monster. It's looking like a scary one. If I've got this right, I'm trying to figure out, I think this is going over the dam, or at least it's going right towards the river. So yes, it is going that direction. So you can see this massive verticality these teams are going to have to scale. And this is where you've got to be so smart as a team. If you drop all the way down, you have to come back up, as Luca doesn't want to drop down, but he's dropping Aspect as we see clicks, a player that I'm guessing just wasn't able to control, goes out into the zone as we have a team on high ground. I knew if they were uncontested, we should have picked them. We have Zate, Saf, and Stretch proving they don't need the Doom's Mythic Bomb to control high ground. They're in such a good position as we see teams like Bizzle all the way down who now have to come back up and out of the dam.
Yeah, Marzo W's team as well are down there, but Xset's crew is definitely in the best position. The mid ground being beautiful because they control a great tarp across both land masses here. Xset's AV, though, is going to get tagged apart. He's going to have to base up, heal up, use these chug splashes prematurely. He's on the run, though. He doesn't want to stop in battle. He can't even stop and heal. But this is the beauty of a team that knows what they're doing. Sticking with one another, even through thick, through thin. It's working out. Only 1 elimination. They're in complete shambles. They might get wiped out, but no, they're going to find the frag that they need, at least 2 from Knight to keep him in the game.
Shark goes down here, but AV and Knight are still together, and they drop another player in, and like you said, they're just so good toe-to-toe.
It's Booger.
They take them down. It's Booger. Booger falls here, so your team taking down my team. Unfortunate, but I have to think this is going to be the story of Saf, Zate, and Stretch. How much can they win by? We don't see this team lose from this situation on the high ground, but there's so many teams on low ground picking up so many eliminations and points. Zate just took down Kriya. We see Smacked in the feed as well. I saw Chap down there, and I know Chap backed up with Coop and Who Fishy on the low ground are going to be doing some serious work. As I say that, Chap gets another elimination in the feed, and we have Edgy, Bucky. This is a who's who of NA East, Monster. Every top team seems to have made it into this endgame.
It's looking like deja vu from last week's qualifiers once again as the same big names are going toe-to-toe in the final moments. And now we get the beauty of the Xset boys doing what they do, which is deliberate mid and low ground control. And that's exactly how it's working out here. Even as a 2-man team, check out the wide tarp here in the low ground as they are effectively holding players out. On high ground, of course, though, Zate is putting down that pressure in good fashion, even without Doom's Gauntlets, even without that safety factor, being able to save himself from fall damage. Here it is. Knight's going to follow up onto Commandment before getting traded out. But still, great plays overall.
Great plays overall as AV is still going. This is a player you can't count out. He made a name for himself in duos as one of the best solo players in team game motion, proving why here. Takes down AJ. He's just pushing through, but he's in such a rough spot. He's down the mountain. He has to fight the uphill battle against one of the scariest teams to have on high ground. They get dropped out, though. We have Vix coming up and trying to make his way through this. AV bouncing up. He's still in it. He's clawing on for everything he has. He misses the pump shot.
No way!
The second, though, Vix falls. AV is going massive right now. He is picking up everything he can to keep himself in this, but no, he goes down. But what a ridiculous effort in a 1v3 situation.
And it's how it should have played out. Zate's team on high ground, Saf and Liquid Stretch are going to take that victory, but the Kings of the Crypt down in the low ground. Xset just manages to figure it all out and make it work. What an endgame. But who better to break it down than the analyst table of Zeke, Reese, and Shio Rager? We're going to toss it over there right now for their deep insight.
Guys, we gotta talk. Last week, we talked about this trio as being a power trio. A trio we needed to keep our eye on. And you know what? They kind of fizzled. Here's the interesting thing. This trio dropped this exact scoreline last week in game number 1. This is literally the exact same stats. A first place VR to start the day with 10 eliminations. Proving to us, hey, doesn't really matter what happened last week. We can still do this. What are the odds of that happening?
I'm looking around my room right now, and it seems like history is repeating itself. But is that a good thing or a bad thing is the main question as to why I'm confused. Because, yes, they had a very good start last week. Where were they, though, overall, right?
I mean, listen, Reese. I mean, first off, the fact that these guys, one, has destroyed Shy Wager and made him a robot. I don't know how Zayt has done this, but he does it all the time. We got to take a look at the standings, guys. I mean, first off, mad props to choosing the XSET boys as a potential team to take down the number 1 spot, who are coming in second. But again, Reese, they're coming in second to Zayt, Saf. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
It's tough, right? This happened last week, as you've already said. Okay, they've already done the one thing they need to, pick up that first victory royale, but are they going to be able to keep that momentum going? I'm not sure. They weren't really able to last week, but they were contested and had consistent issues off spawn with Heart's team, and overall didn't get the placement that these guys deserve, because these guys deserve a top 3 finish, right? They are that good. Victory royale in first game, I'm going to just want to see if they're still going to be contested in the follow-up games from that as well, Jake.
Man, that's wild. And I believe it was Shy that did say, he called it out. He's like, hey, Heart's not going to be landing at Dooms. This means that Zayt might be uncontested. And this is this topic we talk about so much. We have literal data that says people that are uncontested make it to Endgame, and oftentimes find themselves in top 5.
You're right.
Absolutely.
Right. Shao, go ahead.
Past that, past that too. It's kind of like, will they continue to be uncontested, right? I'm back, but I'm concerned as to if Zayt, Saf, and Stretch will be next game and going forward, right? If there's some people who are already too angsty, aren't confident in their drops, they're just trying things out in the first game. They see that Dooms is uncontested. Will they jump there? Will they bite? Remember, though, in NA East, it's about the top 15 in total. That's where people want to hit to be able to qualify for heats. Right now, Thunder, Tezzy, and Jarito are the individuals who are there in that moment.
And in 12th, we have our second place team, Jamper, Booga, and Avery from last week. Not really being as consistent already as they were, but they'd set themselves up in a really good spot. They were the center of the third zone, on a hill, high ground position with plenty of loot, plenty of materials. So the end game just really didn't play out for them, which is unusual from this kind of trio.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Again, there's just all of these faces that we are seeing that we've seen in the past, right? And now, again, 14 returning trios. And now we're looking at the rest of the lobby, and we're saying, okay, hey, Booga's in this. Hey, so Zayt's in this. And they're going uncontested. Are you guys going to do anything? Can you do anything? There's not really anything you can do.
And that's just 2 spots of the whole map, right, Zeke? There's so many other spots in general that are open and uncontested. It's just, I'm wondering what game 2 will look like.
Well, thankfully we have you guys to break down some of these early game POIs. So break this down for us, boys.
Now, obviously, we know that Dooms and Starks are uncontested. Besides that, though, right beside Doom's domain, we have Sweaty Sands, where Clix, Illis, and Bizzle have no competition barring them from starting their games out strong. So far, though, of that first game, was it a high enough performance from having the spot completely free?
It wasn't, unfortunately, but it is just game 1, so plenty more games to come. And my pick, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment landing in a fully uncontested Misty Meadows. Now, normally, you have a team split this, where one would be on the east side, one would be on the west side, but this today, so far, maybe it'll change the next couple of games, to have this completely uncontested. And they managed to take out a 4th place finish after game 1, so clearly this is off to a good start for them.
And this is us getting right close to being contested, but not exactly. This is kind of a loot split here at Dirty Docks, where we have Ghost Niddle, Mikey, and then the Ghost Clarity G landing towards that east side of it, going for those big hangers and the crane, as well as somewhat of that water loot on the side, unless Miro, Reverse, and Dave pick it up from the new Age trio. These guys are going to be sharing this spot, kind of taking shots at each other at the same time, hoping that at some point they might have to fight it out and win against each other. So far, though, they are getting kind of a little bit of loot here and there. They're going to be utilizing that upgrade station as well, at least the TNA trio will be, and then they'll roll out and fight afterwards.
And what you normally see here is that teams can contest this and not fight in the early game. There's plenty of loot for 2 teams. But obviously, it would be so much better for them if they get 1. The team who ends up landing on the west side usually pushes out earlier using the vehicles, and then it can actually push one of the players who lands solo in compact cars.
Nice. The last team there too was at Sweaty Sands, or not Sweaty Sands, Steamy Stacks, where it's actually being contested and fought over. So far, that fight didn't let these guys go all the way to the top side of that leaderboard, but it might change in game 2. Who knows? One of those those Steamy Stacks teams might go over to Doom's domain, which would be really, really crazy.
Well, we'll see how things go in the rest of their games. Guys, we're getting ready to hop into game number 2 here in NA East of the FNCS. So let's go ahead and toss it back over to our casters to take us in. MDF, Aussie, take it away.
Well, you know what they say, when you're having fun, time flies, and that's what it feels like here, because we are jumping back into the battle bus here, and it's going to be with game number 2 here. Aussie Antics, take me through this. Zaid, Saf, Stretch have this entire drop spot to themselves, but more importantly, take a look at that world map. It seems that things in Coral Castle are already looking different.
Yeah, things are already looking really different, but the major drops we've been talking about to look different aren't looking any different. I see Sweaty Sands, but I see 2 markers at Sweaty Sands. I'm seeing Doom's uncontested. I'm seeing what looks like Stark uncontested. So as much as things are changing up, I want to know where those teams went from Coral Castle. I touched on it in game 1. There was 3 to 4 teams up there. Now there's only 1, but I'm guessing we're probably still going to have 2 teams over here at Steamy. We do, and they're pushing in really quickly as Haz has already fallen. So Paper and Chaotic on the back foot, happy to see if they can win up game 2, because they went down game 1. So if they lose this, that means they're going to be 0-2 against the team contesting them, and that's not the position you want to be in.
Not only that, I saw Sebi fall as well in the feed with Ghost Nanolite as well, all to Narwhal. So just showing that the early game action is definitely cooking up here. And it looks like Paper and Chaotic are trying to turn this bad story into a good story for them at least. But no, Chaotic's going to get punished big time here as Paper's trying to bounce him back in the competition. I mean, we know that a 2-man team can definitely fend off a 3, but it's not going to be easy. It's all about the angles. Can they get it? No. Paper's going to fall here. It's only up to Chaotic.
Yeah, I was about to say, if any 2 players can do it on that team, especially Chaotic and Paper, are definitely the firepower in this trio, has been the smarter, more methodical leader of the team, but unfortunately, they just can't hold off, and they do fall again, and that is 0-2 at Steamy, and this is a drop they've been going for a long time, and if I know anything about the personalities of Haz, Paper, and Chaotic, they're not leaving. So we are definitely going to see round 3 next game, but very exciting off spawn as we tune back into this very cinematic shot of Doom's domain, and you could just, this is so much loot for a team that is just so insanely dominant. And I feel like there have been those whispers and those rumors and those questions of I hate to say it, washed when it comes to Zate, right? Like, oh man, they're not performing, but they're really just proving that it's just, if they're contested at this drop, it is so hard to win. If they have it to themselves though, they're just beyond dominant.
Yeah, and they did that last game. Up on your screen, you see the format qualifiers here, just to give you guys an indication, idea of how much points are weighed into the victory royales and, of course, eliminations. You know, this is very important, right? It's important to get these victories, especially in these 2-day formats. You need as many great performances as possible. A lot of times it will come down to victory royale tiebreakers, and you don't want that to ever happen. So for Zate, Saf, and Stretch to already have one coming out of game 1, the momentum is high, and they're living life right now.
And it is, and I love watching these top tier teams when they go a drop spot. They know it so well, down to the T of where they're going to get their medal, where they're going to get their brick. They find every little edge and every little corner that gives them as much material as they can, as we see Chap doing that. And this is a team that before broadcast I was talking to about Monster that I really wanted to see do well. Chap is definitely a fan favorite of mine, been in the game for so long, holding it down for, dare I say, the Boomer Gang. Obviously, he is one of the oldest pros still in the scene, and he's picked up 2 insane solo players, like we talked about, kind of in the same sense of Furious, right? Coop winning 2 major solo tournaments back-to-back, DreamHack and FNCS, the first to ever do it. We have Who Fishy's making a name for himself, and I really want to see how these 2 solo players can gel with Chap and have that moment that I said Furious needed, right? To just have that massive team performance to really show that they can be team players too.
Yeah, and Chap is the opposite of a star-studded solo player. Like, that is not his game mode. So, very interesting for him to band together with what arguably is 2 is the hottest minds on the scene, not just mechanical skill to back it up, right? 2 crazy controller players, but they have the minds to do so, and you need a mind in solos. So, it is very interesting. You're talking about 3 5-head players all banded together. But hold up, Clix is down right now. This is very interesting. This is different. We don't normally see Illust and Bizzle by themselves without Clix. I wonder what happened here. Possibly didn't make it into the run this time around. It's the only thing I can assume, as right now Sweaty doesn't seem very contested.
No, more than likely the case. But at the same time, Bizzle, he does have a good loadout looking for this one as well, so they can still bounce back. They had a great performance as well. This team is obviously already qualified as well, so a lot of those qualifying teams, and when they have an uncontested drop, they don't really need to kind of flex on spawn. It's more about just getting those big points and just having a good day. So as much as they've already qualified, I'm sure they will still be upset by this one, but I think Bizzle and Illust can really show why they are insane. We've seen Bizzle do far more with far less as far as leading players into the end game and keeping them healthy, and they're looking great. And I also want to touch on having less of those teams at Coral Castle will probably mean better things for this team, because those would have been some shamble fights, but it would have meant players that are rotating really late, which if you get ahead of them can be great, but it takes a while to loot Sweaty Sands. This is a big drop that takes some serious time to get the maximum out of it.
Yeah, let's not forget. I mean, just looking at the first engagement that we covered with Bizzle in the last one, he opened it up with a sniper. You don't need a third player to do that anyway, so we'll see how this is going to play out. But Reverse 2K is in a big battle here. Miro and Day are going to keep Lord and M against the ropes, and yes, Lord's going to fall now as Sizlucky's off to run by himself. But it's smacked, Unknown, and Casker coming up behind the mountain from Retail Row. They have to be careful. They have to wrap this up quickly, or it's not going to be very good for Reverse and crew here.
I'm seeing another team as well coming from the lake area as well, coming from that kind of steamy stacks area. So yes, there are a lot of people with eyes on this fight. They need to close it out fast, and that's sometimes where the tunnel vision's a little bit too much. Yes, it's a 3v1, but this fight is dragging out. You need to close it out quickly to get the advantage from it. If you don't close it out and get the loot, and you take big tags like they just did, sometimes the fight becomes not even worth it.
Definitely. And could that be Bugga and company coming down from Stark's Industry? Could it be Zates and company rifting in late? Could it be Calculator and Macwood, right? Like, there could be a number of teams. Names. So many big names rotate center map for storm surge tags and for fights in general. We don't know who it is just yet, as Miro's going to get sniped from the Authority here, possibly from Aspect, Zunies, and NPen, because they also hold that high ground and look inwards towards these fights that go down by this gas station here. That's crazy how much insight we have just off of the potential rivalries that can unfold here on the Fortnite map.
And they've lost more than what I want to say. They've lost more than they gained from this fight. Yes, they have 2 points on the board, but we talked about it in the pre-show with the analysis of what's better, eliminations or placement. And yes, eliminations are great, but if you're using this much material, this many meds, you've now got Miro down to only 5 minis and 2 weapons. It's just, you got to think whether it's worth it. And I think we're getting a replay of what happened to Clix here. We do Postic taking Clix out of the sky there, so it does look like maybe a connection issue on his part, unfortunately. But Postic getting the elimination there, kind of rounding out that one all the way downtown from Holly. So the Clix is down, and I'm gonna imagine they didn't get the reboot card from that.
Yeah, definitely rough there. And you can see, you know, these pros, they won't miss a pixel. If you're floating by, if you're just, you know, an inkling of body pieces hanging out, it's over. They're gonna hit that. Clarity though, Niddle and Mikey, much of which we didn't see in the first game. They were taken out in the feed though. They are here. I think this is the first time they've qualified for this set. Ooh. So they are here. They're trying to do something big. Sizlucky's going to fall there, so this is good for Clarity now. He's trying to go in. Yes, they want to pick this loot up.
He's got the Slurfish as well, giving obviously 40 health if he needs it. The Storm's only a single tick, so not too much damage, as we now see Saf, Stretch, and Zane. Let's talk about the amount of distance they've covered as well. So they haven't gone that far out of Doom's domain. So they've looted, they've taken their time, and now instead of hitting those rifts and going really deep, obviously when they get a zone on this side, they're a little bit, I was going to say a little bit more cautious, but no, we have Stretch getting a sniper elimination onto that guy, Luca, who we saw have a really big performance last game as a solo, clutching up for his team, but unfortunately, he falls here, and Zate is so quick to shockwave onto that one and make sure he finishes off before another team can push in and take the loot.
Definitely, and I'm also just curious. They have that whole drop spots themselves, but still leaving with a charge shotgun here from Zate. Yeah. So a little bit of a different play style, possibly because they know that they don't have to take those early game engagements and they can carry that range down if they're playing for ultimate height. I mean, shockwaves plus charge, that's a combo. That's a powerful combo. And if they're just setting up for that, I mean, they're looking well into the future.
And also, I want to talk about, we've been talking so much about the Doom's Mythic Bomb being out of the game this week and how that would affect big teams, but you have to imagine that coming out of uncontested Doom, you have plenty of choices for other great loot. Instead of running the bomb, you might now run crash pads. You might run a sniper rifle that Stretch just put to incredibly good use. Stretch is the player in the team that usually has the gauntlets. Zay usually holding onto the bomb, so maybe now, because Stretch doesn't have to hold onto gauntlets, he has the sniper, and that opens up an elimination and a really big refresh. So we're seeing how that's going to play out, and I think it's going to be really exciting to compare how some of these teams will do, as AV Shark and Knight are in such a good spot for their tags right now, but they're going to need to be, as we always talk about this team having to get their tags, but they get a favorable zone. This is a really close zone to their monster, and I want to see how they play that, because quite often we're seeing them get really unfavorable zones and doing better because there's more players on the rotate to get tags with. Now they're setting up early, and they are just 43 above, so they need to start finding some angles to ensure they get this, and using the Fireflies to break down the trees. Maybe that's like a bit of a sideline play, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they're doing. They're trying to open up the territory here. As you see, the forest is on fire right now. As XSET's just trying to clear it out, give themselves a nice little idea of who could be around. But no, the zone's going to determine otherwise. They're going to have to go ahead and rotate on out. But like you mentioned, this is basically a weekend of vanilla Fortnite. It's going to be good old-fashioned gunfights, good old-fashioned just shotgun and sniper play with ARs, right? It's really all there is to it. A little bit of mobility here and there, and that's it. It's as standard as it could possibly get. So this weekend of Fortnite is going to be some of the highest caliber as far as who knows what they're doing, who knows how to rotate, and who knows how to PvP.
Yeah, exactly. And we already saw it last game. We talked about it, and I feel like we didn't do justice to it, Monster. We haven't talked yet about how well AV was able to perform on that low and mid ground with the first stat game we've seen without the Doom's Mythic Bomb. Everyone talks about the pressure it applies to builds, but not what it does when it sets the ground layer on fire. It really does mess things up if you're an ultimate low ground team, and literally the ground beneath your feet is going to cause damage.
Yes, exactly. But hold up. We got a big battle here. Chap's going to get dived into and he loses track. He thought it was a teammate to his side, and he didn't even bother looking in the direction, and now he's going to get taken out here. So down goes Chap to XNB. This is a new team qualifying through this week. Remember, weekend after weekend, you don't know who's going to be stepping up, and that's going to change up how things are going to play out for you. So Fop and Divine trying to do something massive here. They did get taken out also early in game number 1, so already changing their strategy as well, making it much further.
And quite often it is those new teams that have to have those ultra aggressive strategies. We right now see a team triple ramping, trying to rush here at Niddle, Clarity, and Mikey. So I have to think this is a Storm Surge maneuver. I can't imagine why a team would be triple ramping towards away from Storm on top of a team unless they really need their damage. And I was going to say, it's these new teams that show up that have these desperate strategies that quite often catch you off guard, as Niddle's going in right now though, but Niddle wants to catch this player off guard, jumps in right there and takes down Jarito or Harito, I'm not sure. Niddle's going to try and break his way out now though, as there is a big fight breaking down around him, but Clarity gets finished, and this far into mid game, I don't think they're going to be able to get a reboot. So even if they win this fight, that engage cost them a lot, and I have to think that was because of Storm Surge.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Thunder's just sitting there now. No pressure from a Storm Surge at all, so it seems like that's kind of passed over from the tags that they got. But what was it worth? It was worth losing Clarity over, so it is a big blow for them, as they're going to have to rotate through and see if they can get a save on the way. Here, though, Bizzle and Isis now sitting here. You have rubbed off on me. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata sitting on the other side, putting some big pressure. They're actually going to find it. Okay, so Serio's going to come in from the pinch, and it's a big pinch here.
It's a big pinch indeed. Creo's trying to push forward into it now. This is a team that they've taken down another elimination here, though. That was that one guy, Lucas. So he actually got rebooted after that situation. I don't know how here. I'm kind of confused, but we have Bucky, Creo, and Kanata on the board here with 3 eliminations, and look at all the room they control now. And I was going to say, if that fight breaks out between Bizzle and Illis, man, we're going to get it down. You and me, after this, we're going to run rounds. We're going to do like, you know, when you're back at school and you had to write it 100 times, I'm just going to say it over and over again. But we get to see Centered, Edgy, and Commandment, a team that obviously Reese has high hopes for, sitting in a really good position there as we pan over them and see another team that struggled game 1. We have Zexo, Calc, and Macwood looking like they're in a bit better of a position, hitting the taxi rotate.
A lot better, and they're at least in a center map right now where Booga, Jamper, and Avery are trying to do the same as well. They're on that early rotate to get a good position here, and they're going to sit right on top of that brick reservoir, so they are going to be able to refresh that as well. just picking up their inventory, keeping themselves nice and comfortable. This is a tough place to rotate out of, though. The mountain can easily hold you out. Anyone inside the tree lines can hold you out as well. So it really is going to be dependent on whether or not Macwood, Calculator, and Zextra rotate early from that center zone. That's going to determine how Booga Avery and crew move out of there. On the other side, though, Casker, Smacked, and Unknown Army are chilling behind this mountain face right here. Nothing to worry about as they have the basement house to back them up. And this is pretty much a nice round sweep, a nice sweep through the map to give you an idea of where the players are situated and how everything's going to play out. But like I mentioned, if you're in the middle out in that grassy green open field, that is the hardest place to rotate out of.
You better have some mobility. You're going to have to cover a lot of distance very quickly. That's where we're going to look for those bounce pad shockwave combinations to try and get through that area. But it's looking like where the zone's going to end. So we always talk about it. You always call them vanilla zones, Monster, and I like that. It's those areas of the map that don't have insane verticality, don't have a bunch of water, and none of those really interesting points. But that's where you talked about it. Today is a vanilla meta. We don't have Doomsball kind of creating that chaos that Mythics always do. So this is going to be just a who can perform the best in a more vanilla Fortnite. And that sounds not as impressive, but from an analyst standpoint, from a commentator, I love watching this because it's really who has been doing their homework and who really knows their Fortnite.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be the best content to go back, watch over, and learn from. So now it really is up to how do you want to play it. The best person, the best team in the position here, though, is Edgy, Commandment, and Scented. Hands down, they have the mountain face that can see every single, literally a 360 perspective of the fighting field. It's the only high ground position here on the zone, and you can see what they're doing with it. They're all facing out in different directions. Edgy and Commandment are facing one way. Scented's got eyes on the other side of the field to make sure no one's going to come on up and over for free, and just like that, they have so much control on the field.
We have Bizzle and Illis trying to make a little sneaky rotate. We know they're obviously down a player. Clicks has fallen here, so they're trying to do this as a duo, and that's where Bizzle's trying to really keep a low profile, but no, again, just testament to how good he is with the sniper, getting the 116 body tag, which is damage they're gonna need. They had a whole player less to get their Storm Surge tags this game, and they were uncontested, and they're still managing it, just showing how good this team is. And you talked about it before with Zay with the charged shotgun. We have Bizzle opting to hold on to the legendary charge, and he had uncontested Sweaty, so unless he's picked that up somewhere along the way, which I doubt, he chose not to upgrade as well. I actually think when we tuned into the start, he had a pump, so he has side graded the pump into a charge, which we very rarely see coming into endgame, but some players love it for holding those angles, as Bizzle though might not even be able to show off why it's so good, and no, he falls before he can even put it to use, and Illist has to try and do something here, and this is what's hard when you don't prioritize those early rotates, Monster. You get held so badly.
And it's crazy how this is going to work out. That little mountain dome is going to play into their favor. It's going to keep Bizzle alive some way, somehow. This is not something you see very often, but still, a miraculous game. The fact they're even up right now as a two-man crew this late into the running, as 10 other teams nearly have already been dropped out of the lobby, is impressive. Macwood finding Thunder there as well. Remember, Thunder was solo after fighting Clarity G and getting that trade on the team that was outside on the outer skirts of the map. So now that he's out of the game, that means Calc, Macwood, and Zextro just caught a massive impact elimination to keep their loot nice and fresh coming into this endgame. And the zone's going to favor the western portion, once again feeding into them as well, setting players up like them on this northern side of the zone up for success here.
But Bizzle is he's 58 below right now, but there's a big tag on Oliver OG, a player who I think this is his first time in the finals.
Bringing him
and
back
Illis going to be able to pick him up and bring him back in. He's going to go for the max tag. Here it is. He's going to pick him up. So if you're confused of what happened there, we had 2 AR tags from Illis on the downed opponents. That's 66 damage there, depending on the assault rifle. And then we had Illis pick the player up so Bizzle can get the max damage sniper headshot. It's just these little things that mean such a big difference. And now look how they are 467 above, and they're doing so well. This is a duo. And we have our 2 eliminations onto Bizzle, which is not what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing Illist and Clicks definitely picking up those eliminations, as we have Creo and Kanata and Bucky up there on top of their head, showing that Bizzle's in a good spot, because that is 2 of the smartest teams, both on the same side of zone, hitting the same rotate.
And can I just say, as a two-man team, how smart would it be to run charge shotgun when typically if you're holding down the charge, the team's going to back off, right? No one's going to walk into that wall, especially at a legendary. So it could just be a big play, thinking well in advance how to set up for success and keep teams from pushing onto them. But anyways, Macwood's going to get tagged here. The Siphon's going to roll over. 100 HP is going to be all he has to work with on this big rotate. And yes, they're going to get there for free. They're going to barely get in, but Zextro now with 1 minute, he's going to have to share it here with Mac. and it's not looking good for them, but hey, they live to see another day.
It's not looking too great for them, but they're doing well to fight their way back from this. They have the minis, they have the bandages, but they need another big impact. But Macwood and Zexro are going to be able to find it potentially if they can knock someone in, but they're kind of on their lonesome here. There's no players really above them. They've got a few below them, but it's a full trio in metal, and they're setting up for what I think is a crash pad play potentially. This team could find themselves dropped in soon. It's something you always have to be aware of. If you're built up one layer, and I called it, they get dropped in. If you're built up one layer and a team sets up a ramp beneath you, they can drop a crash pad on the ramp, knock you out, and open up the easy elimination. And just like that, obviously we had the benefit of the 3D pan out camera to see it coming. Unfortunately, Macwood and Zexro didn't, but what we're gonna see, which a lot of these teams are gonna see very soon, is we have a very, very familiar team on high grounds.
Yes, definitely. It's the Game 1 winners on height, Zate, Saf, and Stretch. But I also wanted to mention that rivalry between Booga Jamper and Avery is extending into this game as well, because they took out Creo already from Bucky, and Kanata now left alone there in the low ground too. So big teams from last week carrying it into this week's qualifier, and these are the kind of battles we knew that we were going to see. And I mean, we saw it unfold in Game 1. Now we're seeing it once again unfold here in Game 2. Can they make it all the way through to this tail end? It's Bully, though, that we're tuning in the mid game.
And Commandment just took down Booger in the feed, though, so it's going both ways. I've seen AV go down, I've seen Booger go down. So there's a lot of teams right now that don't have their full firepower. They don't have their full trio, and that's just looking better and better for our high ground team, as we definitely have full firepower on Zate, Stretch, and Saf. I saw Blake go through there as well, so Blake might have a chance. And Avery and Jamper is still looking good on that front side as they're making their way through. But we can just see the dominance we're used to seeing. Once this team's on high ground in this situation, I'm only really looking at teams like Booger, Jamper, and Avery coming out of Stark with those shockwaves to be able to do something to beat them. But if Booger's gone down, I have to think again, we might see the back-to-back wins.
Yeah, there's literally only 3 or 4 teams at the highest caliber on the NA East that plays for high ground. Booga Jamper, Avery, Kanata, Bucky, Creo being one of them. And those 2 teams have lost a lot of their firepower, as Blake's going to fall there as well, being the solo member of his team left alive here. And all of a sudden, the elims are racking up, Stretches at 4 eliminations. This high ground pressure's coming in, and you can see it's just continuing to add on, to continuing to compound up here in this final moments.
And Zate, Saf, and Stretch need to make a statement here. I touched on it earlier. There are people who are starting to doubt that whether they're still at the top level, whether they're still at the highest caliber. And they've been saying it's because they're getting contested, and they're showing what they can do right now. This team is just so committed to high ground. Once they take it, Stretch has 5 eliminations on the board. We are tuning in with some of the most precise assault rifle aim you're ever going to see, and it picks up so many eliminations down there. They're doing this as well without Doom's Mythic. They're saying that we don't need that. We don't need all the advantages. We can play this game as well, if not better than everyone else without it, and they're taking high ground consistently. And all those teams down there are scrambling, trying to get away from it, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see the Elam feed is lighting up, but it doesn't matter. It's most of it is coming to Zate and Stretch here, as they are just finding every single frag. We're going to look into Saf's perspective as well. He has that harpoon once again. This is something consistent that we see with his kind of loadout build, right? He uses the harpoon consistently. He is the key refresher to this trio here, and it's all about team dynamic right now, and you're watching this play out beautifully here, as now this is it. 7 teams remaining. The zone's only going to conclude now. 60 seconds just about left here before it finally closes into one another. I don't know if I checked for heals on the inventory, but I think Zay already has the med kit as well. And what you're going to see next is him possibly split out, take that ultimate high, and yes, Stretch and Saf are probably going to come down and look for some elims.
They're really trying to find those angles, and a lot of these zones have gone through old builds, which has kept those teams protected, but they're going to eventually have to go outside that, as we do see Scented go down there as well. I think it's Scented or Edgy. Change the name there as Saf, Stretch. They're so dominant right now, but they get shot out though. Miro comes up for it. Miro tries to go for this. Miro is contesting, but there's only so much he can do. Is he going to be able to do it? He does. He knocks Zayt out. No, we've been building this whole storyline as who can actually beat Zayt, and Miro said, I can. You forgot about me. He does fall, but unfortunately, I think the damage has been done to Zayt, so now it's going to be on to Saf and Stretch to do something big here, as Grazka on the low ground, 2 eliminations already, only has 50 shield, 30 healthy, backs up, gets the 110, the 35 follow-up, he's 10 HP, he gets the siphon at the very last second, he picks up the elimination, he pushes forward right now, he has the bandage cannon in hand, has a shockwave as well, but I think with the solo advantage right now, he needs to play out for second. I don't know whether he's going to be able to win a 1v2 to win the game. Day's trying to stay alive as well, everyone's going for this, they're trying to get maximum placement placement. Second place is huge, and there is Day Falls, but no! Oh my gosh, Grasko saying no, I can do this here. Grasko falls here, Sap and Stretch managed to win it as Zate goes out, but what an insane solo effort, Monster.
That was so close. If he could have just gotten the Siphon, he would have been A-okay. If he could have just stayed alive for a little longer, he had the Banished Bazooka as well. He almost had everything in his favor there just to stay alive in the game. Also, it was so close.
It was so close. Miro putting up such a big effort. Miro went for the shockwave for high ground, set up the plays, and just the solo clutch towards the end. It's so hard. You build up that storyline of high ground dominance, just taking it down from top to bottom. But there's those teams in low and mid ground that are picking up so many eliminations.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have to be so happy with that performance. Now you're looking at 2 back-to-back incredible games, literally first place. Like that is something that is ridiculous. Either way, though, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down all the action because we have to see what else unfolded throughout the rest of that game.
Man, Monster, there is some stuff that did unfold. Guys, you know, I was hinting at it. This is scary. This is absolutely too scary. Zate, Sap, Stretch, yet again, another VR, this time with an additional elimination of making a total of 11. These guys are on 21 eliminations, 2 victory royales, back-to-back. This is just the second game. We have 4 more games to play. I'm scared.
Hey, King might be shaking in his boots, right? We saw this happen before with Google's Domain over in Brazil. Am I calling an 11 out of 12? I'm not sure, but if there's a trio that can do it in the world, it might be Zate, Saf, and Stretch all the way up there. But as you mentioned, 2 VRs in 2 games in first place.
Oof, 21 eliminations, way ahead of everyone else right now. But to be honest, actually, Day Miro in reverse really had a big game there. They've jumped up into 4th place. After that, they had 14 eliminations. So really good game for them. And in 5th, we've got Graska, Pozic, and Accept, who picked up 10 eliminations that game. So there's 3 teams there who are really just fragging out. And, you know, after that, a lot of the teams are just kind of dying off in terms of their amount of eliminations.
Yeah, very good for Graska in general as well. The game 1 that he played was 25th place overall for his trio, so that clutch puts them right into that top 5. X-Set right after that had a consistent game 1, but kind of trickled down 18th in that last game. Bucky, Kuro, Kanata, the guys who won over in week number 1, we're checking them out. Had 11th place and then 9th after that, so their trend is actually looking upwards. Past that, we saw Chat be so excellent in that first game, taken out early in this next one. This top 15, though, it's Oliver OG hanging on at 15th place, Reese.
And in 12th, with Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle. Aussie struggled to say the name, but I took my time and I nailed it. Unfortunately, they've not really managed to be as consistent this week. They've come 12th the first 2 games. Obviously, still 10 more games to go, but so far, just making it into the placement points.
Yeah, they're sharing that struggle with Aussie and somewhat getting out of the mid game, you know, not just pronunciation. So we'll see if this Storm Surge situation for every trio is going to be resolved from them as well. We saw them with some really cool tactics with knocked bodies. I want to see them in this next end game, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Reese pointed out, hey, this is just the first 2 games on the day. It's okay. We've got 4 more to go. We've got the next 6 tomorrow. I don't want to say throwaway games, but that's kind of what the first few are. It's just testing the water, seeing what's going on. All right. My biggest question mark is easily Zate's trio. He's uncontested. It's not like, hey, I'm going to be able to shut him down. Maybe I pick him off on 20th. Like, no. In this case, Zate is always going to make it to endgame, and someone has to shut him down. But guys, another team that you mentioned, Reese, was Kanata and his trio. We have to keep eyes on these guys.
We have to keep eyes on these guys because they came in week 1 with a pretty dominant victory Royale overall, placing 1st. And this is their general strategy that we've been kind of taking a look at. A little bit struggling more today, dropping at Slurpy Swamps, being uncontested still for the both 2 games, and then immediately trying to get that early rotate to the center of first zone. Being uncontested really means you're going to struggle with your Storm Surge strategy a little bit more. You can see on the map here, they're the little purple dots right in the center. They grabbed this hill, and on top of that, they've got this little house here. They're going to box up, replace all of the builds that are around there. This is going to give them this really nice vantage point to try and get Storm Surge tags from. You can see straight away, Bucky getting a nice little 22 tag. So far, the game's going really well. But unfortunately, because they're in this really contested area in center zone, look at the amount of teams around them. They managed to pick up a nice elimination, but just with the sheer volume of teams shooting them at this point, it became very, very difficult. And this is something we saw on stream from Avery, Bugha, and Jamper's trio, right? Because of this really intense mid-game fight that they ended up taking, it became very, very scuffed in their late game because they didn't have enough materials, they didn't have enough heals to continue to get them all the way through. And individually, they've just been picked off one by one by one by one, and unfortunately not been so consistent in that second game.
Yeah, and it's funny that, like, you talk about this because we literally we put together a package on all of these factors earlier on this week. If you haven't watched it, go check out FN Competitive over on Twitter. Reese broke it down for us, and this is exactly what we expect, right? If you're taking these mid-game fights, you're going to expend so many resources that you may not have those going into late game, and those are crucial. Those are pivotal. Those will literally determine your placement in that game. I mean, it's ridiculous. But, guys, with that being said, you know what time it is. We're getting ready to hop back into more Fortnite action. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the casting styles of MDF and Aussie Antics.
There it is. The halfway mark is about to be underway. You can see this is game number 3 here. The battle bus is getting ramped up now. Aussie, it's Monster here as well. And, I mean, listen, back-to-back performances. That's crazy, and now all of a sudden they are getting contested in this game, and the story is changing for not only them, but Bugha, Jamper, and Avery as well, as they're also contested over at Stark.
So here it is, and that's what it's going to kind of show off here. Bugha's team didn't take advantage of the games they had uncontested, where Zayd's team did, so we'll have to see whether they can win it. But I'm looking at that Dooms team. I want to know who it is, because here we go. We're answered very quickly right now. It's a team that I haven't seen too much, to be honest, Monster, and that doesn't mean they can't pull something off here, but this team has been going toe-to-toe with Hart, Durant, and Taken time and time again. They have so much experience in this fight, but this team that's going head-to-head with them right now, I don't know if they have that same level of experience.
No, definitely not, considering it's a 3v1 situation here, and his team hasn't even rotated in to back him up. So Ship needs to come up, step up. They need to ride on in here ASAP, or they're going to lose their players quickly and feed more points to the top funnel of the leaderboards right now, which is Zayt, Stretch, and Saf here. It looks like it is going to work out for them, though. Ultimately, they are going to be able to continue to get on their loot path, but, I mean, it's not looking good overall.
Yeah, it's not looking great for them as well. And this could be extra damage, extra elimination for Zayd's team, and they get zoned. That's the most important part. Now that they're contested, they can take a little bit more time, though, as Zayd takes a very heavy snipe shot to the body. That was very close to a headshot, I think, based on how he jumped out of there, as he's now being pressured, tries to get the med kit off, but he has no spare shield. Saf's there with plenty of spare shield, though, has the mini and the splash as well, and they're going to back up into the vault. I think I see a stack of minis behind them as well, so they just kind of stalemate this one, play it nice and slow, and this is where that experience is going to have to kick in, Monster, right? They've done this a million times. They know how to play these fights. I feel like that team contesting them's only real chance, I feel like, at a solid win here was to catch them off guard and wipe them quickly.
Absolutely. Mistakes were made, allowing them to turtle back up and just get comfortable there, because they're going to turn all that metal inside out and get back in the game, especially now that they all have shields. Here's Team Xset, though. AV holding on to 2 gas canisters. We know how devastating that can be if you get on top of an enemy base. And yes, he's going to trade one out, so we're not going to be able to see the shenanigans that is the double explosion, bringing us back to the Klinger days. I don't know if you remember those strategies, but yeah, it does get interesting and innovative for the pros.
Yeah, it does. It gets really interesting. Any kind of item that you can then phase through the walls and do guaranteed damage is really important, and it can really catch people off guard. When you don't know what to carry, you've got a spare slot. Grabbing the canisters is massive, and a lot of players use them in such a great way. Getting double or triple canisters in trios is quite strong as Shark. Also holding onto the cabbages, so a lot of choices here for their loot on this rotation as we tune back in now to the fight that we've seen happen time and time again at Steamy. And currently, for Chaotic Has and Paper, they're 0-2, so they've lost this fight twice now, and they need to not make it 0-3, because that is just not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, this is it. Let's see how they're going to play this one out. I mean, you think they learn from their mistakes over and over. And just talk about the feed lighting up. I saw that Avery got one as well, so that means Stark Industry going into Bugha, Jamper, and Avery's favor, at least from what we can tell here at the caster's desk. Ultimately, though, it looks like this fight is going to continue out. Slick now looking to get inside with Bully and Isiv. I mean, listen, when you saw Bully doing his thing before, he was looking very, very sharp out there. And Isiv, like we said before, he's been taking these kind of interesting early game fights since back in the Grotto days. And we're seeing now that the sniper's going to come on through. A slick sniper shot there is going to pierce his way in. And now they have so much more favor for this early game fight.
And that's that mental fatigue kicking in. That's even the worst way. You don't want to lose this fight at all, but going down like that, if this ends up going against them, if Paper and Haz can't clutch this up, they're going to be quite upset at Chaotic, and he's going to be upset at himself as well, and that's not what you want in such a long format. This is game 3 of 6. They're not even halfway in. If the mental fatigue and little mistakes like that are showing up now, I have to think it's only going to get worse for this team.
Yeah, 100%. We're not even talking about how, you know, when you get taken out, you don't get to just spin up another lobby. You have to wait an entire 30-minute run, right, until the next one kicks off once again, which means they don't get to stay as heated, as mentally stimulated inside the game as everyone else. They're just not riding the momentum by any means, so it is a mental uphill battle for them here as well. Xset, though, looking to rotate on in, get that early fight going on, and it's happening right here, right now. It's against Graska and company, and it seems like it might be a 2v2, so already things seem to have gotten scrappy here, but no, AV is still alive. He's just coming in late with the rotate, but it's a 3v1 now as the teammate Graska runs away to try to stay alive just a little longer now.
And we talk about how consistent this team is endgame and how confident they are toe-to-toe. So it's not strange to think that would translate into mid-game. And I like seeing this team take fights like this when they have the advantage. They're not being overly aggressive and taking a fight they don't need, but they're just being confident in their own ability to win these kind of fights. As yes, Graska is forced to run away and they get an elimination on the board. And that's one way to get their Storm Surge with a very far opposite zone. That's going to be massive as they're going to go for the shakedown, see if they can find the opponent and then set up the max damage shot onto the opponent, which we talked about last game with that charge. As we tune in now with Clicks and company, and Clicks is in the game this time. He survived off spawn and he's looking good.
Definitely, and that storm strategy, I just want to reiterate from Xset, is perfect. They just go north now. They've changed it up just a little bit. Here, though, Illis leading in with the push. This is very aggressive for a mid-game fight. Shockwaving in without any tags. Just pure surprise factor is going to work out because this team's a bit split up here. So as a two-man crew, it kind of split up now. Bizzle's faced off with the 1v1. That's not a situation where Bizzle necessarily shines in, but with Illis's backup, oh my gosh, it's looking very, very good for them now as they have the pinch coming in on that one solo player off on the side.
With the green assault rifle, that's all he needed to do so much damage there as the player pushes out, and now he's being pinched there. Bizzle's pushing up, but Illis staying on this high ground central position, just obviously showing why he's in this position, because man, he hits the hard AR shots right there as one of the teammates has fallen here, and they're just going to close it on this one. Now, you've got 3 of the scariest fighters pushing up on your walls. Clicks is going to go for the low ground. He's playing this smart. They're trying to condition everyone else away, because this is a big fight that's made a lot of noise. There are a lot of teams looking in for this one as Illis trying to close it out, has that purple pump in hand, and Illis can do some serious damage with it. All he needs to do is take one of these walls, just get an angle in here on this fight, but this team is honestly doing really well to kind of push this off for as long as they have. They're really holding out here, and when the third parties come in, they might have a chance to get away as Illis, no, ramp phase is in. He says, no, you're not getting away, I'm getting in, as he pushes that fight and takes him out, and I think there's only one player left for this team to try and hold this down.
Yeah, no, he might have actually gotten picking up. Yeah, he did.
Oh, he
so
did.
Tezzy was the first to get knocked. I don't even know how Tezzy was saved, by the way, because Jarito there somehow still saved him. But now it's up to Thunder to stay alive. But no, Illis follows up with a cold shotgun shot once again in the low ground there as well. And they're just wrapping up this fight, and here it is. He makes it look easy. Another edit onto the ramp. Just a classic, clean take on the battle.
It is, and there's those kind of fights that are a little bit scary, but also you kind of like to see when you're rooting for a team there. Illis had the numbers advantage, could have waited till his teammates caught up, but no, was like, I have the confidence to jump in here. I've got the powerful pump. I've got this for a reason. I'm the fragger on this team. I'm going to get him, and he wrapped it up super quickly.
100%. Unknown and Clicks' trio both had 15 eliminations in the first zone last week. The most in NA East when you break down pound for pound who's getting into fights. So these guys kick off fights and they end fights as well. It's crazy, like I said again, as this band of misfits got together. Bizzle and Clicks just friends, but also they had synergy, and it just in some weird way all worked out how they ended up as a trio, and then picking up Illis, one of the most dangerous on the scene right now. You just love to see teams come together and find a lot of success. It's what they're doing right now throughout these qualifying weeks.
Yeah, Clix and Bizzle, they're definitely multipliers to each other. They just make each other perform so well. I feel like Bizzle, just the confidence he has in Clix mechanics to be able to get eliminations and take fights is amazing. And then Clix having the confidence in Bizzle for the decisions he makes to then be comfortable taking the fights that Bizzle tells him he should. So it's great to see, as we now see a fight on spawn that we didn't watch too much, which was over at Stark Industries, and it's actually gone in Booger, Jamper, and Avery's favor. We saw this in the Qualifier 1, where they were contested a couple games, and they clean wiped them, and it ended up helping them more for the fact they were contested.
Yeah, because those points, they do end up adding up. They multiply in, especially when they're in the top 10. I mean, I know we gave them a little bit of slack of not necessarily putting up the best performance as Zayt and company did with back-to-back victory royales. But I mean, still, holding a top 10 position coming into the beginning half of the tournament today is still very, very good. They're very much on track and pace as XSET is going to get set behind. They're really getting pushed out here. And it's Clix and Bizzle. And you know, if they set up the calls, like you said, once Bizzle gives the A-OK, that's the battery in the back for the team to continue to push on through. It's not looking good for XSET, but this is their home. It's the low ground battle. It's these kind of fights. And look, AV just beautifully does manage to regain control here.
This is such an exciting fight. This is two teams that have the most fighting power going head-to-head in a mid-game. I don't see any third parties nearby, so this is going to be one to watch out for. This will decide big for this team as AV goes forward, but he gets taken out. And it looks like it's not down to the mechanics, it's the synergy. It's Clix, Bizzle, and Illis that are just coming in and closing this fight out so quickly. It's your pick, Monster, versus Shio's pick, and it looks like Shio coming out on top as Shark has to run with the peppers popped.
100%. The XSET boys look like they got put out in the cold here, left to fend for themselves with no jackets, and it's a winter run because Bizzle is on the heels. He's not letting them go at all. It's chilly out here. Just take a look at Edsec Shark trying to do his best here to crank wasted material and do whatever he can to continue to buy himself time and not necessarily give them a big lead. But this is what we meant by putting Illis onto this team. He's already at 4 eliminations. The angling just being better so far as this battle goes.
And I think you summed it up perfectly. It's when they get that green light, when they get that A-OK from Bizzle. This is a smart fight to take, but no, Bizzle goes up there toe-to-toe, and he actually loses it. Right now, it's okay as long as Bizzle doesn't get finished, but if Shark drops down and finishes Bizzle, that is such a big blow for the team. He's on such low health. They need to get him up quickly, because if they have to reboot, that is such a time wasted as they put up the walls, because now we have another team pushing in. You see on that minimap in the bottom right, things aren't over. We have 3 players pushing in, those red arrows, and they just get the revive on Bizzle. They hold it, they stick it, and it was those builds from Illis that slowed this team down and managed to get Clix to get Bizzle up. So this was almost a very, very big throw from Bizzle here, just being a little bit over ambitious in that 1v1, and now Clix and Illis have to do what Clix and Illis do best, which is just flex the mechanics. They build up, they show that they're not scared, and that teammate, those teams, I think they're backing down. They're trying to get out of this one. They've realized what they've done.
100%. Illis, you are so good. Just take a look at that. Puts up a little bit of the muscle and everyone backs off. He did that perfectly as well. Just enough defense, but then goes on a counter push to say, hey, you're not just going to steamroll us. We're not just going to wait for you to sit on top of us. We're ready to fight. And it was a taunt. Really, they weren't even ready to fight.
Yep.
They just kind of faked it till they made it, and Illis is going to walk away with a power move there.
Yeah, a little bit of that fate, and that's why the competitive Fortnite at the top level is so exciting, and I want to touch on why Bizzle's team took that fight. Yes, they got the damage onto AV, Shark, and Knight, but it's the position on the map they were. That fight dragged out for so long, but you'll notice there's only one team that only at the tail end came in. It's not about just being overly aggressive, and I feel like aggressive teams cop a lot of flack for just pushing stupid fights. That was such a smart fight to push. You had the tags, you had the time to close it out without any eyes on you, and now you have a clean rotate all the way in, because you took out the only other team on the rotate, and now you've got just one team ahead of you. Plus, they have the mobility. They had Shockwave, so if they started to get held, they can cover the distance quickly, and these are the things you need to think about. Not every fight is a good fight, but that was such a smart one there from Bizzle, and you touched on it. If you tell Clix and Illis, yeah, this is a good fight, they're not second guessing you. They're already going to be on the walls and in the boxes taking that fight.
It's crazy. That's how the synergy is going to work out there for the team, but like we said, they barely get away with it. Edgy Commandment and Sent It Here still alive, hanging out in the bush right now, hidden between some enemy walls and some other natural cover. Here's Coop Chapin, who Fishy, a team that struggle through the qualifying day to day. This is 2 qualifier weeks in a row, though. We talked about them last week, nearly getting taken out by all of, what was it, Tragics there in the endgame. He was catching some serious frags, and now this week, they were struggling once again, but Coop clutched up in their final game, too. So just showing that, hey, it hasn't been all easy, all fun and games for Chap and company.
And I want to touch on this one, because this is exactly what I was about to talk about. Chap has finished top 6 in every team-based FNCS, each time with a different team. And the team that's next to him, that was Chap's old team this season. We have Booger, Jamper, and Avery. My picks to win today, literally 1 box across. And that's who Chap was playing with. He was playing with Booger and Jamper. They decided to part ways with Chap and picked up Avery. I don't know if there was much love lost there, but Chap is so adaptable. He picks up any team, and he makes them perform so well. And I think that is probably Chap's biggest contribution to competitive Fortnite, which has been massive, by the way. He's been around since day one, is he finds those players and he just treats them, and he just creates top tier players. We're talking about AV. We sing his praises. AV, back in duos, was a relatively unknown player. Chap picked him up, showed the world how good he was with some of Chap's advice, and now AV's continued on with a separate team doing phenomenal things, and that's exactly what we can see going on now with Chap, Who Fishy, and Coop. It's just a skill that Chap has, and maybe it is because he's an older player, but he's so good about bringing the best out of players and making teams work.
Yeah, but this one's a double-edged sword because you're talking about players who have been proving themselves as solos. Both of these guys, Who Fishy, a top 10 easily as a contender in a solo season, and Coop, one of which has gotten multiple titles already across the DreamHack setting and the DreamHack stage and the solo setting in general. So you have, again, just big minds coming together. So this is different for Chap. This is a different dynamic. I don't know if he's been coupled with players that have big minds too. And I mean, they've been fizzling out. They've been having a hard time getting together and getting top 10 placements. But hey, this is qualifier weeks, right? It's still different when it comes down to grand final settings, but it's something that they're going to have to continue to prove. Chap's got a lot to continue to prove.
He does, and that's the thing. Once you're at the top, it's players like Booger as well. And I talked about it with Zake, those whispers coming out of him being a little bit washed. It's because they've had such an insanely illustrious career where even when they perform well, I don't want anyone at home watching to think we're not saying they're phenomenal players. It's just because you want those players to just hold up to the same standards you've been watching them play for years. But that is such a tall order. Fortnite as an esport is open for anyone. Anyone can play. If you made it to Champions Division, you're able to play in this trio FNCS. You are still able to play in future weeks of these qualifiers. So to try and hold on to the mantle and try to keep at the very top level when the bar of entry is literally anyone can play is so hard to do.
100% though. Now we're looking at Kanata, Bucky, Creo still alive this time around. Not as close to Booga and company. That was the downfall for the last game where Creo was taken out. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuned in from home, the halfway mark is underway. That's it. We're tuning in. We're pulling into the back half of the competition now. And things are going to continue to ramp up here. Let's take a look now. The zone. This is a stacker here. 57 players up, 20 teams as well as we're going into half in, half out. It's what you expect. Majority of the players here on the congested southwestern zone, where you'd expect them. But not that many teams have made a dead side rotate out towards the eastern side. And because of that, I mean, it's looking great for those guys up top right now.
It is, and this is a team we haven't seen too much today that's on 37 points. They're doing quite well. This is a team that was newly formed right before FNCS started, which honestly is actually more experienced than a lot of teams here. NA East has had some big shakeups, so they're currently in 4th place, and they're only 1 point below Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, which these teams have a lot of history together as well. NA East, a lot of teams have history, but that is definitely one that knows each other well, as they kind of have these eyes on the team over there, and someone drops in. I think someone's crash pad is straight into the box. A super aggressive play, an unknown, not one to back down from a fight, instantly turns, gets that pump in hand, but no, he falls down. But Casca comes back in and cleans up here. So they get the full trio wipe, or Casca has 2 eliminations, so maybe it was an aggressive duo that just needed something, but unfortunately, the damage has been done. Smacked has fallen here. Unknown needs to be revived, but they're now a player down based on that team jumping in their box, as we see Jamper falling in the feed as well.
Yeah, that was crazy there, and you can see Zuni's is also caught a bit of the collateral there. His HP is very, very low. He opened up the wrong edit too soon, and all that distraction caused him to get punished as well, so you do have to be careful as Bizzle gets absolutely thirsted there by Furious, which means Cease and Blake have concluded onto a couple of more key eliminations here. That rounds them up. That rounds them up to 5. They haven't had quite the day so far. I mean, only 11 points right now, which means that this is their game now, that they're continuing to step up and, you know, make up for missed time so far, at least in the first half.
Yeah, and 5 shockwaves in the back pocket of Furious. So this is a team that can maybe finally contest for that high ground. I don't know whether it's going to be Zate's team on there again, but someone's going to have to put up a front. Somebody new needs to take that top-down position and show that they are dominant, and they can make this happen, because again, it's Zate, Saf, and Stretch on the high ground. As it stands right now, though, this zone could change, and they might not be able to hold it. But honestly, have you ever seen a team look more dominant on high ground where just no one even has an opportunity to even look at them? So 5 shockwaves is going to look like what it needs to take to be able to get that position off them, because they're so comfortable up there.
Yeah, we spoke about a team, one of the few teams that actually plays for height, Bucky, Creo, Kanata. When you just go through their inventory, they do not have the movement. They don't have the material either to contest high ground. Not yet, not here, not right now. They need a lot more. They need to impact, or they need to figure it out. And because of that, I mean, it only increases Zate's and company's odds to continue to hold height. And I mean, if they go for a 3-peat, back to back to back now, there's no looking back.
Yeah. Same thing. We heard Shai mention at the start as well. Are we going to have like a little king situation? 11 out of 12 just seems unfathomable, but 3 out of 3 on NA East, where you have so many teams where it's next to impossible to pick the favorite. Look at our picks every week. We've been straying away from picking Zayd as a pick. I don't think anyone has actually picked them so far as their favorites to win unless they're contested. So they're uncontested game 1, 2, contested game 3, and still so dominant, as Bucky, Creo, and Kanata need to have a big game. They won week 1 qualifier. They did it out of Slurpee. Everything's the same today. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do this, but Zate again in the feed, taking down Blake, showing that I have to imagine they're up there. They're on top of this.
Yeah, literally, high ground is raining down that fire. You can see the Elam feed lighting up, and that's just enough information in its own to let us know how things are going. I'm seeing Who Fishy, Coop, and Chap still alive, though, tunneling their way in the mid-ground. TJ's going to fall to Bucky now with the big edit here. And I mean, they don't necessarily need the Storm Surge, but they're going to set it up anyways. They're going to get the big shots to continue to keep them in the lead here. Take a look at the wide shot. Yes, it's Zate, Saf, and Stretch on height, and there's nothing no one else can do about it. Right underneath them on second, though, is Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day, who might possibly be making a run up there.
We see Clicks fall down the feed as well, and Furious has the shockwaves here. And can they do it as a duo? Furious has the confidence. I wonder where the Cease is going to as well. They're going to shockwave to front side, a little bit of a double shock, and they're dropping down, which makes me think that Cease, the player that's leading this team, doesn't really have eyes on that high ground. They want to secure as many points as they can here on the mid and low, as they've got 6 eliminations on the board in a good position with only 16 points total, as Saf gets another elimination onto Zlem. They're starting to make their way up. This goes up Stark Mountain. They're right up against it. They've been tunneling through, but they have to go up. Furious has the shockwave. Cease has nothing. This is one of the hardest zones in Fortnite that we've ever seen. He has to go up this mountain, and this is where those teams on high ground are even more dominant, as Cease is inside the box now. Gets a knock there, I think. No, I think this player got finished by someone else. Cease comes through there now. He's finding his way, and if he can, he turns into someone else's box. Shotgun in hand, the damage comes out. They all have to make up the mountain monster, and only so few of them did.
Yeah, but he did find a shockwave there as well, so Cease is going to be able to make it alive. Furious, on the other hand, has a battle of his own, and he's going to find it. Can he get a back-to-back? Yes, he is. The knock here onto Vix 2, and it's going to keep him alive. The Siphon's going to convert over. 7 eliminations and multiple shockwaves. 0 to 100 for Furious here all of a sudden now, as we are in the final moments, that endgame action, and they've met together. So just like that, 2-man team come up the hardest mountain ever and find frags along the way. Casker's still up on the backside. It looks like he's going to be the big problem. But, I mean, it's still high grounds world as they're raining down fire from the top. LMGs in hand. And, yes, it's 2 of them. So, of course, everyone down below is not going to stand a chance. But still, a 3v3 has to unfold here.
It could happen though. Reverse Day and Miro, an insanely good team from the low ground. They have a Shockwave on Miro as well. I think they have multiple Shockwaves potentially, so we could see an upset here. It has to be it. Can Miro do something? He did so well last game. The Shockwave with the one pump, he pulls it off. He takes down Zay. He gets the finish. They're not going to go for the three-peat. It's everything against him right now. Stretch has to try and do something. Saf on the low ground. It's 2v2. They might still be able to win it, but they have the high ground. Miro and Day were able to pull it off. They've answered our question. Who can stop Zay, Saf, and Stretch? It's Miro, Reverse, and Day on 62 points. They drop the Shockwaves. They're cycling them out. They're making sure they have every advantage. It's a 2v1. Miro's going down. Miro has gotten 2 of these 3 eliminations. Can he take down 3 of the best players in NA East to ruin the dream story? The three-peat, the hat-trick, the back-to-back-to-back wins might be ruined here by Miro and Day. They have to work their way down through these old builds. They have to find the angle, but they have the health advantage too. This would be a monumental clutch from Stretch. If Stretch won this, it would have to go down as one of the biggest clutches in competitive history.
Oh,
he
here
has
it is!
no advantage. Miro comes in, the Metro Classic. It's a throwback to one of the best plays we've seen. He's trying to get down. He's trying to get into this if he can.
No mats.
But Stretch is just holding out. He's holding this out. He's holding the builds, but he doesn't have the health advantage. He's going out for it. Can Stretch get the siphon? Day's on the high ground. I think he's going for the heal off. It's Miro going toe-to-toe with Stretch, and they win it. They managed to close it out and ruin the three-piece. 8 eliminations on Miro alone.
Just like that. That's a 12-peat for the entire team there. But what a game. What a comeback. Miro with the most ridiculous Shockwave plays we've seen of the evening. But also timed and executed with his crewmate there, Day, who backed him up so beautifully. Man, what an endgame. We're going to have to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk to break this down, because that, my friends, was an interesting one. How did they do it?
Wow. Okay. All right. Listen, Day, Miro, Reverse 2K. I guess you guys are just Kingslayers. That's just what you are. We asked the question. We made the statement. It's scary. Zate and Trio can run away with these games. Miro says, I'm sorry. You need a hero? I have a Shockwave and a shotgun in hand. Watch me dethrone a legend. And he does just that. Still, though, props. Coming in second place, this is still 20 points for just holding on, boys. I mean, these guys are pulling away from everyone else way too quickly. 100 points over on the trio. Zate, Saf, Stretch, you guys are going off. But Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K, I mean, Shy, they're making a run right here, right now.
It's a fast run, but it might not be fast enough because, as you mentioned, Zeke, this is triple digits already just after the 3rd game with 2 Vicroys, right? 30 elims are so leading in the charge in that aspect. If there is a trio that can touch them right now, it might be Day, Miro, and Reverse, but it's at like double arm's length. I mean, what do you make of this, Reese?
I mean, the elims are really close. In first, 30 elims, and in second, 27. But it's that placement that really sets them apart. Zay, Saf, and Stretch, average placement of 1.33, coming first, and then second. And Day, Miro, and Reverse also had like a really, really good day. But they, unfortunately, their first game didn't really pop off too much with 17th, one of them. But then 3rd with 14, 1st with 12. So this next game, we're going to really, really see.
Yeah, the next game is exactly where all these type of different storylines, all these trios were popping off individually, will honestly have to clash because there's not enough room for Zate to stay. There's not really enough room for these guys all in the top 15. Like, I'm surprised to even see some of these names way down here, right? Like Xset at 12th. It's not because I would say they're playing maybe inconsistently or poorly. It's because everyone is playing so well and there's just not enough room for multiple people to win the same game.
Indeed, and on the 15th slot, we had Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle, who we caught in at the early game of that. And Illest in particular was just popping off. They got 6 elims in that earlier game, but it seems like they took one too many fights, didn't focus on their rotates, so they're in a pretty poor position, were easily cleaned up, and that kind of set them up not very badly there.
Yeah, it's not always about those elims overall. It's that placement that matters too. And I would say that TNA Trio is one of the best at playing placement.
Gosh, these guys are crazy. We have to break down how it is that this trio has gotten here, right? Like this is the story we want to see, right? Imagine if this had happened in BR. You got King popping off, finding victory royales left, right, and then suddenly a team steps up and says, that's enough. You're not going to get much farther than that. That's what we have right here, Shy.
Yeah, this is the new H trio, Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K. We're going back to game number 2 to look at how their placement-based playstyle in the endgame actually works, how it's beneficial, and gets them towards top 3s, including that win that we just saw in the last game. So over here, these guys choose to stay on one side. Miro actually leads that tarp, just breaking builds overall. Look at all the chaos and commotion, people out in the open. Yes, Graska got second. He was on that kind of empty side, the left one of the zone. But Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K are in the fray. They're basically right underneath many other people tarping. Since these guys are all focused at getting ahead, they all get to do that together. That being said, though, it is dangerous. It is risky. Reverse ends up going down. On this pause here, we can see that Day and Miro get split by a crash pad box invasion. This guy does have 4 shockwaves. I think both Day and Miro both have shockwaves to use. So they go from playing placement to playing chaotic, using shockwaves to catch up to each other, using shockwaves at the end of the game, just like we saw in that last game to take height, to actually go for big pinch angles. This is an end game, and these guys are still doing a pinch. They finally get together. They both go up for height. Day actually goes a little bit too horizontal, but Miro's contesting. Day decides then, I'm going to play solo and play for that placement. Miro knows at this instant, instead of going to match up with Day, he just needs to go for height as much as possible, cause as much disturbance, distract, so mid-ground can get activated. He goes for those fights, ends up going down. Day, from 6 trios left alive, with all that commotion, drops it down to 3 from Miro's work. Then he by himself plays as a solo, and by himself gets to 3rd place, survives it out with those shockwaves. In that last game we just watched, game number 3, all 3 members were alive. They used this strategy to pinch over at height, all live together, and then it was another Miro and Day breakdown at the end versus Stretch, and at that point both players were alive, healthy, and they won the game.
And one of the things we want to notice very quickly there is that Miro shockwave onto high ground at the same time in game 2 and 3, eliminating Zayt in both games.
Ooh, so good. All right, Fortnite fam, we're going to step away. When we return, more action here in NA East from the FNCS. Don't go anywhere.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Resub here to break down the differences between round 1 into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things you'll see in round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in round 1. So I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own round 1 gameplay and in cash cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day is going very, very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams, Kesix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In round 1, they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because of who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Sen Booga, and C9 Avery from round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure that they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In round 1 there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there is no Storm Surge. When the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament, or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. The last thing that you'll notice is in the endgame, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the 2nd moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the 3rd moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the 2nd moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal-off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the Battle Bus.
Welcome back to the FNCS here in NA East. If you've been watching, you know we just had some incredible games. Zayt, Saf, Stretch won games 1 and 2. Then Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K stepped up as Kingslayers and said, no longer, your streak ends here. The question on everyone's mind is, can anyone catch up to Zayt's trio? Will it be Day's trio? Will it be someone else? We have a ton of games left, 9 total, 3 today, 6 tomorrow. With that being said, Fortnite fam, I know what you want. You want the games. So let's send it back over to our casters, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, to take us into game number 4.
They may have slain those on the throne, but the placement still holds. Average 1.33 for Zayt at Dooms, TSM, Saf, and Liquid Stretch. What a run they have been. This here, though, we're tuning in. Mirror, Reverse, and Day here. Just giving you guys a catch-up on their drop spot and how they're playing it out here at the Dirty Docks, moving as a unit. This game is, or has been, underway for quite some time. So take a look. 3 teams have been dropped, and we're jumping right into the action here.
Looks like they have a decent zone as well, so if they're going to do well back-to-back in 2 games, it looks like the zone to do it, because quite a lot have been pulling more kind of central. We've seen a lot going towards the southern section, as I see Commandment lighting up the feed. I think that's a full trio wipe for Commandment, so geez, I don't know, maybe someone's contested Misty, or that was on their rotate out, but I haven't seen one player wipe an entire trio this early in a game very often.
It happens every now and then. A little bit of bad luck is all it takes to have no shield and get caught out in an open field or something. But either way, that's going to spell disaster for them. They're done. As now, Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day are getting shot here. Just going to throw in some walls. Illis, Clicks, and Bizzle, though, already in the battle. Once again against Graska, Xep, and Posick. So the last time we tuned in with this, it was only a chase down from Graska and company. No, actually, it was Xset. Xset rotated into them. And this time now, it's Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis who rotated into them. But I see arrows coming in, so there's another team nearby.
And we've seen this team have this exact fight in this exact position just against a different team. So Clix, Bizzle, and Illis very clearly have their rotate pass where they know when they're going to run into teams and they're not scared to fight them. So NPen's shown up right now as I see C-Scared, Hoofishy in the feed. So this game 4 is off to a pretty hot start, Monster.
Yeah, but that means Aspect and Zunies are down below coming from the Authority. Yes, so it's a big old messy fight here as NPen rotates in, finds himself a freebie now. Yeah, they're just sliding out. They're like, all right, you know what? This is a little too messy for us. We came in a bit early, but we got something for it. Let's get out of here. And what a way to kind of jump in and find yourself a free elim and then get back to your roots. Look, they're just swimming right back across the water like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Bizzle's team obviously wanting to let them go. You don't want to keep another team underneath you in this situation because it's just going to make it messier for all of you. As Clix has got a nice little pinch here, and I don't think he knows they're there. So maybe going to try and bait them into rotating or going the high ground, not seeing Clix just lurking down there. And they're probably naturally going to have to assume that Illist and Bizzle have their third player on top. So this could be interesting as we see a team rotating out of Storm late though, Monster, in the distance. James, Maniac, and I believe that's Dupes as well. They're not in zone yet, so that's going to make this messy again very quickly.
100% here though. They're just sitting, they're parked, they have all kinds of angles. Clix is obviously in the scariest spot though, down in the low. But hold up here, this is a late rotate coming out of AV and Shark. Ooh. So they're lit up. What happened?
They've got a trio wipes. They've got 3 eliminations on the board. I have to think they maybe started a fight that looked like it was going to be a quick finish and it just dragged out. So that could have been it. Or maybe one of them could have got downed and they had to go for a reboot because something has definitely gone astray here and this was not their usual strategy.
Yeah, I'm going to need to find out of whether or not Bucky, Creo, and Kanata are alive because this is their drop spot, their home, and it's right in the center. Yeah, and it's not very common of the exit to cut through this area. I mean, normally this is empty by the time they get through here, so could have just been a different way. It all kind of crumbled out this time around. Either way, exit now is going to have to get up out of here and get a rotate going ASAP to beat the storm line. Med kits and heals are going off right now as they're trying to situate here, but they do have a vehicle as well, I believe, to work with.
Yeah, and the vehicle's going to be a big bonus for them as well. Looks like they're trying to get their heals off, figuring out what they're doing before they start hitting their rotate, because they're pretty deep in it right now, and they're going to have to use everything they have with this truck to move, but I'm not sure what's happening right now, Monster. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it's all right, as we are trying to get all cut up here. Either way, it is a very interesting one. You have to assume they're long gone, and they're skating on by, right? So it's the Chug Splash. It's going to keep players in the game there as we're going to hop on over to the other side. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, we just got confirmation. Ooh. There it is. Thank you, team, for letting us know they are alive. So that was not what the engagement was all about. They're very much still in this game. Remember, after the 2-day qualifier last week, that was your team in first place. They were the most consistent. They were the heaviest hitters on the field. So they're still here putting up a big fight. But today's heaviest hitter is definitely Zayt, Saf, and Stretch so far.
Yeah, Day, Miro, and Reverse. Obviously one of those teams as well. We don't see a lot of orgs that have an entire trio team. So really repping Team New Age here, trying to put on a good performance. And what a great game last game. We've been asking who's going to have the aggression to go for that high ground. It looks like it's Miro as they're aggressively pushing back. This was Bucky, Creo, Kanata that kind of pushed in through some Fireflies, burnt out their builds, and Miro not too happy about it. He's firing back as they're right on edge zone. And I'm seeing the amount of teams that are here. And it looks like Bucky, Creo, Kanata are not only pinched between 2 full trios, they also have Chap, Hoofishy, and Coop up on the outside as well as Miro gets an elimination there. He gets a knock anyway, trying to push in to close this out, and this is not going the way Bucky, Creo, and Kanata wanted.
This is the second time now we've seen a Qualix jump in early during a storm surge situation, so clearly they've been struggling, and because of it, it's going to be the downfall for Bucky here as Bucky gets thirsted now and taken out of the game. But it's all it takes sometimes is one team to have an issue with the surge, and all of a sudden you're in the weirdest pinch. Kanata by himself has to flex, has to fend, and I'm not sure it's looking too good for him. Even with his shockwaves there, I think it's it's about to be all over. Another team jumps in. Scented, Edgy, and Commandment are now firing inwards.
And then I'm still looking at Coop's team on the top of the hill. They've definitely got eyes on this fight as well. So Kanata might be able to do something here. He backs up. He might be able to get something off. And we haven't talked too much about Storm Surge today, but without going too much into the details of how it works, all you need to know is it causes fights like this. Teams that are below the threshold who haven't done enough damage, they need to find damage and find it quickly or they are going to be eliminated. And that's what creates these fights where they just full send it a trio. And unfortunately, there's not much you can do if you're Bucky, Creo, Kanata, and you just happen to be the team that's in their sightlines. They're desperate. Their back is against the wall. As long as they get a single elimination or any of them walk away, it's better off than what's coming. So they're usually desperate, and you have to either avoid them or fight back. And unfortunately, Bucky and Creo are unable to do that.
Right, but I mean, as long as Kanata can possibly grab the cards, I mean, it's still going towards POIs, maybe. Just maybe there's a slither of hope for him to get a pickup going. Either way, it's going to be a rough rotate for everyone here on the back portion of the storm line. These new names that we saw kind of in the mix there, Walk and others are off to the right side, trailing behind Miro Day in reverse as Scented, Edgy, and Commandment go left, wide left, wrapping back in a different direction in which they came. So just showing the differences in takes here and how they're trying to avoid one another. So big brains, big rotates, and it's all working out that way.
Yeah, and you always have to make that choice. If you rotate behind someone, you have the freedom of them using a lot of builds for you. But if you're behind someone, they're getting into zone before you. So if you don't go over them or you don't have some mobility to kind of cover that last little gap, they're probably going to set up and hold you. So you've really got to be careful on the choice you make. And I think the hardest choice here is for Kanata. He's a solo. If he gets spotted out by himself, things are going to get very ugly very quickly, as Chap, Coop, and Who Fishy have such a nice base. This is such a Chap base. He has 2 bases built up on both sides. He has a really big open area to fall back into in the next zone as well, just covering as much distance as possible. And what this giant base did made it that everyone who looked up towards this hill was like, there is no way we're getting on top of that. Even though it was only one trio up here, it looked like so much more because of all the area they built. And that's why Chat built it out of wood to not use too many of their hard materials. So such a smart play, and they're going to need to be, as they had a great game 1, 29 points on the board, and I don't really think they've picked up much since then.
Yeah, we saw Illis put up a little bit of a front in PvP. This is the same deal, except it's a defensive tactic. You do it early before the fight begins, and hopefully it's enough to scare players off and show them that you have something formidable up on the mountaintops. Here, though, they are going to have to move, so all that building is not going to last them very long, as they do have to step in forwards in order to remain away from the storm line. With how many players are now starting to set up below them, though, I mean, either way, it's going to be a treacherous cross across the riverbend. This is literally going to split the map in 2. And it seems like it's going to that mountain wall that just looms down, that just glares down on the rest of the lobby. It's scary, and it's definitely intimidating.
I want to see where Booger, Jamper, and Avery might be. Maybe they were one of the teams that went down on spawn that we didn't see because they were contested, and we just had a panning shot of the whole edge line of that mountain, and they weren't there. And I have to imagine they wouldn't have rotated off it given the chance. You have teams like Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis coming out of Sweaty who chose to get on top of Stark, but then again, maybe they need a tag. So I'm not going to call it too early, but that's a team that I'm a little bit scared that I haven't seen so far, as they are my pick to win. And Kanata still holding things down as a solo. He has the bounce pad, he has the crash pad, so if he can maybe do a bounce pad, crash pad from here, no eyes on him, he might make the next zone. But he has to be careful of how often he shows himself, because people see you as a solo. He gets knocked out, he pops 2 of his crash pads, saves the 3rd one, but this trio knows that he's solo. I said you have to be careful when you're spotted by yourself, because teams like that, and that is Unknown Army's team. Unknown Army, who's obviously good friends with Kanata, gets to take him out there, and unfortunately he had a good effort, but he falls here just before placement points. We're going to start going out pretty heavily.
Definitely. Smash going to find that one there. And just like that, I mean, the Siphon keeps them in the game here as they heal right back up and they get into the game. Zuni's Aspect and Endpen are going to make the first rotate here to the daunting face of the mountain. They're going to base up right underneath it. Hopefully, it pulls up and over down towards this water bend here, because otherwise, they're going to have to expend a lot of material to go up first. Furious, Cease, and Blake, though, they're putting in some serious pressure here. They're trying to force this team out. Force them to get a move on, or force them to fall and run out of material. It's one or the other, and if you can use them early, I mean, it'll work in your benefit, but the more time they waste here, the more time they're losing on actually getting to the new zone. So either way, if they don't go first, they have to go soon. And no, Blake gets eaten with a big sniper shot, and then they step away. Then they rotate away, leaving them with a shambles situation.
And like you said it there, I think Cease's team saw it as, we have these compact SMGs, we have plenty of mini ammo, let's just spend it on conditioning this area of zone. But they just didn't expect that someone would fire back with so much firepower, as Cease now drops the SMG, picks up the sniper rifle, and they have to make a late rotate. You touched on it perfectly there, as Furious is one of the players that falls now. So Furious goes down, trying to fend them off, and Cease and Blake have to now try and clutch this up as a duo. And you said it, they just took too long to rotate. They didn't need to put so much pressure on that team when they also needed to move just as far.
Yeah, and I mean, why it may have been a good idea at first. Great snipe from Cease. Probably not going to convert onto anything, but it's just enough you know, alleviation of the pressure from the mountain, just enough to get them to go ahead and rotate in, as now they have to base up over everyone else. But like we said, they just didn't have to sit there for as long as they did. Great play, but they sat there for a little too long. On high ground, though, where you'd expect them to be is Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. This is their territory. This is their drop spot.
This has to be their game too. We've talked about it. We've said it's up and down. We don't want to say that their performance hasn't been great. It's just that from a team that has so much potential with such a good drop spot and now a zone on top of them, you have to think if any game is going to be theirs to win, it has to be this game. We're going to see 3 Titans try to contest Saf, Zayt, and Stretches. They're now shockwaving. They're bounced to shockwaving to opposite height. They've said it. They've said, we're sick of playing this low ground and mid ground business. Why aren't we on high ground? And here it is. They take it on such a dominant spot. And this zone, same as when we saw Zayt, Saf, and Stretch on high ground in game 2, it's going to be so hard to take off them if it goes off that mountain as well. It's where you want to be. Doesn't matter where zone goes. If you're above everyone, you can react. If you're below everyone, it is such a hard scramble uphill against opponents.
This is definitely crazy, though, because Saf took out Posick and Accept now as the follow-up elimination here, giving them the impact they need. But more importantly, they have to get out to the zone, and the fights continue to rage on. Zayt's going to get traded out by Sizz Lucky. The follow-up here from Saf now. Can they save Zayt somehow? Can they carry him and maybe base forwards, or will they have to leave him? There's definitely shockwaves there. No, they're not going to leave him behind. They're going to base him in at least just a little longer to go on and get the pickup. That is ridiculous. That's actually such a clutch save here.
No,
threw him
a
out.
crash
Look.
pad comes out. Saf and Zayt get shot out. I don't know why. I don't know if they threw the crash pad. Maybe a misclick from Saf, or it was an opponent. I have to think it was a misclick, but it's working here. Maybe it was deliberate. I don't know. Maybe it was so big brain I can't even comprehend it. But Stretch has fallen for the trade. So we have Saf and Zayt back up, but Stretch has fallen, which means high ground is open, and it was Jamper that took down Stretch. That is massive because Jamper now knows that the most dominant team on high ground is missing a player. They will be so much more confident and invest so much more to hold high ground now, knowing that one of the biggest threats is completely taken out, or maybe not taken out, just wounded. I don't want to count Saf and Zayt out. This is a legendary duo, one of the most legendary duos, and they might be able to cause an upset.
Yeah, definitely the most decorated here on the Fortnite scene, still doing it to date, and that is insane. But on high ground, I mean, they're in 7th place, like we said, for a reason. Still holding that top 10. It's still Bugha, Jamper, and Avery's show to run with here and do as they please. They can continue to make the story unfold here, as now it's going off this mountain, so you know they're going to be the ones rotating nice and late. They have the crash pads as well to land on top of any single base if they so choose, and the options are theirs, right? They can take this all the way if they want. They can continue to go in late. It's just literally options now in game sense that's going to have to come in. Avery finding some big shots here on high ground, just showing you how dominant they are right now. And yes, look, Bugha went first, so the control. Now they're stepping out. Now they're branching out. They're taking control of this entire high ground.
And they need to show that they can do it. They need to prove to the community, to people like us, to show that they have the dominance. They have high ground. Zayt's team has been wounded. You have the loadout. You had the drop. You had everything here. I need Bugha to show that they can win this game because they have the potential. They're a top tier phenomenal team. I picked them to win today, so I need them to prove it here as well. They're taking shots down, but it's going to be about whether they get the eliminations too. That is what Saf, Zayt, and Stretch have been doing so well. They're getting the eliminations from the high ground as Tahi getting the eliminations in the mid ground. A beautiful snipe that you don't see often in the end game, taken down smacked as Edgy falls in the feed as well, so he's happy to make that scramble uphill battle that I talked about earlier. He has no mobility, he has no shockwaves, and he just has to go through these tunnels as he takes down Cease. He gets the refresh. Does he have mobility? He needs it to get through this, and I think this might be it, but 3 eliminations could be enough to secure some good points as Gabe and Tahi are still alive.
Definitely. I saw Kalk fall there as well, so it seems like there's not a full team left alive other than the high ground hold here from Bugha, Avery, and Jamper, and that's pretty much the name of the game now, as it went up and over so many old builds and the mountain face as well. It just cut across such dangerous terrain here. Cease, you can see the feed catching up, Niddles down, Lords down, and high ground's getting a bit contested, but not enough for Bugha to give it up here. The pressure coming in, just endless pressure. They have enough ammunition to do it as well.
it's going to have to be a big pick on the Booger. Someone's going to have to Shockwave up, get a 1-pump. He's going to have to get knocked out of zone. 4 Shockwaves is so hard to overtake. As zone comes back up, they're on top of the best position they can be. This zone has been so difficult for everyone on low ground. It has to go up, down, back up, and over, where Booger, Avery, and Jambo have saved everything, just walking on top of it all. Has the Shockwaves still, so this might come down to an upset at the end, though. We saw this last game. There could be full trios down there, like Voil, TJ, and Rokane, who have something in their back pocket. Chap trying to solo clutch this one. Avery focusing him, unfortunately, on the receiving end of his old team's fire, as Zayd picks up Zexro, though, so they're still in this monster.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Countdown, but Zexer was the lone wolf there trying to do what he can. As you can see, it's just a continued frag fest here. Avery now trying to follow up. They have 2 eliminations. High ground gets contested, and they actually lose it. Crash pad on up from Avery, though. Is going to follow in. Bye-bye, Oliver. The big shots as he concludes in. The Siphon as well. Those are much-needed materials. And now it's a Stormline fight. Another Shockwave is going to come out, and the exchange Booga's down here. All of a sudden, they lose height, and they have to conclude to dropping down here. It's a two-man show.
And they're showing that it's not as easy as it looks. Zayd's team has made high ground look so easy. We had a team contested. He has the splashes, though, but Rokane and TJ are just as healthy. TJ gets the finish there. I believe it was Avery, but TJ is just beneath it. It's a 2v2v1, and they need to do something big here. Pulse doing such a good job to stay healthy and just rotate through this whole endgame. As you do see it, we have 3 teams alive, 5 players. Jeppa has the medkits, have the splashes. We saw Reese talk about it earlier, just combining all those white heals onto one teammate so they can go for the heal off. But TJ has the bandage cannon in the back pocket. He might be able to pull something off here, as they have so many eliminations on the board. 9 as a team from this mid ground. They're going to go for it. I see the Shockwave in hand. Someone's about to go up. TJ, no, it's Rokane. Rokane goes up, but Jamper is just too high, and I don't think Rokane can do anything about it. This is just going to be an old-fashioned heal-off. Jamper is so high. It's looking like a sky-based situation. Avery takes down TJ. Rokane takes down Avery. It's a 1v1. I believe there's a few players down there. It is. We have Avery. Full. It's Rokane and Jamper, but you have to think...
Rokane's in the lead.
The medkit. Rokane could win this, but Jamper has splashes, though. Rokane doing something, trying to find it, but Jamper's scrambling. Jamper's scared. He now knows that he has heals as well, but Rokane, I think he hits the dance. He knows that he just didn't have it. Look at Jamper's health. One more tick. They were so close to the upset. I asked for them to do it, and they did just that.
That was almost a misplay on the medkit there. Almost missed the timing for a second, because if he didn't have splash, as you saw, it came down to a single tick, a bandage making the difference. And honestly, the Siphon was the deciding factor to keep them alive just a little bit longer there. And I mean, nonetheless, that's what you expect when the builds go back and forth over old builds. You do tend to get those heal offs because it draws the battle out a little longer.
It just shows the caliber of these players, though. Going through old builds is something, but going up a mountain, down a mountain, back up, and then back across, like, to have that ability to rotate that well in such a difficult situation, it's just showing the caliber of games today.
Hey, listen, Jamper definitely seized the moment there with Avery, even after Booga went down. We'll have to send it over to the analyst desk, though, to continue to take us through the narrative here, because it's unfolding.
Bro, this is unfolding super fast, right? Zayd's trio, 2 VRs back-to-back. Then the Miro, Reverse 2K Day, they step up, say, we are the Kingslayers. Now, it's Booga's trio that's like, all right, guys, listen, boys, who is really the king here in NA East? This is going back and forth, but we have to take a look at the standings, because this is going to give us an overall picture of what is actually going on here, especially when we look at VRs, placement, and eliminations. Holding down the #1 spot, we still have Zayd, Saf, and Stretch. Shy, they have broken triple digits.
They have, and they started off with at 100 before finally got more points on the board as well. You were talking about Kings left and right, maybe Booga, Avery, and Jamper could be one of them. Is it possible if the point difference is 116 to 66? I would say they are not worthy.
Well, in second place, Unknown, Casker, Smacked. They've had some very interesting average placements. They've came 5th, 4th, 4th, 5th. So really being consistent and getting into those end games, but not really managing to get into the big placement thresholds. 3rd, 2nd, and 1st is where those big thresholds come in. You start getting real placement points. So this is a really consistent team, but they're just missing out at the end.
Yeah, some more consistency here just overall on the leaderboard itself, on the breakdown. From 6th to 10th, you can see the difference of eliminations per trio. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy all the way towards that top with 23. And then it starts to go down a little bit as you go towards 10th place, where AJ, Rox, and Vix only have 8 so far. That just shows, though, since they're still so close, they're just 2 points behind the XZ trio. They're playing that much more consistency overall, or consistently overall, in placement. They're still tying up just 2 points behind. From 11th to 15th, though, this is the lower side of what would be considered the teams that would be qualifying in NA East. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle still hold that 15th place spot.
And one thing we maybe didn't pick up on there is in 7th place, now we have TJ, Rokane, and Voil. That was a huge, huge game for them. They came second with 10 eliminations. The games before that were not that consistent, though, only breaking the top 10 once. And they're kind of just getting into those placement thresholds just before placement, right? So it's like 15th, 13th to their games, so they're playing out the full game, but not really able to actually maximize their time in that game.
My goodness, guys. There's literally so much going on here in NA East. It's absolutely insane. And what we have to remember here is that it's only the top 15s that will push through. Sure, right now, Zayd's trio, Sap, and Stretch, these guys are in first place. It doesn't matter that much here, right? We're just talking about a difference in prize money, because this first place is not going to get them the Axe of Champions. But being able to go into tomorrow's games with a first place and triple digits already, I mean, you know they're going to qualify, especially coming off of last week where they were just on the outside of the bubble. They just couldn't get things going because they had to fight another team at Dooms. This is what we like to see. This is the competition we are waiting for. Now, guys, I know you prepared something for us, so run this out for us, please.
Absolutely, Zeke. What we're going to be looking at here is just the perspective of that winning situation all the way, or just the end game overall in that last game. It was a lot of top-down gameplay. Height was actually a very big factor as to who could play the game and who was not allowed to. Avery, Booga, and Jamper held it all the way from, I would say, the 6th, 7th zone towards the end.
And how did they get it in the first place? Ooh, firstly, beautiful shots coming out from Avery. But secondly, how did they get it in the first place? Well, they took it very, very early. In the second zone, these guys got height on a hill next to their drop spot in Stark Industries and really just dominated from there on. They got quite lucky with the zones, but at the same time, they were really, really pressuring all the teams who were consistently trying to get that height, shockwaved over for 5th, and just maintained it all the way through.
Yeah, and that maintenance as well was done in a very, I would say, NA East type fashion, where we've seen more often than not one single individual way too far up high to where he's not touchable, not trackable. We see it happen on other regions a lot as well. It was Jamper in that game who had a med kit, who had that heal off potential, but NA East really likes to single out that one individual and basically hide them completely. Zero risk factor in that one heal off person in winning the game.
And we literally saw this with Clicks, right? They would just leave one high ground, leave heals on them, and just say, hey, whatever happens, don't come down. We're going to jump down. Bizzle and Illis would try and contest and fight the other teams. And even if they went down, it didn't matter, right? Clicks still had a ton of heals to make it through that end game. Guys, we are over halfway done with the competition. We have 2 games left to go before we say goodbye for the day. And then tomorrow we're back with another 6 games where the top 15 teams will move on. I am extremely excited, and I know you guys are ready to get back in the game, so we're not going to hold you up too much longer. Let's send it back over to our casters to take us into the next game here in the FNCS.
That was just a little taste of what can happen when Zayt, Saf, and Stretch fall early. All of a sudden, the leaderboards are starting to look closer and closer. You see the gap is closing just a bit there. So ultimately, I mean, you have players like Booga, Jamper, and Avery now jumping up to 4th place. And it's looking much more and more like a competition here. Take a look at your battle bus route right here. I mean, it's a wide spread on the players. Once again, Doom's Domain being contested, Coral Castle kind of being split up a bit here, and the fights are going to continue to unfold.
I don't know if Dooms is contested. It's looking like that might just be the usual henchman. Maybe I could be wrong. No, it is. Is it just the lighter pit? We'll have to see, because I can't tell right now, but it's getting exciting either way. This map is shaping up around the same now. We're starting to see people find their drop spots, figure out where they want to go, and they're not leaving yet. But this is a drop spot that has changed up a little bit today. I think they've been contested 2 of the games so far today, Monster, and whether it's the same team or not, it looks like they didn't want to stick around, and my pick is looking a lot better this game as they have it uncontested yet again. again, showing that when us as a community question why they're not doing the greatest or why is people not contesting them, this is why. It's the one drop and the one team that no one's being able to stand toe-to-toe against in the finals.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to drop too. If you don't play for the 50-50 chest off the way we've seen every other team do it, I mean, it's so volatile. There's so much risk here, and you can see what they do. They get that Volt key card, they W key to the Volt, they get maxed out, they figure out exactly what they're going to be working with and what they have to work on throughout the rest of the game, and this is how they're finding their success right now. Like we said, they've consistently been in that top 10, but more importantly now, they're ramping their way up in the back half.
They're ramping their way up, and I haven't seen anything break down at Dooms yet, so maybe they weren't contested and looking healthy over there, as we've only had one team that's gone down so far. 6 players, though, so there's some people who've been taken out for their teams as well, and it's just been so exciting seeing some new names come up, but it's also looking like the old Vanguard monster. We can't try and pretend that the new names are showing up really big on the leaderboard. Some of them are kind of jumping up and creating some upsets, especially those teams that aren't managing their Storm Surge properly, but we see teams like Has, Paper, and Chaotic here who just haven't been able to find their purchase here against Bully and Slick's team.
Yeah, and you know, I think at this point it's a lost cause. You got to do what you can today and hopefully hit the drawing board for tomorrow. Now, though, a little bit of a different strategy. They've taken the fight outside of the warehouse and now to the stacks here where they can actually control the pace of this. I think Bully and Slick are in for a sweet surprise because they're now fighting at the mercy of them, Paper, Chaotic, who have that potential high ground. But wait up, Bully says forget that, scratch that, jumps right into Has and deletes him out of the competition.
I was about to say at the same time, I fully agree with you, Monster, but giving Bully a way to get into your box even quicker is just never a great idea, as Bully just takes it, flies straight into the walls there, and just instantly takes down Has. So big fight there. He even hits a little bit of the dance. He's feeling that confident, but he's still got 2 players to deal with, though, as Bully now comes around and looks like he's bullying Paper. He's taking down this whole trio. His team knows, like, hey, man, we'll back you up. It's all you. You've got the firepower. Can he get the full trio right now? He gets in the box, and no, he can't, but the teammate backs us up, and Slick managed to take it down, and I believe that's 5-0, maybe, Monster, I think.
Yeah, if there was any that they might have lost was that first one. We only caught a glimpse. It was kind of just kicking off, but regardless of what, they're definitely in the lead, and we know it. This is a team that hasn't been fought here at the Fortilla yet, so something is going different here. It's Jeff, Vex, and company who are pushing the XSET boys, and I mean, it's not looking too good for AV right now, who's down on no HP, but Knight doesn't care. He's taking a 1v1 for high ground before resulting down to help out his squad mates.
Yeah, this is a bit scary for your pick here as well, Monster, because they haven't been contested here before. This is Shantytown. This is an area that is instrumental in this team's drop because there are so many shield barrels here that this team usually uses. So having a team try and take that and try and contest them, and we've talked about it so many times, this team gets almost 50 chests on one of the biggest splits I've ever seen, if not the biggest, and it was only a matter of time before a team tried to go for it, but Shark wants to hold it here. He's shockwaved up. He's going for the high ground. Knight splitting up too, and this is a very scary team to fight because you see them just splitting up and finding those angles. They know how to play these fights and back each other up. Knight draws first blood and he has the advantage here as the player goes round. He's trying to find his way in if he can just find his position into this. They need to win this. This isn't just a fight for the leaderboard. It's a fight for this area of the map. If Knight's team loses this fight and this team has the confidence to keep dropping here, it is going to be just disastrous for the rest of their FNCS so far this weekend.
That's the way you got to look at it. Literally, so much riding on it, and Knight's going to go on and answer the call there. He's going to pick up the phone and say, hey, this spot's not for you. Not today, not ever. And they drop them. The XSET boys, remember, in top 10 still, having quite the day, and nonetheless. And that's a major 3-point swing right there. That's a major 3 eliminations. Because the gap from 8th to 7th was about 6 or so. So finding Elims now, getting that placement, right, one step closer is a massive, massive step in the right direction.
It's a big step, and it looks like they weren't contested at Dooms, so this is very scary for the rest of the lobby. It's such an interesting situation that Dooms and Stark kind of creates with these top-tier teams. It's you want someone to contest them because you don't want them to run away with the loot, but you don't want to be the team to contest them because you know how dangerous that looks. Any team that's being contested, look at EU this morning. Benji Fishy and Aqua's team both doing incredibly poorly for how good that team is, and a lot of that was due to the fact that Aqua's team qualified in the qualifying week 1, which meant that they could then spend their entire tournament ensuring that Benji Fishy's team had a really rough time of it. But no, never mind. A team does have eyes on it. Kyle comes through here, so looks like maybe they were contested and the team just hadn't pushed until now, and Zayd didn't know they were there. They hadn't built defensively. I have to think this team maybe rotated in unless you have information I didn't see, Monster.
Yeah, I saw a team up on top. That's why I was like, oh, okay, so that's kind of interesting. Maybe they just backed out and went to the northern houses over there to go get some loot. But, I mean, regardless, to push in that late after you give Zayt, Stretch, and Sav so much time to get comfortable, situated, materials. It's where they fight. It's their literal home. That was a bad play.
Wait. Clarity just yoinked Booger's car there. Booger's full sending for the elimination. I think he was trying to get onto Clarity, but unfortunately, he just kind of gave Clarity his way out. But unfortunately, Jamper following up behind in the car there as well. And unfortunately, they are going to fall. And no, that is an old teammate of Booger, so I'm not sure if there's any love lost there. Clarity does fall, unfortunately, and it looks like Niddle did as well. So this team's now got 2 eliminations on the board, and they're coming out strong in this mid-game.
Definitely here, and another 2 for them, like we said. They're going to let one go away, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter as they have resecured the vehicles. So they're big chilling now. This is going to be the key to their rotation. It's been working like this so far. Remember, only 2 individuals can fit in these vehicles, and they do have infinite boost as well.
Infinite boost, no need for gas. Again, I'm learning the American lingo. Don't you worry, guys. We do have the gas in the car right now, as Rox has the gas canister as well. AJ set up in a really good position. A team that's on a decent amount of points. Haven't seen them too much, but 44 points, nothing to scoff at, as AJ has a loadout as well with not much to scoff at. He does have the legendary assault rifle, as Rox also has the purple pump shotgun. So this might be a team to look out for here in the mid game. If they can get some aggression onto a team near them, they've definitely got the firepower.
Definitely is. This is that mid-game or that early game kind of situation where players are just based up, right? Really poising up against one another, looking for tags. But Clicks, Bizzo, and Illis, they hold the record, right, for taking early game elims for a reason here in Storm 1. And I mean, it's just cheeky little plays like this. Look, they're sneaking up as a team around the side of this base here, not making any noise, trying to see if Bizzo can possibly open up with a sniper shot. The cone's going to come out. And I mean, they're already so close. Do you think they're going to jump in? The possibility's there.
Possibly. They might be able to if they want to as well. They could jump in, but it would be a very aggressive start to this one. But, I mean, we've seen aggression from this team a lot. Clicks is very close. And, yeah, maybe that was, we talked about earlier with the green light, red light. That may be in a Bizzle. Hey, Clicks, chill out, chill out. We're good this game. Yeah. We don't need this one. Let's play it a little bit safer, because you can see Clicks was ready to get in there as well. And that's the scary part about that team. They could have maybe won that fight, but I talked about it earlier when they took their smart fights on edge zone with no teams around. That's one thing, but taking a fight there really central near Lazy Lake that has a lot of teams rotating through there, unless you can close it out almost instantly, it's going to get messy.
For sure, for sure. Miro's led his team with 26 eliminations in the last week. Let's not forget Miro during the FNCS Invitationals. That was really where he started to get his rise to popularity, in the sense that the community started respecting him. Someone who was stomping through Opens days, stomping through the semis, hit the wall during grand finals, but nonetheless still was showing that he has what it takes to just jump in a box and get down.
He was one of the first teams as well, one of the first players, I should say, because he almost single-handedly did it. That was able to kind of upset Zayt's team, managing to take all 3 of them out in that endgame. He took down the whole team, so he had backup with his teammates, but showing that he is incredibly scary. And it's like you talked about, it's those solo players where you get them under the wing of experienced players like Reverse 2K, obviously a solo World Cup qualifier, almost double with that legendary run with Ninja, and you get them to pair up with players like that, and they can really control them, help them get to that endgame, and then it's almost like they're unleashed. All that solo mechanics and prowess and confidence just comes out, and they can really do some big things.
Definitely here. There's no cutting corners, though, in Fortnite. You do have to play the game as the storm line is now pushing inwards. Luckily for them, they are going to be on the short side and have that first dibs on the rotate here. This is going to play out well, and I'll tell you guys why. We talk about dead side rotate in Fortnite being a common terminology. This is how it plays out naturally for you. It's when the zone is on that short, close side for you, which means there's less likely opportunity for enemies to be there. And the fact that the zone's landing like this, I mean, it doesn't come over here very often, so it's going to work out very well for this trio.
And it's the game they need as well. They've had some good performances today, but it is a very favorable zone, especially if they've got that elimination already, so they've got their Storm Surge tags, and there is a team that I saw already set up on that mount, so they have to be careful as you see Grazka, Posick, and Except rotating through here, through Lazy Lake, and there's no teams nearby, so they've got a really nice little rotate in. And one of the things that you see so interesting is when teams invest their mobility, or when they really take the risk to go earlier into the center zones, or whether they stay on the edge. It's something that I'm seeing Chap's team do a lot, and maybe that's why they're not finding as much success as what we'd like is I see Chap staying on the edge zones when he has a base rather than investing and trying to get in further, which I see a lot of other teams do, as XF finds a nice little big pot as the chest was left open in Lazy Lake.
Definitely. That's a nice little find there. It's going to bounce them right back. Remember, they do have that early game elimination, that squad wipe there, so they are set up for success right now, at least coming into this mid-game. All they need is some more placements. Here, though, reverse 2K, Miro Day taking the beach side, the dead side rotate, that outside rotation into the new zone. The mountain is going to be a tough one to climb over, but they're going to be A-okay with plenty of time here on the zone to work with, and just a lot of options as well, as they get so much. They'll have ample time to read the next zone moving in. Now we're going to hop over to Vanish Bank, Narwhal, and Zlem. We're in a much different situation. They just came off of a PvP fight here in the storm line, and they're rotating in nice and late.
And there's another team that's already rotating in late as well, so this is not good. This is a good old-fashioned storm fight. And this is not what you want to see at the highest level, but there's not a lot that Narwhal can do it here. Both these teams have made some mistakes that have got them in this situation, because not only are they having to fight each other in storm now, and it's Zexro, Calc, and Macwood, three of the most experienced players here in this tournament today, making a giant misplay at some point, or someone else has maybe aggressed onto them, because this team's still not out of the woods yet. They've got their eliminations. That's really good, but there's another team already just on the edge of in zone who, yes, is now going to start taking shots at them and apply some of that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Things are going well for them. The Siphons are definitely going to keep them alive. The loot that they pick up off it, those shockwaves, are going to propel them right to the new zone. So at least they managed just to close that distance without sitting too long into the storm line, possibly allowing them to continue to see a couple more moments here in this game. Remember, guys, we're well and above and beyond the halfway mark. We're approaching the end of the competition now. These are the last two games, and this one is already halfway underway. 6 games on day 1, 6 games on day 2. It's about breaking that top 15.
It is, and we haven't been focusing too much on the top 15 today. Me and Monster will cover all of that tomorrow, because these teams do still have 6 more games, so there's a lot of shakeups. We've seen some big shakeups in last week when teams that didn't have a great day 1 figured out what's going on day 2, and me and Monster haven't talked about it too much today, but if you don't know how the format for all of FNCS works with these weekends as well, they had semifinals today, and they usually have about a half an hour, 45-minute break from their last game, if they played it, to get into the next game to try and figure out what they're doing. Now, tonight, they have an entire night to go back, go into the replay files, and check where everyone's going and see what went wrong. Shayo talked about it earlier today with the XF boys hitting massive long VOD review sessions, which is just going back into old gameplay and seeing what you did wrong, and that's where you see teams just have miraculous, huge shifts from day 1 into day 2 tomorrow.
Definitely. Well, let's hop on over. Let's switch up the pace here. We talk about day 1, day 2. Here's a team that's doing great on day 1. Boogie, Avery, Jamper, and Zay, Saf, and Stretch, who are right underneath. Remember, your top standings they're just close, right? They're close in the sense that everyone that's not in first place is literally fighting a great competition right now. Zay, Saf, and Stretch have gave themselves such a buffer that they have some room to mess with, but everyone else is very much fighting for the placement spots that they're holding.
Yeah, and I'm vying for this team to do well because, I know Zeke's been talking about a whole bunch. We need to dethrone Reese as the prediction king. I need to get a win here, but Furious, a team that needs to get a win here as well and needs to get a win on the board as far as the games go. They've got someone knocked and they're carrying them back, so a really good fight here outside of Retail. They're picking the player up, trying to get that max damage finish here outside of Retail row, and this will be their second elimination onto the board here, so they're looking pretty good just on the edge. 40 points total, so not a bad performance today, but needing to get just one of those insane wins, and I want to see this team try to go for high ground. This is one of the most mechanical teams we have, so if they can set themselves up in a good position and they go for height, I have to think they're going to follow it.
Ooh, someone's going to jump inside the box, though. It's Aspect and Npen who are up above, trying to get a nice little pinch here onto Furious and company down in the low ground, but no, they're not going to find anything, and because of that, it's going to stall out just a little bit here. Just 2 eliminations for Furious, which means that they haven't concluded on a full team, but they've managed to pick up something here, something there, and because of that, they're very much in this game right now. Low ground being all theirs. Just take a look at the tunnel they branch out with as well.
I was going to say, that's why eliminations endgame in these positions are so huge, because you get that extra materials and you can invest them getting into zone safely. No one's going to take a shot to the top like that compared to running in the open, and it costs you nothing, as we now have Coop, Fishy, and Chap set up in a good spot. This time, I've always said it, they stay on the edge for a little bit longer than I'd like before going to the next zone, but they're in a good base here. They're in a good position, so I want to see whether this pays off, or is what I've been talking about going to happen? Are they going to stay here too long, and then the next rotate is going to really, really hurt them?
All right, though, here's Coop and Fishy looking down into the valley. As you can see, the high ground hold, there's just no one even in between, too. They have so many layers up there for free. Fishy's going to get tagged, though. A little bit of an opening here. He's going to have to block it. Yes, lucky for him. You leave that open for too long, and you will get punished. This zone is going off to the side. Such an awkward, water-facing zone. I don't know how to call this one. Like, what do? You definitely don't go down, because that would just be silly. But at the same time, if you don't have movement, you're stuck. You're going to have to eventually go to the half in, half out.
Yeah, it's not too much of a hill, but there's definitely an edge there that you want to try and stay on top of. Like, a lot of these teams are branching over it, so you'll see Chad's team try to stay up here on the high grounds. Fishy gets in, and he needs this damage. Only 68 above Storm Surge, and they go down. It's exactly what I just talked about. They box up, they stay boxed up for too long, and then when they make their rotate, they're coming in too late. So it happened exactly like I predicted, and I don't want to rub that in. I just want to see this team try to change their tactics, because this style isn't working.
Yeah, and Clix is actually going to get bodied there in the low ground too. And now it's up to just one player alive, and I believe that was Illis there, as Tahi gets the conversion on over. So all of a sudden, players are getting dropped here. Rox, Vix, and AJ don't have any eliminations, but they are very much a part of the chaos that's unfolding here. They're putting all that pressure down. They have max material as well and heavy AR bullets, so just a great drop spot for them overall. And look at that, they're going to find Chap. What's left of Chap's True, and it was just Chap, so that's it. They're out of the game, and the pinch is still going on. It's Tahi and Gabe who are still in that same exact box, and now Unknown Army, Casker, and everyone else is firing inside. It's just gunfire in the mid-ground.
And it is, and there's so many. Oh, they're going to try and drop them down here with the crash pad play. They do get someone dropped in, and the 200 Narwhal gets finished off there. A big refresh. This team is looking like they're going to have their game. I talked about the firepower when we tuned in with them earlier, and just there we're seeing it in place. They're going to go for a little bit of the scan here. They might be able to see where that duo is still alive, because that's good information to have, and information is key as this zone does come back up. So Monster, you were right. Anyone who drops right down to the very bottom right now, like Booger Jam for Avery, have a much harder rotate back up.
Zate Stretch already had that little bit of high ground because they stood there, as did Saf on the other side. So naturally they set up potentially to hold it, and the gamble is going to work off a big risky play here, and it is going to find its mark now as the zone is starting to move, and it's moving towards that mountain. So Zate stretched out to help Saf fully connect. Here, though, in the mid-ground, a team that has to work their way up just a little bit now is Furious, Blake, and Cease. 2 eliminations. You can see all their perspectives. The material, not too hot, but they do have a little bit of movement between Furious and Cease here.
And what an exciting endgame. It is such a good spot for Zate, Saf, and Stretch to be on the high ground. Furious looking up, though, so they might have eyes on. I talked about how mechanical this team is. And what you also need to notice there is they split up the shockwaves a little bit. Furious has one, Cease has one, Blake does not. But that means 2 of them can go for it, and I think they might be here. They're setting up for it. Here they go. This is going to be the play of the game. This will decide the endgame. Do they take the high ground with their shockwaves? They jump up for it. They're having to go back down. They can't secure it because the zone pulls up the mountain, and they mistimed it. They went for high ground at the worst time. Zone showed, and now they have high ground, but no reason to have it. Zone is pulled completely opposite, and they have to go low to run across, and that is such a big misplay for this team coming into endgame. And I have to think that it was Zate's team that made the rotate onto that opposite height, because they're just so clinical with it.
Yeah, definitely. A team that doesn't play for height. You can see the mistakes are being slowly showcased here. But it's moments like this we can all learn from, even the pros themselves when they hit the VODs. Let's see, though, Furious. This is the spot that he likes to be in. That mid-ground kind of fighting situation, that box-to-box. And yes, putting the AR to good use. It's pressure down the barrel, down the range. And at the very least, they're going to be able to clear this entire tarp for themselves, forcing them to build out. And look at how much mats they're just saving by walking through the base here. Except it's going to open up. And someone else does. Bye-bye, Bully. My gosh.
and they're saving the mats by walking forward, and this team walks forward well. They walk through everyone in their path, and they're staying pretty well together. No, it's Booger, Jamper, and Avery who take the high ground. This is incredibly massive for them. They can manage to pull this off. They can get another high ground win and try to contest Zate's dominance, because Zate is down. He is out in Storm, stretched on the low ground, looking unhealthy as Miro, Reverse, and Day. They've proven this before. They've pulled off the upset. They're on low ground, but they're all alive. But no, Day falls as I say that, but Avery falls in the feed as well. This game is getting chaotic, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Stretch finds Day there too. So it was Xset versus first place. Miro's gonna roll up on Jamper, and all of a sudden we have a top 3 going toe-to-toe with one another, slaying out here. Miro once again showing why he is the leader for eliminations for his crew. By himself now, he gets to prove it all by his lonesome. He doesn't have to worry about anyone else, and he can just play to pop off. That is where he shines best. Take a look at the wide shot, though. There's still one team just a layer above there, holding a couple shots down as Miro, trying to figure things out now by himself.
Who's on high ground? I don't know who it is. It might be Booger holding it solo. I can't think who would have taken it, or it's a completely unknown team that is having their position at a pop-off game. I can't think of names that would be up there on the high ground right now. Who is it? It is Booger.
It is Booger.
Booger is holding it solo. Your solo World Cup champion up on the high ground. He had the shockwaves. He had the positioning. Let's see if he can hold this off. He might not be able to get the win, but if he can get massive placement point, this will be so important as all those teams on low ground are going toe-to-toe. They're closing each other out, and they maybe think there's a full team on high ground. This is what happens. This late into the game, a lot of teams don't even look at high ground. So Booger might be able to sneak this one off and sit up there as we see some full teams down on low ground like Smacked and Casca. They've lost Unknown, looking very healthy, and they have no eyes on it as Booger is just laying down so much damage.
Yeah, and he's by himself, and Saf's by himself too, and I saw Saf finding frags as well by himself. Miro's gonna find Furious in the feed there too. Smack still trying to figure something out. This is one of your only teams that at least have a little bit of company to help one another. It's Casker and Smack here trying to figure it out. Remember, Smack did find a frag just before this too. Someone's on the backside of the wall now. Smack's trying to follow up here, but this is just getting closer and closer. The final moments are now starting to conclude. The last zone is underway. High ground's gonna get contested. Booger's trying to battle it out, and no, he has to actually give it up. Wait a second, who's it gonna be here?
He's only got 7 builds. He needs to be careful. He's trying to save all his mats. He wants this. He knows if he drops down, it's going to be so hard as a solo as TJ takes it. But TJ's not healthy. I think he's out of mats. TJ falls. Booger still has it. It transfers down a layer, but Booger is still on high ground by default. But he's used up a lot of his mats. Smacked is on the low ground now. 2 eliminations on board. Goes into a full trio and takes down Vix. He gets in, he gets out, but just like that, he's done the damage. And that was huge. That was a full trio. They had every advantage until Smack did that. And now Smack's giving himself every advantage. He has the advantages, he has the mini, but does he have the health? He's only at 7. He needs to close it out by himself. This has been a tale of solos in trios of Smacked. I think that was Booger. Did he take him down? TJ takes down
Someone's
Booger.
in the zone!
And there it is! Smacked wins! He solo clutches it!
By himself, somehow finds every single shot, and that opening tarp, that was the pivotal moment. Sometimes they say no pain, no gain, and you have to work for it. Smacked literally put the weights on and worked for it right there. Ultimately, though, we are going to have to send over to the analyst desk to break it all down because that was crazy.
All right, listen. NA East, you guys are just continuing this storyline of there's just, it's dope, but there's more to it that makes it even cooler. Casker, Smacked. I mean, listen, first of all, guys, we just got to talk about this. These guys have played 5 matches, okay? This last one ended in a victory royale. We've had 2 4th finishes and 2 5th finishes. They have not had a single game outside of top 5 in 5 games. I don't know how this is possible, but NA East, yet again, you show us you're incredible. Stay amazing. All right, let's take a look at the standings, because this is going to give us a better picture of what's kind of transpiring here on the first day. So yes, Zate, Saf, Stretch, they're still on top. But that Victory Royale takes Unknown, Casker, and Smacked all the way up to 2nd place, leading with 10 points, which pushes Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K down to 3rd.
NA East is hungry. Just look at it. There's this one trio up top with 2 victory royales. Yeah, they're ahead. It's a lot of points, 15 plus almost. But look at that, everyone right behind them. We just saw Smacked with an insane performance. Day, Miro, Reverse right behind, all having 1 victory royale, waiting for their second so they can be that new top dog. Remember, we have so many more games tomorrow too. Here's our next base though, Reese. Look at Rokane, Boyle, and TJ.
Really, really good placements right now. And what we saw is what we've seen very, very frequently from TJ. Shockwaving right in the endgame, trying to take that height to claim that victory royale as a solo. But unfortunately, Smacked was just too good at the low ground to let him take that as a victory royale.
Absolutely. The magic numbers we're seeing a lot on the screen right now. I'm still just dumbfounded and speechless over Smack's insane gameplay. It was 1-8-0. Either a 180 pump shot to the head or 108 damage for that final shot. Past it though, top 15 France, Philippe is Asian, and then Vague are going to be here at that spot. 39 points is what the track should be, the pace should be for these guys. Everyone should be aiming for that to be able to qualify overall. Here are some of the trios. Wow, what a stark difference for Creo, Bucky, and Kanata on day 2 at 16th.
That's a shocker. That's a real shocker to me because the situation hasn't really changed much. They're still uncontested in their drop spot. I can't remember if the same teams are landing Weeping Woods, but they still have the same rotation paths. They also have all of the same game strategy. However, day 1, week 1, it worked very, very well for them. And this week, already on the edge of that 15 point where people are qualifying. Obviously, these guys have already qualified for the heats in qualifier 1, but still, it's kind of shocking to see them down there.
And this is kind of what you talked about back in EU, Reese, is for a lot of these teams, because remember, we have 3 weeks of competition, heats, then finals. So if your trio is trying to alpha up on a spot and say, in grand finals, you better not come here, right now it's not looking good for this trio. But boys, what I do want to do is take a step back and take a look at the number 1 team.
Yeah, so these guys were very, very good. Obviously, game 1, game 2, picking up big victory royale straight away, right? So we want to take a look at their gameplay. So obviously, as Zayt says in his name, he is landing in Dooms. They've been uncontested the majority of the day, and they actually took height very, very early on, as their typical playstyle. They take it 4th zone, 5th zone, really commit to it at this point. But unfortunately, they actually got shockwaved out by Booga's team, who then managed to keep it for the majority of the moving zones.
Yeah, you say that this is their playstyle to go for height 24/7. You can see Saf as the last member left alive. I feel like that's all they have, right? And 100% it's working out for them. It's their plan A. Remember, I feel like it's good not to have a plan B for these guys, but you can see in moments like in that game, you can fumble if you put everything all into the same bag, and that bag gets stolen by Booga or anyone else who's trying to go for height, who's trying to do the same thing as you at the same time. So they really have to be very efficient and play it very well. They are so far just one game kind of missed out on.
And you know, I kind of like want to think back to last week, right? When they were being contested by Hearts Trio, we never saw them get the ball rolling. So this is them uncontested, but we've also seen them contested. So I'm not really sure which way it's going to go for them, because like I have to imagine that they can win these games off early, but if they don't, we might just see a repeat of week 1 in grand finals.
Once again, it's that all-in play style, right? If these guys really perform in that endgame, and they do no matter what the meta is, what the season is, that's their strength, right? That's been Zayt and Saf's story all along. That's what Stretch has shown us for the past 5-6 seasons. It's all about getting to that point, and I think that's one of the hardest things to do in Fortnite is make it off of early game, especially when you want to have the best spot and have the best chance at winning.
I always split up the game like that. People say early, mid, late game, and that's definitely how the game's split up. But I always say before 5th zone and after 5th zone. Everything before 5th zone, to me, is much more difficult to just set yourself up in that position to do well in the end game. And once these guys are in that really, really good spot, they're off. You can see it after game and game again that they're picking up the victory royales.
This is the insight we like, Fortnite fam. Oh, we hope you're learning. Now, guys, we have 1 game left to go. What can we expect? Again, it's really, we're trying to just cement placements for today. Tomorrow, it's going to be about the top 15 and who barely makes it in that 15th spot. But with 1 game left, what do you guys think we can expect?
Okay, science class time. You ever tried to put, like, you know, Mentos and Coke together before, you know, and shake it up? NA East is the Coke. All these teams, right? All these teams below the top 15 would be that Mentos. Right now, I feel like all these guys who've not been as consistent are going to throw everything and then just explode it. We're going to see an awakening of a new trio we haven't seen yet, I think, who's probably frustrated, going to do something crazy, and then end up winning the game. It's not going to be top 5. That's my prediction.
Let's get ready to hop into the last game on the day. Let's send it back over to our casters for the final time today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to break the ice, because if you haven't already, you got to get comfortable. This is the last game of the day. The last game of the day 1 here for the second qualifier to make your way through to the final settings, the big stage. And also, of course, you got tomorrow, so you got to continue to ramp up and score these points. Otherwise, it's going to be too late to look back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're tuning in Retail Row, a drop we haven't seen too much today, but this is where your second place team has been dropping. Smacked, Casco, and Unknown to be doing so well. They have this drop spot, and today they're uncontested. We saw in Qualifier 1 they were contested. We had Alige, Jelty, and Pigo dropping here. The Hispanic team did not qualify today, and that is why we're seeing this team have such an insane performance. But I also want to comment, we talk about uncontested, contested a lot. I know you guys are probably getting sick of hearing it, but this team is, in my opinion, the most proven team at both. They adapt so well. Yes, having retail to themselves is a big advantage, but they've still done so well without that advantage, adapting and changing their playstyle.
Definitely, as you're seeing, this is what their early game looks like. They have so much control of the field that they have the full retail, and they even stretch as far down as the river bend as well, where sometimes, like in this instance, Unknown's off on the mountain front, getting all the loot over there too. Jeff, listen, Jeff's been all over the map today. My gosh, this crew, we've seen them land on top of different teams over and over. The last team they landed on was XZ. They didn't find success. Now they're on top of Coop, Who Fishy, and Chap here. Let's see how this early game's going to go for them. It's not looking good, as Chap's going to find a bunch of shots, but Coop's already down.
And this is what gets so scary. It is these teams that qualify that don't have their drop spot and they break things up. We're seeing teams that don't manage their storm surge. They don't know where to go, and it causes huge issues for these teams that have their playstyles. They practice day in and day out, but only against the other pros. It's only until these qualifiers that they go up against other teams they're not used to going up against, and playstyles they're not used to versing. So right now, Who Fishy, one of the best solo players in NA East, has to pull off something close to miraculous to try and recover this game.
Yeah, or at least get the cards here, right, and pick up his teammates. But no, he's going to find the pixel. We talked about it at the start of the show. One odd little thing standing out, and it's over. They're going to get you. And just like that, that's their first 4 points right now. Possibly a little bit of placement, possibly, obviously, the couple elims, if not already. Ultimately, though, it's not looking good for them, and now it's not looking good for Coop, Chap, and crew. On the other side, the Coral Castle, this is a fight that's been going on round after round as well. Zlem, Naro, and Bank trying to find something big here.
Trying to find something big, and this game is already just getting so hectic, Monster. The amount of people alive is just already so much less. It's the end of the day. The nerves are kind of at their end. Players are getting frustrated. They're changing their game style. They're not being as patient, and it's creating fights like this. But Zlem, Bank, and Narwhal able to close this one out, and 24 points on the board. Those eliminations are going to be crucial coming into tomorrow with those extra few points. But this is the thing. I know Zeke always talks about having a meta within each tournament, and because we're getting these 12-game, 2-day formats, a lot of these players have been playing for so long today. They had to play round 2 to get into this round 3 and then round 4 tomorrow. They're tired. They're frustrated, and it's showing.
Yeah, definitely. And we talk about being frustrated. Paper, Chaotic, and has been just that as well, as they've only gotten a point this game here, and I think 2 in that game 1, like I spoke about before. But hold up, they're going to land on top of the enemy there, and you have to think it's the team that's been landing at Steamy Stacks this entire time here. Finally, a little bit of revenge here, but it might be too late. At least too late for day 1. And, you know, if they can get something, they can kick their day 2 off right and possibly make a statement for Steamy Stacks tomorrow.
Well, I'm expecting to see some emotes here. We'll have to see. Maybe they want to rush over and take down the next opponent, so maybe, but I've been seeing Bully hit the dance every single time, so there is definitely some disrespect between these two teams. This isn't just your usual, hey man, it's our fight versus your fight, I'm trying to do well. This seems to go a little bit more personal, and they're the most fun fights to watch because everyone's not leaving. There is no way either of those teams leave Steamy, but Paper, Chaotic, and Has, they're real down. We've talked about it. I think based on their points right now, Monster, with eliminations, that has to be the first time they've won, but it's in game 6, so they have the momentum shifted. Maybe coming into tomorrow, they're going to clean sweep them back. We'll have to see.
And that's why I said at the start of this whole thing, it's time to get comfortable. You have to by now. these fights that have been breaking out of your drop spots, you need to be winning them. And if you're not changing something up round after round, I mean, you know, what are you waiting for, right? Paper and Haz did that. Chaotic as well. They took that fight to the Steamy Stacks. You know, air vents the round before that, so we are seeing some different stuff. This is a fight that we've seen go over and over again, though, here at Salty.
If we didn't have such a good observer team, I would think we keep getting old replays. This fight has looked the exact same every single time we tune into this team. It is always Clicks, Bizzle, and Illust on the outside, holding down a team here on the inside, and I swear it's a different team almost every single time.
Yeah, this time around it's going to be N-Pen from the Authority there, which means Aspect has to go down too. And Aspect is actually going to trade out Bizzle, so making it a lot closer competition than what we initially thought. Look, Aspect on the left-hand side, Zuni's on the right now is going to secure high ground. So all of a sudden, this is Team Authority on top. Team Salty Springs, which is Straw Hat Charlie, Spang, and T there, they're on the backside. They're still full-on trio. They have the most advantage of the situation as Zuni jumps back on down.
And they're really close to the reboot van, so whether they can get this elimination off, maybe back out, they can still recover this if they got Bizzle's card here. But no, Clicks is on the back foot. He is incredibly low right now. This is looking very scary. Coming in with the splashes, has the big pots as well, but this team just always fights here. And I don't know whether it's a smart fight though, Monster. 46 points, not bad, but they haven't had the same dominance as they did at the start of today, which I would have liked to see. And maybe this fight is the issue. I don't know.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, you use the same tricks over and over. Someone's going to figure out how to get it done or how to solve the puzzle, and that's what's unfolded here. I mean, like we mentioned, it seemed like a replay almost, but this time the story's not written the same. Illa's trying to change that, though. He jumps through the trap door, right through the hole there, and I mean, he finds some massive shots. This guy does not have any shield, and I have to assume this is possibly Aspect or Zuni's here, who's on the run right now. Opens the edit, and it is Aspect. Yes, that's the conclusion of that full trio. They're out of the game. Team Salty Springs still alive, though. Straw Hat Charlie, T, and Spengu there do manage to stay alive, so they're very much intact.
But Narwhal and Bank on the late rotate because of Coral Castle, because of that fight they got in. They're now coming through Salty as well, and I don't know if they can get the reboot off because they're going to have to go deep back into Storm to get it, and that's that butterfly effect. That fight that happened at Coral Castle has now created a slower rotate for that team, which has now brought them across Clicks and Illa's paths. So it's those little things that really affect things, and when people start changing their drop spots and changing their gameplay mid-tournament, that's where that adaptation comes from. Can you adapt to the new things that are happening? Because right now, it looks like Clicks and Illis are going to have to go back into Storm for the reboot, or maybe try and play aggressive here on the Bank. No, they're going to go for the reboot as Illis covers it with the sniper. So interesting fights all around, and again, I'm happy to think it wasn't worth it.
I mean, it's going to work out. They're trying to get to this reboot round, but no, the Team Salty or Straw Hat Charlie and company are trying to hang out and stick around to see if they can actually cancel this because they're all in the zone now. Spangu left behind. Clicks is going for the 1v1 right now. He does end up getting the pinch, though. This is looking very good for Clicks. All he has to do is avoid the shot. Okay, but the impact, the shockwave is going to go ahead and buy this team some time. So it's not going to go in their favor, not the way they probably expected it to, but I mean, if they need the reboot or to get the pickup here, they can. It seems like, to me, though, they might not have that reboot card.
I don't think they do. They're just now going to make this rotate, and this is looking so good for any of those teams that are on the other side of the map looking safe. I'm thinking of people like Reverse, Miro, and Day, who are going to be looking so good now coming this endgame because everyone's just fighting, everything's breaking down, everyone's coming in late, and this is where you get your easier placement points than any other point today. So those are the teams that I'm looking to jump up. I did see Zate, Saf, and Stretch rotate through that Salty in a car and go real quick through there, so they're out of the trouble as well, but they've got to make a pretty far rotate, so this could be questionable for them, but could it be Booger, Jamper, and Avery who just cleanly skate down the whole east side, avoid all this drama, and get in? Because Unknown, Casca, and Smacked are looking great at a retail road drop in this game.
Yeah, they have to, and this is Pole, Sonic, and Larson. They're in 9th place coming into this competition, so you can see already down a member. This has been their toughest game so far, and it seems like it's the same for Clicks, Illis, and Bizu, who are in 13th as well. So these are teams that are all on that top 10, knocking on possibly top 5 for a day one finish. All of a sudden now hitting these these big struggles, these hurdles here in the final games, but they're very much still intact, right? They still have teammates to back them up. There's still plays to be made here. We saw Smack do it with the miraculous victory royale as a solo player, so it just shows you that anything can still unfold. The story is left to be written.
And I think Oliver OG, I've been following him quite a lot. He's a great player, great guy, really good mentality. Whenever you watch him, always having good fun. But I think it's his first time in finals. So for top 10, for first time in trio finals so far, that's really, really big from his team. So I don't know about you, Monster. I don't know too much about Pulsonics and Larson either. So great to see some new names coming out on top and seeing if they can maybe back it up tomorrow. But they need a big game here to kind of just keep that confidence high and really finish off day one in the best position they can, as Bucky Creo Kanata, who we talked about having a very rough day today. 16 doesn't sound too bad, but when you won last week and nothing really has seemingly changed, they haven't been contested, the players dropping around them are kind of the same. They drop out at Slurpee. We haven't seen Jacques Acorn's team dropping at the hydro plant, so maybe the team that's there has been causing them issues. I don't know, but I just think a rough day maybe.
Right, and I mean, yeah, like you said, if anything, it's a little bit easier since Slack, Acorn, and they didn't qualify. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack did not qualify. So yes, their drop spot should be ideally working a little bit better, but it's not. And like you said before, though, I just wanted to touch on it. Yeah, of all the new teams that stepped into the fray today, that team, Oliver, Pulsonics, and Larson in 9th is definitely the most standout for new names. And then right behind them, there's only one other team that even remotely as far as new names, new faces coming up. It's Gabe, Tahi, and Spirit Dad. But even then, they're like tier 2, pros that have been around for a while. It's quite noticeable. But, still, new names coming up, popping up, showing that they will create a mix-up on the standings.
Yeah, and I've seen Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite do quite well in the Cash Cups, so doing well in those open formats and more of those more elimination-based formats, but clearly kind of finding a bit of their stride when it comes to these placement games now as well, because they're averaging a pretty decent placement of 15th, but it is the elims that's kind of carrying them through. But they do have a chance at this as Divine gets an elimination onto Nanolight, a team that we haven't really seen anything of here today, Monster.
100%. Now it's time, though. It's time to really step it up here. It's the rotation time. Reset it best, man. Sometimes this is the hardest time, the hardest portion of the Fortnite game. It's getting through Zone 3, Zone 4, into Zone 5. This is where the real Fortnite action can sometimes happen for you. And, I mean, if you struggle with that early and mid-game, you have to check out how to play these moments better. Sebi left by himself. I don't no longer see Nanolight on the feed here on this wide panning shot. So that means his teammates are probably long gone, and Sebi's now off to fend for himself. They're not having any success today. Not nearly as much as they had last week in the first set of qualifiers here. Hold up, though, as we jump back into Sprite, Gabe, and Tahi. Like I said, newer names that we're seeing step up, but these are ones that are at least a little bit more recognizable for me.
Definitely. I've seen them kind of pull off good performances in other tournaments as Sprite gets hit pretty hard here though. But I was going to say, when we talk about that setting up into 5th zone, into Endgame, that's what Zayd, Saf, and Stretch have done so well. A lot of people usually assuming the reason why they do so well with setting up and having that high ground is because of the pressure they can apply with Doom's Mythic Ball. They didn't have that today, and they're still almost always on high ground going into Endgame. So if you're looking for anyone to kind of learn from to figure out how to play these Endgames, it's definitely going to be that team, as unfortunately Sprite making what looks like a pretty decent rotate around this edge, but just not covering himself and getting a lot of damage from Knight's team, who set up on top of this hill to get their tags, as this zone favors their drop really well.
A lot, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Talk about taking advantage of your drop spot and getting to the power locations early. Xset does just that as they land at the Fortilla, not too far from here, so they get first dibs here on the big mountain top. And I mean, they're putting some pressure down below. These are teams, again, top teams fighting against one another. Your 10th place, Knight, Shark, and AV versus your 9th place, Oliver and company. And of course, Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite here, who are just knocking up into top 10. Let's see how the rotate's going to work out. As they bouncer on off, they're going to go on and get ahead of the zone here. That's a great time rotate. And looks like they're going to actually hit the zone first.
Yeah, they're going to try and get in towards that zone first. There's not too many teams down on this edge, but man, Clicks is Illest and Bizzle behind them, looking real scary as they're lurking. And we've seen what that team does. When they find a team that's away from other people thinking they're on dead side, they're just kind of they're just the sharks in the water behind them, just lurking, just waiting to push forward and kind of wait for their moment to strike. But they haven't had the performance here today I was hoping after such a dominant semifinals. I know obviously Shio picking them as his team to do well, and a great pick by all means. That maybe day 2 will be a little bit different, but they need a big finish here on day 1 to kind of jump up into that point at the top where we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, definitely. It just shows you how quickly things can change here. Ultimately, though, it is a matter of continuing out this last game here, ending in strong fashion as things are getting closer and closer. Though, the lobby's starting to look on in, and Narwhal jumps in. He opens the trap door and lets them on in. All of a sudden, though, the gas canisters come out. You have to be careful. That's going to be big explosions, but they survived the bulk of the heat. They survived the fire. And although they may be alive now, how long will it last as the lobby starts to fire on in and get a part of this big fight breaking down?
Yeah, we see our team that was at Salty obviously kind of finding their way into there a lot safer as now Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis now set up next to this team, and it looks like they've spotted them. They have. Gabe and Sprite have spotted them, but it looks like they're playing the aggressor. They're trying to push forward and take down some of these shots, but they are starting to open themselves up to the lobby. And Bizzle is back now, so they're doing well. They got the reboot off in Salty, and they came in late, and they're holding on. They do have bandages. They can transfer over, but no. Sprite being transferred over to with their headshot snipe here from Illis, pushing forward, and you know that's it. We've talked about green lights, red light. That's a green light for this team. Illis gets a headshot snipe.
Massive.
Clicks is pushing forward, but they're trying to get their damage down. They need this because that team over there is in top 10, and that's really, really bad for them, but it's really good for Illis, but they need to get back in this. They had a rough start at Salty Springs, and now they're going toe-to-toe. He takes down Gabe, and they need this extra loot. They didn't have as much time. They rotated late, and they used a lot of their material and meds, so having that big pickup was massive as Tahi has to disengage and try to hold on to something for that team.
That was an exciting clash between Team 13 and Team 11. It shows you how much these eliminations matter, how quickly things can change. Because if you fall now, that's it. Your momentum's over. You're out of the game, and if someone else will take that spot. As we jump in with Posick, Except, and Graska, trying to do the same now. Putting action into motion here. Literally looking for fire range for anyone here in that mid ground, trying to force players off this layer. Now, the lower you go now, the more likely you are to not win this game. You have a piece of the mountain, a piece of the high ground. You need to hold it. You need to hold on for dear life, because once you commit downwards, if the zone doesn't favor you, it's over.
This is the second game that we've seen like this. That's just so interesting where it does. It pulls more towards the ocean edge, but it has all these mountains around it. And no, they get the big elimination there. That was... Who was that the elimination passed over onto, though? They get the big finish. I was going to say the positioning's so important right now. I've never seen an endgame where there's going to be teams on low ground that have entire 4 or 5 teams potentially above them, all with different angles and different sight lines. If you make the wrong move right now, if you take a fight that you can't finish quickly, you are going to get lobby focused.
100%. As Larson, Oliver, and Pulsonics here trying to avoid just that. 61 points, 3 eliminations. Literally, they are in the top 10 right now. They've been holding on to it for quite some time here, just consistently, slowly chipping away at the entire thing. Someone's actually going to go on Shockwave or Crash Pad across from up above. Yeah, it's going to cause a little bit of disruption. They're going to change layers now. That means that the complete enemy that was up above is now long gone. It's time for them to get a move on. They don't want to rotate too late now. That would just be a bad idea. They're trying to set this up perfectly, though. No room to make a mistake as they are trying to team Crash Pad out here. It's going to be the full-on version of it. And yes, a mistake was made, as I talked about, trying to do it perfectly. No, Larson sends himself flying back and back across the ping pond. But the momentum, oh my gosh, he's still alive.
He's still alive and the momentum shifts, but you don't want to have to use 3 crash pads like that. And again, we talk about these new teams, and it's those little things that are going to be the difference between how you stay in top 10 or even push into top 5 or you go down. That's all their mobility now used. As I'm looking for those other top tier teams, Booger, Jamper, and Avery looking healthy in there as well. I have to maybe imagine who's up there on that giant mountain high ground. I don't want to call it yet. I don't know. It might not be, as Narwhal trying to shoot this team down, trying to get the refresh. They get the material, but I don't think it gets the elimination. And those bounce pads are going to be so important with these huge vertical zones.
What a game, right? For Banks, Lem, and Narwhal here. We talk about just keeping your head in the running here. They have done that. Like, they literally have done that. Picking up so many eliminations, just 5 already coming into the mid-game. That's massive for what it's worth here. So that's going to set them up for tomorrow. And finally now, Xset does have some high ground, but you know, only because that it actually came to their zone. They never play height, though, so I'm kind of nervous. I'm not going to lie. This is not a situation we see them in very often, so let's see if they've done their homework. And then, you know, if the hours of VOD reviews are going to pay off, because it's up to textbook hold now. They have that ultimate height.
And that's it. We've seen teams that are used to high ground playing it so well. Zayd's team, Booger's team, they split. They know what they're doing. One player goes ahead, and I'm sure AV, Rogueshark, and Knight know how to play it well, but is it as well as these other teams? Because you're going to need to hold it when plays like this are happening. Is this going to be a bounce pad shockwave for height? They're not going horizontal. I think they're going vertical. They are going vertical. They're not high enough. And oh my gosh, we're going to have one of the most exciting endgames you've ever seen with a zone with this much verticality. Everyone's scrambling. The mobility comes out. The shockwaves come out. It is target practice if you make the wrong move. I talked about this. If you go the wrong direction, if you build one box too few or too many, you are getting focused and your whole game is over. This is game 6. Your tournament is over if you make a mistake right now. This is such a ridiculous rotate.
100%, and Zextro, Calc, and Macwood know how to operate this one. They're doing pretty well here, recycling old builds. Macwood is leading the rotate. Zextro has to catch up, though. It's all editing. It's going through old builds, and now they're getting trailing behind into the zone as Smacked finds paper in the feed there too. There's still 40 players alive here. Zextro is now by himself in this mid-ground layer. Yes, he's going to find someone on the way up to the top. That's going to be a second elimination. Night Shark and AV do manage to continue to hold high ground, and Calc makes his way over the mountain. Now he's in that mix too, but there's so many players there. It's just not safe, not by any means.
And AV's got the shockwave, so if someone tries to take this, I have to think they can hold it. They're scouting out where zone goes. They're marking it, and oh my gosh, AV with the laser, with that epic assault rifle on high ground, getting the easy elimination, and they're tarping as close as they can to that mountain, and then I have to imagine that AV might try and shockwave ahead and take this. I don't know. They're sitting on the backside, and these are the positions where maybe something will go wrong if someone goes for it. Saf has fallen now. Shark does. Shark goes forward and takes it. They're reconnecting, and they're playing high ground so well, Monster. They're showing us, they're like, hey, you guys should not doubt us. We play low ground well. We also play high ground extremely well as they look so dominant. I see Kanata down the low ground. Oliver OG still up though. So our new team on the block in top 10 having a really, really good game 6.
Definitely, and you needed Saf to go down there. You can't keep giving that first place team any points. So just like that, they're now out of the running. This is going to make it a lot closer for Unknown Army. Casker, Schmacked, right, who are still alive in this game. Avery, Booga, and company still in that low ground as well. And you can see it's just a scramble down there. It's so messy. It's just going up and down this terrain, and finally now down into the deepest depths of this cliff here. So down comes XZ as well as they have to get into the action. Finally, closer and closer now. Posic and XF and Graska, though, putting in some big pressure here, and they're running this low ground layer, forcing everyone else lower and lower, too.
And this is not what Rogueshark, AV, and Knight wanted. If it went up that mountain, they won, hands down. It would have just been the easiest win ever, but the zone came back. All these players' breaths, they were holding with bated breath, waiting for that zone to show, because now it goes back down so they can stay on low ground, and it goes through old builds. It gives them that breathing room, but as I say that, Knight, Shark, and AV, they're working their way down. They don't want them to have too much breathing room. They want to suffocate them. They want to get the damage out. As Grazka on the mid ground now, trying to find what damage he can to, drops down, and this trio is playing so well. They're all together controlling the low ground. It's almost like they've taken over Rogueshark, Knight, and AV's position, right, Monster? This is the team we're used to seeing on low ground. They're on high ground. Grazka's like, sweet, this is my chance to show that I can play the low ground as well. Player in the box doing some serious damage though to the whole trio. Takes down Posic. It's Avery though. Avery and Jamper are both down here, creating that insane pressure. TJ goes down. Grazka showing why he is a World Cup qualifier, doing what he can here on the low ground as he pushes his way back through, gets some breathing room, but it's not for long, Monster. That mountain is still right there, and zone is starting to go up it as the player is going down it straight into Grazka's box. He falls. Can he take down both of them? He does. That's the victory out right there. Grazka tries to close it out from low ground. Such a good performance, but of course, it is the XZ boys.
Definitely. Sometimes you got to look before you leap, and AV did just that, looking right down into the divot that had all the players remaining there. 8 eliminations for AV, 9 for the entire team of Shark, Knight, and company. That was the pick right there. That was your pick from last week. I mean, we know the XZ boys are dangerous in the low ground, but they just proved that high ground, they can do that too.
They can do everything, and that's what you need. If you're going to be one of those top 5 teams, a team that you've picked to win, I've picked to win, it's because they are so dominant at every aspect of the game, and that was one of the cleanest high grounds we've seen. We questioned them, and they answered.
100%. We couldn't have asked for a better finish, especially from a team as notable as them, literally pulling off textbook. But ultimately, that's going to conclude it from here at the desk. Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics calling all the action. We're going to be tossing on over to the analyst desk to bring us home for this day 1, because tomorrow's a whole other day of action. So take us home now, boys.
Oh, look at those two goofballs. What an awesome end to our day. The XSET boys, they bring it home in the final game here in NA East. Now, the question on everybody's mind are the final standings. And just to reiterate this, we are back tomorrow for the next 6 games. And after that, the top 15 teams will move on. Now, of course, the #1 spot is great, and it's going to be a very strong lead coming into tomorrow. Those 15 spots are what we're looking at overall. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, they held on. However, right behind them, unknown, Casker and Smack have been playing just as consistently and are only 7 points behind, Shy.
Absolutely. This is the breakdown. All the winners on this page.
Well, second, as we've just seen, obviously in first place, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, extremely consistent, but more consistent than that in terms of average placement is actually unknown, Casker, and Smacked in second, with an average placement of 3.67. They haven't placed a single game over 5th place yet. So 5th place and under for 6 games all in a row. If they had picked up another victory royale and a couple more eliminations, they would take that first place slot.
But that's the difference really between the top 5 and everyone else, right? That consistency that got them towards that victory royale. Past it though, 6th place, AJ, Rox, and Vix only moved up from the top 10, ended over at number 6. Voyo, Rokane, and TJ, I mean, you're talking about consistency, Reese, right? That trio, honestly, all these trios were here, and we saw them multiple times throughout every single endgame.
And in 10th, we've got Commandment. My pick, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. Now, their average was kind of a little bit not their day in comparison to what they're able to do, but a lot of games in the 11th, 15th, and 20th positions, which to me suggests they probably had like a mid-game issue, be it with Storm Surge, potentially not getting enough, having to then push a fight, get into it, and really kind of scuffing themselves for that end game.
Yeah, Chap, Coop, and Foofishy here all the way at 15th place. 46 points tied, I think almost 3 ways, no. Just 2 ways to be in that top 15. So we're looking at maybe 50 points a day, maybe 60 points a day in terms of trying to qualify and be in that top 15 for those heats. So far past that though, France does get knocked out over there at 16th place. Not too far behind though. Narwhals, Lemon, Bank move up, and at 20th we have Divine and his trio. A day of NA East though, that was very, very impressive. Some of the best plays I would say of all time this FNCS.
Bro, just constant trading back and forth at the top. Back-to-back VRs. Kings being dethroned. We gotta relive it all, man. We have to run back the VRs from the entire day. Guys, walk us through this.
Let's run through it, Zeke, down memory lane of just NA East 6 games. Let's check it out. The game #1. Who would have predicted it, honestly? Because none of us 4 did, right? It was Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. We were expecting these guys to maybe be contested. They weren't. Because of that, taking XSET down and winning off the first game.
And the same thing in game 2. Really, really incredible. 2 victory royales in a row, and it was so close there. You can see that Saf got 1 pumped, and if he managed to get that big elimination on him, that whole second game could have completely changed.
Yeah, but then we were watching a lot of high ground trios. It was a low ground one in the form of the New Age, Mero, Day, and Reverse 2K winning off the game. Not to be overshined, though, by some heal-offs in the next one, Reese.
Yeah, we just missed in this replay the medkit play. Jamper had taken a single tick to zone, popped the medkit, and just managed to out-heal the players who were down and below.
And then a 180 by Smack, followed by, wait for it, boom! That last 108 shot, my God, I would say my favorite play, possibly, that I can ever remember. And then after that, let's not forget AV, Shark, and Knight winning out the game with most of those members alive, getting a 9 elimination victory royale in game #6. That was NA East, and I would say one of the most diverse 6 games that we've seen in terms of all the regions we've watched so far.
100%. And obviously, kind of like Monster was saying, XSET Trio really not used to playing as a high ground team. However, right now, they can clearly prove that they can do both. They're on high ground, they can really dominate there, and if they get down to the low ground, well, we've already proved that they can do it there as well.
Well, technically, right? Like, if it's a mountain and they're kind of next to it, isn't that also low ground? Right? Because it's like, you're on land, right? True,
these
maybe.
are the questions that Shy Wager poses, and these are the things we are left to think about. My gosh, what an awesome day. We are back tomorrow for another 6 games in EU and NA East. Boys, you love to see it. You know what I'd like to do? That's pretty much it from us. So very quick final thoughts before we do say goodbye. Shy?
I don't know how NA East will switch it up even more so tomorrow. We've got so many different types of end games today. I just want to see the same thing maybe even for the next 6 games.
I just want to see what happens in general, right? We've seen a ton of teams be uncontested, especially in the 2 power positions of Stark and Dooms. Is that going to happen tomorrow? Are these teams going to VOD review, see that this might be an option for them and try to contest them? I want to see how that goes.
Well, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, same time, same place for the next 6 games. And the top 15 teams will move on to qualifying heats. Till then, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.